For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
If you'd like to speak during today's Board of Commissioners meeting, you'll have to come down here and fill out a speaker's card. So if you sign this, all right? Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to this meeting of the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County. Today is January 18th, 2023. It is 10:04 a.m. Madam Clerk, Madam Deputy Clerk today, please. Deputy Clerk, is that correct?
That's correct.
Call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne. Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett. Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington, Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have quorum.
Thank you. All right, please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon those who are assembled. Continue to guide and lead our leaders. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, I got to get used to saying that. Let's go.
On page 2, consent agenda, 23-0024, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have received one item to be removed from today's consent agenda.
To be removed,
To be removed
okay?
for separate consideration. 23-0030,
What page?
page 3.
Okay.
23-0030, information technology, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing for on-call IT services in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000. This was requested by Commissioner Hall.
All right, anything else? Commissioner Barrett?
Just Deputy Clerk wanted to make sure I was listed as present.
So noted.
All right, anything else on the consent agenda? I entertain a motion to approve as amended. A motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
The vote is open. The motion passes unanimously. On page 4, recess meeting agenda, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item that was requested to be added to today's recess meeting agenda.
What is it?
23-0063, discussion for tax allocation districts. This was requested by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, what's the emergency, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based upon the board of this commission, a letter was sent to Invest Atlanta. They have 10 days to respond to that letter. I think they are supportive, Invest Atlanta and the city of Atlanta are supportive of the closure of some of the TADs, including Princeton Lakes and Atlantic Station. But as I cautioned us at the time, we need to have a discussion with our partners before we start just pulling out of things. And so they would like to have a discussion. I'm going to propose that we ask staff to hold off on that until staff can have a further discussion with them.
Okay, let's don't get into the merits of it now. So the emergency would be then to be, they have to respond within 10 days to something.
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept that as an emergency. That will require a supermajority vote of 5. All right. Entertain a motion to add it.
Yes, so I would make the motion to add this. And again, I got a call from Courtney English in the mayor's office.
All right, we're good. All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, motion to approve adding it, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please. Requires 5 affirmative votes.
The vote is open. The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right. Continue, Madam Deputy Clerk.
23-0037, recess meeting agenda, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have received an item to be revised on the agenda, 23-0051,
Give me the page number first.
page 7.
Okay.
It's a clerical correction, changing the word communications to community, so that item will now read, request approval of a resolution of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to change the membership of the Commission on Elder Affairs to allow appointees from the Atlanta Housing Authority and Fulton Atlanta Community Action Authority, and for other purposes.
Okay. Anything else? What I would like to, Commissioner Barrett.
Yeah, I just had a question. We have an agenda item at the very end on the Reparations Task Force, but I know there's a budget ask involved. Do we want to talk about it before
I'm gonna get to that.
the budget? Okay.
Yeah. So what I'd like to recommend, if there are no objections, that it's my goal today is to approve the budget today, and what I'd like to do is to allow as much time as possible. So I'd like to take the budget and all items related to the budget first, and then have the other items later, because sometimes we lose our quorum on these long meetings. So any objections to moving the budget up, and that item that Commissioner Barrett just mentioned, and I think the sheriff and others probably want to speak to the budget as well. So if there are no objections, Madam Deputy Clerk, we'll take the budget and all things related to the budget first.
You know that?
Yeah. All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Just as a point of clarification, then what are, just so we're not confused, what are those items that we're going to be bringing up?
There's,
Because some of these arguably could apply and some of them arguably couldn't.
where's the sheriff has something, isn't he on here? On page 6, that last item, 0049. And you, what was the other one? Is your mic on?
It's item 230, no, I'm sorry. It's, here it is, 230061 at the bottom of page 12. That's the Reparations Task Force funding request.
Page 12, 8 or 13. All right, on page 12, 0061. So those two. Any others that relate to the budget?
Just, I guess potentially, components of it, but maybe not, certainly not all of it.
Which page, Vice Chair?
On the first page, I don't know, 00441, portions of the operational report, page 5, portions of the county manager's operational report might be informative.
Okay.
Just the financial pieces, not the health and other pieces. So I don't know, maybe we could pace through that
Okay,
before,
no problem.
just at least those portions, so.
All right, on the agenda as amended, a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
The vote is open. Motion passes unanimously. 23-0038, ratification of minutes. Recess meeting minutes, December 12, 2022. Regular meeting post agenda minutes, January 4th, 2023.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
Vote is open. Motion passes unanimously. 23-0039, presentation and proclamations of certificates. First proclamation, recognizing Dream and Public Works Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
How many proclamations?
Just two.
Just two. All right, it's 10:13. All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have something you wanted to add? It'd be 3.
That's the only way to do it. Apparently he was asking for 40.
Come on down, everyone. We're having some microphone problems, but like my mama taught me, make do with what you have. So can we have people come around and spread out a little bit on this side too? I see all of you on the stairs. We want to make sure that everyone is in this great honor. Thank you so much, Joe. Come on over. Come on over, everybody. All right. All right. It is an honor to present this proclamation, and it is a full board supported and sponsored proclamation. And the proclamation reads, whereas Fulton County experienced a severe winter weather event during the holiday weekend in December of 2022 that caused major water and plumbing emergencies across the county. And whereas the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management, DREAM, has 2 employees, Benjamin Wright, a Central Fulton Building Maintenance Supervisor, and Patrick Ent, a Greater Fulton Building Maintenance Supervisor, along with Department Director Joe Davis, that worked through the entirety of both county holiday periods responding to facilities issues at 16 buildings. And whereas their response included securing the affected plumbing and fire sprinkler systems, facilitating necessary repairs in conjunction with contractors, and providing daily access to restoration contractors. And whereas Public Works has a total of 14 employees that worked through the holiday weekend and repaired 2 major water main leaks, one on Marietta Street in Alpharetta and the other on Haynes Bridge Road in Johns Creek, as well as answered over 130 calls from residents with frozen pipes. Staff assisted homeowners with turning off water to their homes to minimize damage to their properties. And whereas the Public Works employees are Angelo Adams, Grady Cochran, Garfield Cook, Michael Crawford, Barbara Jennings, Jeffrey Johnson, Sean Michael, Michael Pendley, Ryan Rucker, Tracy Samples, James Smart, Josh Van Horn, and Brent Wheeler. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the men and women from the DREAM and Public Works departments for their tireless professionalism and dedication to the safety and welfare of their fellow citizens, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, January 18th, 2023 as DREAM and Public Works Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you all for your service. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, and thank you to the rest of the board for this wonderful recognition. Oftentimes, what DREAM does goes unrecognized, unlauded, and these people that are up here in front of you do a thankless job each and every day. Things that you don't actually see happen, but when things go wrong, you see it and experience it all. While 2 stood out above the rest for sacrificing their entire holiday time away from their families, none of us, including myself, could do anything without this entire team in front of you. And I thank God for them each and every day. So thank you all for this recognition.
And from the Public Works side of things, I certainly echo what Joe Davis said on the DREAM side. One of the paramount things that Public Works employees love to know, or love to express to others is, if we do our job right, you don't know we're there. And over the Christmas holiday, I certainly think that these gentlemen and ladies did their jobs right. So I certainly appreciate all that. And I understand that even some of them got to see Santa fly overhead when they were working Christmas Eve, so.
All right. Thank you for your service. This is what I call heart work, when you're out there and you're just doing your job in the middle of tragedy and helping others. Thank you so much, and let's take this picture, gentlemen.
Next proclamation. Next proclamation, recognizing Coy Dumas Jr. Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Oh, my God.
Next proclamation, recognizing Coy Dumas Jr. Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Oh, no, I don't want you guys to split up. Okay. I'll stay. Colleague. You're fine, you're fine. We want you to stay right there. Please, everyone join us. Who's Marta? Yeah, come on in.
Melissa, you supposed to be in this picture. Get somebody to hold.
TJ,
Yeah,
please.
I can take you.
Thank
I
you.
want to get in this picture. Come on.
Yes.
There we go.
All right, it's quiet. All right. Well, Mr. Dumas, when I heard about your years of service with MARTA, I had to do something to show an honor to you. And this is with full board support and sponsorship. And I was just telling my colleague, Commissioner Arrington, 50 years of driving for MARTA and no accidents is a blessing. Yes, and God was definitely with you every time you boarded that bus. And so it's an honor to present this, and the proclamation reads, whereas Mr. Coy Dumas Jr. is a native of the Adamsville community of Atlanta, Georgia, and in 1972 joined what was then called Atlanta Transit as a bus operator. And whereas Mr. Dumas has run routes solely in West Atlanta over the past 50 years and currently operates Route 853 out of the Westlake Station on the Blue Line. And whereas MARTA officials estimate that Mr. Dumas has carried approximately 2.8 million passengers. Yes, on his bus since he began his career in transit 50 years ago. And whereas Mr. Dumas boasts a spotless driving record over his career and has never had a traffic accident, having driven over 2 million miles across the city of Atlanta. And whereas MARTA's most veteran bus driver, Mr. Dumas, wears operator badge number 1 and has been a mentor to countless bus operators over the past 5 decades. And he leads the mentorship program out of the Perry Bus Facility. And whereas Mr. Dumas was honored by the MARTA Board of Directors with a MARTA bus wrapped with his photo in commemoration of his unprecedented 50 years of dedicated service and counting. And the bus is right outside for anyone who wants to see it. It's on Pryor Street. So please go take a picture and tag the County Board of Commissioners, as he has made no plans to retire. What? Okay. Now, therefore, be it resolved that and I have to say this because his wife is so loving, and the same way she's standing by his side, she's been with him for 44 years. Yes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Coy Dumas Jr. for his outstanding example of service, dedication, and professionalism over his half-century career with MARTA, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, January 18th, 2023, as Coy Dumas Jr. Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I just wanted to personally say, as a commissioner who was a newly divorced mother with small kids on the 56 Adamsville, I know this man very well. Plenty of days he talked to me about life, about religion, about being a good member of the society. Plenty of days he saw me struggle with 3 kids, bags, park the bus, help me get off the bus, make sure I had everything in tow. This is what I call a gem of Fulton County. He has been exemplary all these years, and I want him to know that I would not be a commissioner here today if it wasn't what he poured into me on those bus trips. Thank you.
Wow. I'm not much for speech making. All I can do is say, thank my Heavenly Father, thank Commissioner Hall, thank the Board of Commissioners, and thank my beautiful wife, Teresa, my Queen of Queens, as I always recognize her as. I can't say enough about how she gets up with me at 2:30 in the morning. I don't know if she's kicking me out of the house or she just want to make sure I get there. But she's always done that ever since we've been in. Fix my breakfast and make sure I'm straight. She's the boss, and I understand that, and I'm not ashamed to say it. But once again, thank you for the love and the honor. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Recognition of the ARC Green Communities Award, presented by Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
One other person, Joe Davis. What I wanted to do on behalf of the chairman and the board, Fulton County has earned a gold level green community certification from the Atlanta Regional Commission. County leadership was recognized Wednesday, January 11, 2023. The Green Communities Program was developed in 2009 to recognize local governments with initiatives and policies that promote sustainability in the region. Fulton County earned this certification because of our initiatives such as Sustainability Resilience Plan, LEED LEED certified buildings, solar panel installations, water public awareness program, community gardens, and recycling practices. This certification is valid for 4 years and will be renewed in 2026. We have gold status for the work on behalf of Joe Davis and his team and others. So we just, as the board, would like to recognize the great team that allow us to get gold status. Move this. And Commissioner Hall, am I missing anybody? I want to make sure I have everybody. Okay, that's it.
Chief Deputy Clerk.
Page 5, public hearings, 23-0040. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses, organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the agenda will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 17 speaker cards. Yes. Will the first 5 speakers please?
When you have 15 seconds remaining, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that's your clue to begin to conclude your remarks. It is 10:34.
Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Marshaylin Yeargin, Beth Laxton, Lauren Waits, Patrice Perkins Hooker, and Kevin Muldaney.
Good morning, and thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Marshaylin Yeargin Alsop. I'm a medical doctor and a member of the Board of Directors at the Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehabilitation Center. I am also the great niece of Dr. and Mrs. Benjamin E. Mays. As a physician, I realize the great need for facilities like Sadie G. Mays. The vast majority of the residents of Sadie G. Mays are low-income and Medicaid eligible. Many nursing facilities do not accept Medicaid patients because of the low reimbursement rate. Sadie G. Mays is one of the few nonprofit skilled nursing facilities serving low-income Fulton County residents. My Aunt Sadie had a vision for what we could accomplish for our poor, sick, and aging neighbors 75 years ago. It's up to us to keep the vision alive. Please increase the annual grant for the Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehabilitation Center to $1.2 million, which is only 8% of their $15 million annual budget. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Beth Laxton. I'm the Executive Director at Sadie Mays. I've been in this position for about a year and a half. Before that, I was on the Board of Directors for over 10 years. Sadie Mays serves a critical role in our community. We have provided services to the ill and elderly of Fulton County for over 75 years. Part of our mission statement reads, "We aim to meet the ever-changing needs of individuals entrusted to our care." We take this statement very seriously. Over the past 75 years, the needs of the people that we serve have changed drastically. We serve people with complex physical and mental needs. Our nursing home today is not the same nursing home that Fulton County started funding in 1968. For Sadie Mays to continue serving our residents and future residents, we need more support from our partners at Fulton County. We work hard every day to provide the best care and facilities for our residents. However, it's hard to do with the low rate of Medicaid reimbursement, our ever-increasing salaries to attract and retain staff, and the high cost of food, supplies, and equipment. In fiscal year 2022, we had a shortfall of over $27 per patient day for each Medicaid resident we took care of. That totaled $1.2 million. We're requesting that Fulton County increase our annual grant to $1.2 million to make up the actual cost of patient care for the indigent, ill, and elderly citizens of Fulton County who reside at Sadie Mays. I'm grateful for how Fulton County has supported us in the past. I look forward to your continued support. As our mission statement reads, we want to continue to be
15
able
seconds, ma'am.
to meet the ever-changing needs of the individuals entrusted to our care. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Waits. I was born in DeKalb County, but I have been a 20-year resident of Fulton. I think I made a very wise choice. I am here on my own recognizance, but I have served as the coordinator for the Fulton County Democratic Party on the vote review panels and ballot duplication. I want to report personally what a great experience we had with our GOP colleagues. We worked in bipartisan pairs, intimately with the absentee ballots. I want to thank the Commission for your support of the Board of Registration and Elections. We have seen them do a terrific job in very challenging circumstances, adopting wise policy. I want to ask your support for the budget for the elections today, and also caution, the Carter Center said, I wanted to quote them in their review, "We did not see any indications of fraud, dishonesty, or intentional malfeasance in the 2020 election results in Fulton County." They do go on to say that there needs to be more careful planning, ensuring that processes are strictly followed. We are eager. My team of 25 people, and I think I can even speak for the 25 GOP members, are eager to continue to work together to make election integrity and voter protection true in Fulton. We do expect that 2023, you may see lower turnout, but we will all be working hard on the inside to learn and practice our skills so that we are even stronger in 2024. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Patrice Perkins-Hooker. I'm a Fulton County resident of Key Road. I just wanted to say thank you for what you have done for Sadie G. Mays, or we wouldn't probably be here for 75 years. I'm one of the board members of Sadie G. Mays, and as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, what I wanted to tell you is that we were the facility that Fulton County created to take care of seniors and people who are infirmed, who needed rehab, and did not have the financial wherewithal to do that. We took over the Happy Haven project that was owned by Fulton County, and we started running it when Fulton County ran into problems. We then proceeded, with the county's help, to relocate to a facility that Fulton County donated the land and entered into a contract to help support the operation of this facility for the mission that we were created for. And that mission was to be Fulton County's facility to handle these types of patients. You have letters from, you've received a letter from former Judge, Council President Marvin Arrington Sr., who stayed there when he had a medical issue that required rehabilitation. I've also been authorized by Reverend Durley to let you know that this is a place that he supports because of its commitment to service to the community. We're not asking for our whole budget. We're asking for what Fulton County agreed in 1968 to do, which is to cover the gap between Medicaid, Medicare, and expenses that we have not been able to raise through the community. We would appreciate the funding of $1.2 million, and then we would appreciate you continuing to provide significant amounts of money in the budget to take care of us. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Good morning. Kevin Muldowney, Fulton County resident. Nadine Williams has pretty much been on a one-year interview. This could have been a great time for her to excel, but she has not displayed any ability that would warrant her promotion to full-time director. During her tenure as interim director, we have seen the shutting out in various locations of public observers during the opening and closing of the polls, in direct violation of Georgia law. One observer, Margaret Williams, summoned police on an observer and has since been promoted to an elections trainer. No verification of new voter registration using the National Change of Address database. No cross-reference of existing voter registration. No cross-reference with the GIS database to determine if an address corresponds to an actual residence. Shamir Marshall has confirmed that this work is not performed unless a formal challenge is filed. Requiring early voting election workers to work 19 straight days for 12 hours per day, clearly discouraging quality, conscientious workers that want to do their part and necessitating a lot of overtime expense. This has been pointed out many times to no avail. Early voting for the runoff, which has only about 40% of the available voting days, also had about 30% voting locations, a recipe for disaster. The incompetent management decision led to lines of 2 to 4 hours in many locations, especially on the north side of the county. We do not need Richard Barron 2.0. We need to find a director that will give Fulton voters the improvement in election process that they
15
deserve,
seconds.
and not repeat the problems of the past. Thank you for your time.
Next 5 speakers: Sarah Pedro, Julie Allen, James Caldwell, Rick Ross, Lisa Nicole.
Good morning. I believe the quote is attributed to Einstein, and I'll paraphrase: "To continue doing the same thing and expecting different results is the very definition of insanity. Changing the name of something without changing the process is the very definition of doing the same thing and expecting different results." It's time to change election leadership in Fulton County. Being a leader means having the courage and humility to accept that things might not be working and to make the hard choices to remove people not doing their jobs professionally and courteously. As a poll watcher, I witnessed angry people with chips on their shoulders being unnecessarily dogmatic and antagonistic, and I'm referring not to the voters, but to the poll workers. Fulton has been at the center of so much controversy, and it's not just the elections either. We need a leader who can restore dignity and respect and trust to this county and change course. The last thing we need is one county of 159 counties dragging this great state down. My second comment relates to another issue. I don't believe spending taxpayer money on determining ways to spend more taxpayer money is a good allocation of time and resources or tax dollars. And that I'm referring to the Reparations Task Force. Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Julie Allen. Welcome to the board, Ms. Barrett. You are my commissioner. Thank you. While visiting the Fulton County Courthouse on January 9th and 10th, I was required to wear a mask. Because of that, I'm here to bring your attention to the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, UNESCO, October 19th, 2005, Article 6, Consent. Any preventive, diagnostic, and therapeutic medical intervention is only to be carried out with the prior, free and informed consent of the person concerned, that no human being can ever tell another to take a test, wear a mask, or have an injection without violating their inalienable human rights. They can ask and have to accept a negative answer without disadvantage or prejudice. To answer the question, did the masks work? Seroprevalence data shows that nearly everyone in the United States was exposed to SARS-CoV-2, so clearly masks did not work. I am leaving you with data from more than 175 comparative studies and articles on mask ineffectiveness and harms. It's your duty to put an end to the tyranny of masks in Fulton County and all other mandates. In December, I reported on the debacle under Nadine Williams' leadership that occurred in North Fulton voter suppression and runoff election. Wait times of 120 to 180 minutes in North Fulton cities with only 10 polling places total was unacceptable, while the city of South Fulton alone had 4 polling places with consistent wait times of 0 to 15 minutes. Nadine Williams has failed to demonstrate the leadership and skills required to be hired as Fulton County Elections Director. I'm here to remind you that it is unacceptable for the Fulton County Board of Elections to pay criminal attorneys Don Samuel and Amanda Palmer of the high-powered Garland, Samuel, and Loeb law firm. They were paid with taxpayer dollars to halt a motion to unseal and inspect absentee ballots that has now been overturned.
15 seconds.
All citizens of Georgia have a right to know whether or not counterfeit ballots were injected into the Fulton County election results, how many were injected, where they came from, and how we can prevent it from happening again in future elections. A full inspection of Fulton County's 147,000 absentee ballots will be needed. Thank you so much. And I'll be leaving some documents for you. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, board. My name is Rick Ross. I'm the founder of the Music Education Group. It's a nonprofit organization which I founded 17 years ago. The mission of this organization is to teach students life skills and career development through music, film, and digital media. As we know, Atlanta is the #1 city, which is in Fulton County, is the #1 city for arts and music. 6,500 arts and musicians in the city, 1,200 music festivals, 42 museums, and 29 film festivals reside in the city of Atlanta. When I started this organization, it was based on the need for music education for kids who wanted to be in the entertainment industry. We know that there's a shortage of funding for the arts in schools, so we wanted to provide this opportunity for our young people outside of the schools. And as of today, we have probably served about 3,000 to 5,000 kids coming through this program. So we need more funding to operate these type of programs throughout the city and the county. It is very important. We know that kids love music, they love entertainment, they love fashion. And, we want to continue to provide these opportunities for our young people in safe environments where they can come and be creative. And, we just thank you all for your continued support for these causes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again. My name is James Caldwell. I'm the Executive Director of the Music Education Group. I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Ross said. In Atlanta and Fulton County, we are the creative hub of the entire world. Our challenge is to make sure that the next generation of content creators that are coming from Fulton County have access to the creative tools that they're going to need to be able to be successful in our industries. Our schools can't necessarily afford to keep up with the rapid changes in technology that are driving all of these really cool creative tools. And so I just wanted to say thank you all again for your funding. This year, County Manager Anderson had an opportunity, thanks to an invitation from Commissioner Arrington, to see some of our programming being demonstrated. Our main hub is the Dunbar Multimedia and Technology Center. Thanks to your funding, we were able to serve 100 additional young people. So as we continue to say, hey, what are we doing for our young people? I want folks in this room to know that Fulton County's funding is actually being actively put to great use to make sure that our young people have really cool, safe, creative spaces that they can express themselves. Thank you to Chairman Pitts. He had an opportunity to come out and work with one of our teens. This young man is 15 years old. And I want to also state that these facilities are not toys. This is industry standard hardware and software. And we want to make sure that our young creatives have access to these tools. Without your support, they would not be able to have that access because, again, it's extremely expensive. Thank you also to Commissioner Hall. She had an opportunity to come to one of our master classes. This took place at 4U Recording Studios.
15 seconds.
Thank you again for your funding, because we were able to hire 10 of our young people this past summer with your funding to operate our 5 summer locations as student engineers. Increasing this funding will only help with this cost. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Nicole Cloud. Hello, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington. I am a Fulton County resident. I have been raised in Fulton County, went to high school in Fulton County, went to college in Fulton County, and currently I'm an entrepreneur, but also a fashion designer. And I wanted to speak this morning to the work that is being done with the funding for arts and culture in Fulton County. As a designer, it can sometimes be difficult to really succeed in the industry because it is such a cash-intensive business. I've been blessed to be able to show at all the major fashion weeks as well as in France and around the world, but that is not always the case for emerging designers. I want to thank the Fulton County Commissioners for approving budget and funding for FACE, which is Fashion, Art, Culture, and Education, because I do believe it is going to do a lot of good work for emerging designers, as well as for elevating the reputation of fashion in Atlanta. As former speakers have said, Atlanta has a reputation for being, you know, the mecca of television, now music, also film. And it's time for the fashion community to also have an elevation in its reputation. So recently, FACE has been shown in Miami. It is really starting to get a lot of traction. It's well known in Miami at Art Basel, and now this season in New York City at New York Fashion Week, FACE will have a presence. So I just want to thank you for the funding that you have given. It is making a difference, and I hope you will continue to fund the initiatives of FACE. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Next speakers, Jason Frazier, Lucia Frazier, Matt Rowenzak, Clay Jones, Stephanie Owens, Lydia Meredith, and Orniki Odele.
Hello, my name is Jason Frazier from Roswell. The last time I was up here, I notified you of just five folks that I had identified that were double registered and given credit for double voting in the same election. Now, those people were just 5. I have plenty more, but I'd like you to take a look at those first. We'll go from there. If you care about election integrity, you'll get to the bottom of it. Now, those people were given credit for double voting in that one election where fraud could never have happened, but that's not the only time this has happened. Even in the most recent election, there were people that were double registered that asked for double absentee ballots. I was able to stop one of those. Another person was given credit for voting under the same ID, both in person and absentee. I don't know how that's even possible, but that's what the voter history file shows, or the absentee ballot file shows. Furthermore, I know you're looking at promoting Nadine to full-time director today. Well, she was there whenever I turned in my first 17,000 voter challenges last year, so she was aware of the problems in the voter rolls. And these problems have continued. I turned in 10,000 voter challenges in the last month. So now I'm up to 27,000 challenges, and I've got another 1,000 in queue that I'll give them on Monday, as I'll give them 1,000 more every Monday for the next little while. Those are people in P.O. boxes, storage centers, fake addresses, people missing names like Mr. No Name that I gave you last year. But more recently, it's people missing first names or last names. But I don't know how we're ever going to have change if you continue to have the same people in charge of our elections, the same chair that's in charge of elections that is very much against the things that I'm doing. She's been difficult to work with. Nobody's responding to my emails. That's why I'm coming here to try to get support for you guys to look at these people that are possibly double voting.
15
because
seconds.
The elections department ignores my emails. They don't respond. They don't tell me if this is garbage data that I'm getting from the Secretary of State's office or if there truly is a problem. But we should be looking into this. Thank you.
Good morning, Lucia Frazier, Roswell. The State Performance Review Board really dropped the ball on helping us make our elections more secure, so I read it with a fine-tooth comb. They're not being as hard on Fulton as they should be, and any real progress will probably be squashed. I appreciate what improvements Fulton has done for our elections so far, but it only amounts to lipstick on a pig. The report makes no mention of chain of custody. I am still not comfortable leaving the precinct on the last night of early voting, wondering if the ballots and memory cards get picked up and transported securely. The process of tabulating the in-person absentee votes has never been discussed or announced or done in view of the public. The report also makes no mention of voter rolls. It, quote, says, "Do not see any evidence of fraud or large systemic issues that affected the 2020 election." Yet having greater than 25,000 challenges that were already accepted as errors by Fulton County is a systemic issue. And there is fraud. You've been given a person with 2 registrations and 2 votes. You've been given many of those examples. And I haven't heard any plans of any change that will address this issue from the elections department. Equipment issues. I'm not comfortable that the BMD and scanner algorithms are translating our votes as we enter them. BMD algorithms that miswrite the 2D barcode and scanner algorithms that misread the 2D barcode, it can happen, and it did happen in DeKalb County, and that was proven in May 22 by a hand recount using the text, the actual words on the paper ballots. I haven't heard Fulton Elections acknowledging this event or provide a plan to the public for a check and balance system. We really need an elections leader that can think outside the box. We really need an engineer as an election director. True engineering experience that includes
15
time
seconds.
in manufacturing plans. That's the ultimate experience. Manufacturing plants, that's the ultimate experience. We would have process flow diagrams to show to the public, to show exactly how elections work, and all of it would be transparent. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Matt Ronzak, Fulton County resident. Let's talk about integrity. Not just a tagline, not just a cheap talking point, but true integrity. We all know Richard Barron certainly didn't have it. The recommendations by the Board of Elections to make Ms. Williams the permanent elections director is unfortunately expected, but also a continued embarrassment. The Board of Elections has lost all credibility. They are either highly partisan, incompetent, or both. I'll give you some examples. Ms. Kathy Wooler was a paid lobbyist for Fair Fight the day before she became the supposed nonpartisan chair. Ms. Crawford potentially interfered in the most recent election by driving up to Mr. Frazier's poll manager, having a private conversation with him, and likely an attempt to cast doubt on him and prevent him from working in the election. Or Mr. Johnson, who voted to not remove 36 fake addresses on the same street from the voter rolls that were confirmed by this county's own GIS department as fake addresses. Or we could take Dr. Ruth, Ms. Crawford, and Mr. Johnson, who all, during the primary, recertified the primary last year with no documentation, no numbers in front of them. Almost every single one of the Board of Elections has violated their oath. So their recommendation, is somewhat laughable for Ms. Williams to be the director. Secondly, for your own credibility, please don't reference the state's report on this county's performance unless you've read it. It's laughable. It's almost entirely subjective.
15 seconds.
So last I emailed all of you many of the issues that were given to Nadine after the primary. Many of those resurfaced during the general election. Many of you know Ms. Williams is not qualified, and she certainly hasn't proven herself. Let's not repeat the same mistake and hire another Richard Barron. Thank you.
I don't see my timer, so should I start?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I'm Clay Jones. I'm a Fulton County resident for 38 years. Sorry for the cold here. I'm just here today to share my experience with the ineffective manner in which recent elections have been run, specifically regarding open records requests. Georgia Code 50-18-71, I just want to read it real quick. All public records shall be open for personal inspection and copying, except those which, by order of a court of this state or by law, are specifically exempted from disclosure. And then subsection B1A, agencies shall produce for inspection all records responsive to a request within a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 3 business days of receipt of a request. All I can share is my experience and some of my peers. I made a request on November 20th, 2022 via the appropriate means for open records regarding the 2022 elections, I'm sorry. So I haven't received anything. I did receive a response that it was received. I followed up with a message just asking when they would be giving me a response, and there was no response. I also have a peer that submitted an open records request 6 months ago, and it has not been responded to. So I just wanted to highlight my experience with the ineffective manner in which 2022 elections have been run. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Commissioners, and thanks for your public service. As always, I extend a special greeting to our Commissioner Chair, Rob Pitts, and to my Commissioner, Commissioner Hall for District 4, where I live and do business. I'm here again advocating to increase the 13% ceiling and adding the matter to the voting agenda of the Board of Commission at its next meeting. I continue to advocate for every poor child in every county and every district of the state of Georgia. Please join Governor Brian Kemp's effort to increase the compensation of DFACS workers to a livable and competitive wage. Kemp's planned increase will not be enough to provide a livable and competitive salary for DFACS staff. As previously mentioned, this is a statewide and countywide issue that needs our attention. I've appeared numerous times and I will continue to appear for the public record of your response to this issue that will support our children in this state and the DFACS staff tasked to serve them. Again, I implore you to imagine what it's like for these poor children living in poverty, then imagine their plight being served by overwhelmed, overworked, and underpaid DFACS staff workers, especially in the wake of local news televised coverage of the DFACS walkout. Please, please, please add this matter to the next agenda for your vote. Child safety, doing all we can to protect and promote an atmosphere where children are safe, is an urgent matter. Inaction and delayed action cause children to be hurt and harmed. This cannot be our response in the future. In 2023, let's change the local news narrative and be great at helping our children and their families succeed in school and life. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioners and all others in attendance. My name is Stephanie Owens. I serve as the Executive Director for NBAF, a proud legacy partner of Fulton County. And it is my honor to stand here today and speak on behalf of NBAF staff and Board of Directors and artist community that are represented here behind me. And we just wanted to take the opportunity to express our sincere gratitude for your continued partnership with NBAF over the past several decades. We are very grateful to be entering into our 35th year of providing quality arts programming for Fulton County residents, and none of that would be possible without your partnership. And as our founding entity of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, we're very grateful. This past year, in 2022, we were able to serve over 600 students through our youth arts education programs. We have Move Dance, which is our health and wellness-based initiative that provides dance curriculum for middle school students, as well as our Next Gen Artist program that provides workforce development opportunities and exposure to the arts and career pathways. We were also able to grow our audience this past year in providing quality programming to thousands of Fulton County residents through our quarterly programs and virtual workshops. And we were able to employ over 100 artists in this effort, really providing equitable solutions to Black artists to grow their businesses and contribute to the economy. And so your commitment to the arts has made a tremendous impact. Last year's, I think, $2.3 million in funding is why we're able to stand here collectively today. And so we just wanted to share some success stories with you, and we look forward to how we will continue to grow together as you all approve an even more record-breaking number and in support of the ardent artists in this community. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Oronike Delay. I'm the new Artistic Director of MBAF. And as part of my artistic vision for the program, for the organization, I have been charged with charting a path back toward reimagining and relaunching our biennial arts festival. To that end, your continued support is more important than ever. The funding that we receive is helping us to pivot to larger festival-like programs that help to engage our mission to excite and engage audiences for generations to come. In 2022, with your support, MBAF curated 4 quarterly events to help position the organization at the forefront of arts programming in Fulton County and provide exposure for Black artists across multiple artistic disciplines. Through our Artist Project Fund, MBAF was able to distribute $40,000 to 20 emerging Metro Atlanta artists to help them in the completion of an artistic project. In addition, we hosted 12 virtual career development seminars with local subject matter experts to the arts. Sorry, I'm nervous this morning. In addition, we hosted 12 virtual career development seminars with local subject matter experts to help the Artist Project Fund cohort develop their creative careers, and we have some of those cohort in attendance with us today. We also awarded 3 emerging artists with our $10,000 Horizon Emerging Artist Award package to fund their careers and their practice, and we have 2 amazing artists, Natrice Miller and Ayana Ross, here with us as well in support. So I just wanted to thank you again for your support of MBAF and the artistic partners that you fund. It helps us to continue to serve the artists and the community that is so dear to us, and we look forward to continuing to make an impact with your partnership in 2023. So thank you.
That's all the speakers.
All right.
We have 5 on Zoom.
5 on Zoom? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Rob Cunningham.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Rob Cunningham from Milton, Georgia. Just like to say, first of all, public trust is America's currency. 100% honesty and transparency should be opposed by no one in government. Our ultimate power as citizens is our vote, and any form of voter abuse ought to be looked at as a crime. As the fiduciaries of public trust, you are all expected to lead, which means telling citizens what they need to hear, not what they want to hear or what is popular. There are 3 absolute failures we can point to just as an example of what we need to know and what we need to fix. First of all, there was an admission of no process to validate new voter registrations. 25,000 plus voter challenges have still not been performed. Empty ballots after hours were left in unsealed bags overnight at the Milton, Georgia Library. Unfortunately, it's obvious that Nadine has failed her interview to become either a director or a leader just based on these 3 facts alone. I'd like to personally, as a citizen and a voter and a veteran, ask each of you to please honor your public oath to serve all Fulton County voters honestly. Thank you for your public service.
All right, there 4 more. All right, quickly. The 30 minutes have expired.
Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Why is Senior Services Management recommending only 2 organizations instead of 4 to replace the Council on Aging, which have representatives from all 4 quadrants of the county? Why was there no recommendation from Senior Services Management regarding an at-large position which would review and report upon the, quote, big picture, unquote? How did the Atlanta Housing Authority rise above other qualified organizations in the minds of senior management, such as Georgia Council on Aging, United Way, the Food Bank, Meals on Wheels, Quality Living Services, and others? I propose recommendations from Office of Aging Management regarding the Commission on Elder Affairs' future structure should be set aside until each member of the Commission on Elder Affairs has been given the opportunity to go on record formalizing his or her position relative to the Commission on Elder Affairs restructuring process and format. Stay tuned on this one, folks.
All right, next speaker.
Person to speak is Amanda Brennan. Okay, we'll go to the next one.
Yes, sir.
The next person to speak is Cynthia Dunn Duhart. Okay, they're not responding. The next person to speak is Melissa Florillo. With no one responding, that concludes our Zoom comments.
All right, anything else?
We had 5 email speakers.
Okay, we'll take the emails at the end. We're way over time. All right, continue, Madam Clerk, Madam Chief Deputy Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, County Manager's item under Open and Responsible Government, 23-0041, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Understanding the desire to get to the budget quickly, I'll provide some summary comments, determine if there's any questions to be answered. You have received the report late last week. Notably, in the public health section of this, you'll see a winter surge in COVID cases to over 100 per day. However, doing wastewater testing, as you can see in the report, we estimate that could be 4 times that amount. Positivity rate now with folks being tested is over 10%. It's at 12.8, and hospitalizations have increased over 50% since the last meeting at 266. So those are things to note and be concerned about. The Board of Health in our weekly call with them continues to encourage boosters as well as masking as the best mechanisms for people to remain healthy. We also confirmed with the Board of Health that they will provide a broader update to the board quarterly. So we're working on that now with them. That'll cover beyond COVID, restaurant inspections, West Nile suppression, clinic visits, and any other items that would be of interest. The ORCA results, as you'll see, are included as well. They continue to show a flattening of the curve in terms of the cases being reduced. Alton can discuss initiatives that are included in the report to accelerate that, and those are, again, critically important. ERAP, or the Rental Assistance Program, is now concluded. As you know, over $100 million was distributed to over 10,000 households. It was one of the most successful ERAP programs in the country, as noted by the U.S. Treasury Department. And Dr. Rochelle would be glad to discuss any of the details of that. The ARPA financials continue to be well managed, $236 million now having been expended. We do continue to maintain $20.7 million in reserve as we monitor the FEMA reimbursement process, which we have seen some progress in. Of course, in terms of the larger financial outlook, that's the focus today. Given the council in the last board meeting about how to allocate the $22.25 million in unallocated reserve, with $10 million to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, as well as $10 million in reserve for facilities and $2.5 million for BOC priorities. We had very productive meetings, I think, with Sheriff Labatt and his team. We found a good path forward, I think, addressing largely pay and overtime for 2023 in support of his efforts to recruit and retain talent, specifically focused on jail operations. We also responded to questions that you had in the last meeting, and Sharon will highlight these when she goes through the discussion at different millage rate levels for your consideration, so hopefully that was helpful. And again, I want to provide a specific thanks to not only Sharon, but also Hakeem and Sabrina, who will be here this morning, for their tireless efforts to make all this tick and tie inside the $1.3 billion budget. 2 points of very good news, I believe, I want to make sure that you're aware of. One is that in the governor's budget proposal was start for a Fulton County Behavioral Health Crisis Center, first of 2024, and in Commissioner Tanner's presentation that we watched with great interest yesterday, he referenced it as a #1 priority. So we're very pleased with that. We'll continue to, of course, monitor the process and brief legislators, which we did yesterday in 2 separate instances, on the importance of this and the impact. But certainly, this is a very good sign. More good news on Friday was the notice from the State Performance Review Board that they would not recommend a state takeover of Fulton County elections, which would hinder the progress that was currently being made. I think while it's been a whole of government response in terms of making sure that our elections were both free and fair, but also a good customer experience, I want to thank Nadine Williams and Kathy Woolard for their leadership, but I also want to call out, as I did to you in a note to the board, Bridget Bailey, Mike Rowicki, and April Pye, which I've referred to as the Gang of Three, which have been there every week helping the BRE with both planning as well as follow-up. And then Ken Herman, who did his usual great job in terms of creative HR solutions to some of the staffing challenges. And then Jessica Corbett, who is always there giving the press the information that they require and need, as well as helping Fulton County look good. So again, we'll continue to keep this weekly discipline with the BRE in terms of follow-up and planning as we address the issues in the report and prepare for 2024. So, Mr. Chairman, I think rather than going through each section, if anyone has any questions, then we'll call on either Matt Kallmeyer, Alton Adams, or Dr. Rochelle to respond.
All right, are there questions, commissioners? Any questions? Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, just a few things. I want to clarify on the public health stuff. Yeah, we'll have this other reporting around the health inspections and all that. That'll be in this next report.
Yes, sir. We're going to target the recess meeting, and I think the second month of the year will be when we'll start.
Okay. All right. That was really my only question. I think the rest, I'm good with the rest of the report. Thanks.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the COVID cases, because we're hearing from people that the doctors are calling this new COVID variant rebound COVID. And my own team member has experienced it, and a team member of another commissioner has experienced it, where they have COVID for a week, they feel fine for a day like it has gone away, and then it just reemerges again. and then it does it again, and it goes on for several weeks. Can anyone speak to this trend that's happening?
I'm just looking around. I don't see Matt
I didn't see him
Kalmeyer here
either.
this morning. I'll have to get an answer and provide that to you, because I don't have that answer.
All right, and then are we able to go on? Are we going to listen to Alton about Orca?
Yes, ma'am. If there are some questions about that, I'd be glad to have him provide an overview.
All right. So I noticed that we do have page 15, which addresses the hiring progress. But what has been brought to my attention is that there are those who are part of the Orca project who feel that their requests for positions are not being heard. And so do we have any information on the number of positions that are vacant in each one of these stakeholders' areas, and the positions that they have requested and positions that have been created?
Well, good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
On page 15, we actually, on the left-hand side, for each one of the agencies, are the total number of positions that were provided initially. So, for example, the DA would be 74 positions, and of those 74, 69 of them are currently filled. And if you go down the list, so if you picked, say, juvenile court, there were 15 positions provided, 12 of those are currently filled. So every agency has unfilled positions at this point in time, and we do, in fact, if there are requests to move some positions around or to add them, we do those because we know that we need to be nimble. So I'm not aware of any request to actually add or to move things around at this point in time. I had a brief discussion with the sheriff yesterday about one of his positions, but at this point in time, there are no agencies that have 100% of their positions filled.
Okay, and so I know that you've been working upon the request of this board and our chairman with the clerk to Superior Magistrate Court and the Chief Judge of Magistrate Court on their issue. And so where does that stand as far as positions? Because I know we're trying to look at the overall process for both of them and figure out how to resolve some issues. But there is a discussion behind the scenes about the Chief Judge of Magistrate Court needs positions, has requested them, and nothing has happened.
Well, actually, Sue Jo, our county attorney, can talk to the meeting she's had, and we actually have a meeting scheduled at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon with Chief Judge Kirk to address some of the short-term needs, specifically around what we could change or add to the ORCA positions to allow us to address the specific needs she has at this point in time.
And so does that mean that you already have the funding in place, or does it need to be ensured that it's in the current budget that we're going to vote on today?
Well, there is no funding in place for all 17 positions because some of those include HR and IT and other positions that are redundant with services that are already provided. However, I believe that in her discussions, and I'm not going to talk for the county attorney, but I do believe in her discussions, we identified some very specific positions that we can address right now with ORCA funding to address the most pressing needs, understanding that all of those positions would take time to fill anyway, but the most specific ones that can address the backlog, which we want, obviously, is what ORCA is focused on, we can, in fact, address those by moving around some positions or reclassifying them. So that's the genesis or actually the purpose for the meeting that we have scheduled tomorrow afternoon.
That's wonderful. And so do you have a plan in place to address those redundant positions? Because I know, Mr. County Manager, you know at one time we consolidated all of those positions back into their departments, but the support continued out to whoever needed them. And those were the HR, finance, IT, you know, those positions. So is there a plan for ensuring that that need is still met, even though the positions won't be provided?
That is correct. So, for example, the IT is provided via the clerk and Isaac Standard and his team. It's actually the largest team that we have over on the court side, and I think they do a great job in doing that. We provide HR support via Tisa Grimes, who is assigned 100% to ORCA-related projects, and so she's available to assist. She's actually the person that's going to help us get the folks hired. On the HR and finance side, I believe we have support there as well. So we're trying to work through it, Commissioner, and make sure that Judge Kirk and Magistrate Court, quite frankly, has the support that they need to be able to move forward. But my understanding is that the most dire need right now has to do with support, administrative support for some of the judges, and that's where, here again, our county attorney has focused the conversations that she's had with Judge Kirk.
That's great, and I know that there has been some talk about the need for some specific positions in the Solicitor General's office as well. So are those being addressed as well?
Well, I haven't looked at, I believe the solicitor has, if I read here right, six positions, 5 positions currently available. Again, I haven't had a specific conversation with the solicitor. I will today, because I'm going to see him after the meeting today, and we can talk about that. I'm meeting with each one of the agencies to get a sense for their 2023 priorities so that we can align to the extent that we can. So I'll be talking to him about his specific needs when I meet with him.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Great work.
Commissioner Thorne?
Thank you, Chairman. I guess there's nobody here to speak on the health update.
Health. Dr. Rochelle, can you, Dr. Rochelle may be able to.
Okay, I just had, for the sake of the citizens that have reached out to me, there was a report that came out from the CDC on Friday, seeing a possible linkage with the Pfizer booster to stroke. And I just wanted to, that's not so, I just wanted somebody that could give me an answer on that.
Mr. Calamar just walked in as well. Dr. Rochelle, were you about to respond?
We certainly can get some additional information about that article. We, of course, don't have any research capacity here at the county, and we will follow up with CDC as well as the Board of Health to get any additional information that may be available regarding the article that you're referencing.
Okay. Did you have any more to comment on?
I did not hear the question, but I'll follow Dr. Rochelle's lead on that. We'll work with the necessary individuals. To your question, ma'am, what we're only seeing with rebound is antivirals.
Just a minute, Mr. Calamar.
I'm sorry, sir. I apologize.
I can.
You finished?
Well.
No, you have the floor.
Okay. I was just wondering, the XBB 1.5 variant, for a normal, healthy person, what are the symptoms?
Similar to what we were seeing thus far, it's the same COVID symptoms and I could go down the list, but I probably missed a couple when I'm standing in front of you today. I would reference what the CDC has listed on their website, as well as our website and the Board of Health and the State Department of Public Health. So it's similar to what you would see with influenza-like illnesses, is what you'd be looking for in those situations. Some people can be asymptomatic as well, so we have to remember that.
Okay. And on our messaging to people, in November, we were recommending that people carry their vaccine card. Why would someone need a vaccine card?
I'm not familiar if that was our recommendation come from the Board of Commissioners. If that was something that was done at the state or federal level, I would have to defer to them as to what the recommendations were and why. But I do not remember that being a recommendation that came from this body.
Oh, it's just an Instagram post, so maybe somebody just from the Board of Health.
I would have to defer to Dr. Paxton then if they were recommending that at that particular time.
Okay. And then finally, I just have, I would just like you to speak on, I've had numerous complaints of people attending jury duty and having to wear masks, having a mask mandate in our courts.
I'd have to defer to their court system on that particular situation. I believe that we provide, as well as Dr. Paxton provides, current data, as well as her recommendation is what should be done. And from there, a decision is made in that particular area. Mr. Adams, would you like to add anything in particular to that?
Certainly. That the masks are required as part of the court order from the Chief Judge of Superior Court. That's a continuation of what was required as part of during COVID. And the reason that, and here again, I'm not going to speak for the Chief Judge, but one of the reasons that we do that is, unlike individuals who are coming to 141 on their own, we actually summon individuals to come to court as part to be part of a jury. And so because we are summoning them, and they don't necessarily have the ability, I guess, to say no. The judge initially, as part of COVID, believed that it was best to have everyone wear a mask because some of those individuals being summoned may in fact have pre-existing conditions or may be of the age where they are particularly susceptible. So that's really the big distinction. Individuals who may come to the tax office are coming because they have to do something. Individuals who are summoned to be part of a jury are coming there because they are required to come. And as a result, they've erred on the side of being conservative in terms of continuing the request to wear a mask.
Okay. But our schools were not, but that's a state law, correct?
Well, no, the actual continuation of it is by the order of the Superior Court of Fulton County.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, for instance, with our school system, there are no mask mandates, and the kids have to come to school. So with the courts, it just seems, hypocritical on that aspect. So I think I met with Dr. Paxton yesterday, and she, I asked her if she'd come speak out on that, but I just have to, up in the north, we just don't, northern part of the county is just different, we just don't wear masks. So.
I think you'll find Dr. Paxton will advocate always for masks in rooms with large amounts of individuals, especially individuals that have health problems. I think that will be a constant message that you will hear from our Board of Health.
Okay, well, thank you, I appreciate you coming forward.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt you, by the way, I apologize.
No, not at all.
Okay, you're going to respond to Commissioner Hall's question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Hall. So to your question about the rebound, the only thing we're being told about rebound infections is individuals that have taken antiviral medications. We've seen it very publicly with elected officials that have taken it from the president on down to other folks that they've had a rebound infection probably about 7 to 10 days after. I've not heard any rebound for people that have not taken antiviral medication, but definitely something if we have a particular situation like that, we can refer to our health team with Dr. Paxton, and we can go ahead and do a further investigation on that particular situation. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Barrett?
I had a couple of questions for Mr. Adams regarding the case disposition on page 13, and we did talk about this a little bit yesterday, one-on-one, but I'd just like to go through this. You mentioned this at the last BOC meeting, that the rate of case disposition is slowing. And, so just looking at the math here, this is only a 2-month average because I only have 2 months to look at, or 3 months to look at rather here, but, we're only processing about 1,500 cases per month, or disposing of 1,500 cases per month right now. At that rate, at the end of 2024, we would still have a significant backlog, and that is, to my understanding, when the ARPA money runs out. So I'm just wanting to understand, as we discussed a little bit yesterday, what is an acceptable level of a backlog, and what is the plan to deal with this remaining? I believe it should be about 24,000 cases still remaining at the end of 2024 with my back-of-the-napkin math.
Well, as we talked about, Commissioner Barrett, this was never going to be linear, right? We drew a straight line and said we ought to average out, and we didn't celebrate when we were at 10,000 a month, and I don't think we need to necessarily overreact because we're at 1,500. We knew that this was going to be bumpy. We started off and built a bit of a cushion because we were able to address a lot of the civil cases very, very quickly. We knew that this was going to slow down. However, as I mentioned before, or mentioned to you, we feel that it will actually increase for a combination of reasons. One, we really are starting to have jury trials at a different level. Secondly, we expect the expiration of the speedy trial restrictions over the next few months to, again, accelerate the cases through the system, increase the indictments, increase pace through the system. Judge Glanville has already met with his bench in anticipation of that. So I think I'm hoping, expecting that we're at a low point right now. I expect these to accelerate. We need to average on about 3,000 cases a month for the remaining period to get to zero. If you use that straight line math. And so I feel like we're going to accelerate. It's obviously something we continue to focus on. As I mentioned to you, we meet every 2 weeks with the operating folks in the various agencies, and then we meet with the steering committee, and we provided additional information to our justice partners to help them get a handle around exactly what we're doing in terms of tracking and allocation per resource and the like. So a lot of things that we're trying to work on to increase the pace of it. But here again, we knew it wasn't going to be straight line, and we anticipate that some of the things that I just mentioned are going to accelerate the case flow over the next 18 months.
So just to clarify, are you saying that with the ups and downs that you're expecting at the end of 2024, we will have gotten through the entire COVID backlog of cases? And that's not including the backlog that we came into that period of time with, correct?
When we started this project, there was nothing, we didn't have a playbook. That we had to put together the plan. We had never dealt with a case backlog of this magnitude in the middle of a pandemic, with restrictions on jury trials, with restrictions on moving individuals from the jail. And so I wish I could say to you with 100% clarity that based on the models that have been established over multiple situations like this, we feel 100% sure of that. We've had to move resources around, right? We didn't anticipate some of the challenges that we'd have in terms of finding additional non-Fulton County spaces and restrictions on being able to have additional courtrooms. So we've had to morph through this. So what I will tell you and commit to you is we're doing everything and using every lever we can to move the cases along, but we don't necessarily have the ability to say, hey, you know, we've had to deal with this 5 times in the past, and every time we've been able to get through in 30 months. And so I feel like we're going to make more progress, but I couldn't give you a number today and say, hey, on October 1st of 2024, we're going to be at 0. And I'm not quite sure we have to be at 0 to declare victory in this whole thing because we didn't have a blueprint. What I will tell you is I feel pretty comfortable that we're going to be able to accelerate the pace and that we're going to be doing some things that are going to get us a lot closer to that over the next 18 months.
Okay, I have a couple of other questions in regards to this, and I'll try to be quick about it. But as it relates to the hiring progress by department, I mean, those two things, the case disposition and the hiring progress, seem like directly linked. So if we don't have enough staff in the courts, then that's going to limit our ability to dispose of cases. So my question, I think, is what are the challenges in getting these people hired? Are we not offering enough money? Are we not looking in the right places for? Why can't we get these people hired?
Well, we hire people and then they leave, right? Because we suffer from the same attrition. We're a microcosm of what's happening overall, not only in Fulton County, but really the U.S. economy. So we make offers to individuals. Sometimes they show up for their job, sometimes they don't. We have individuals who may join us and decided they want to move to a full-time role elsewhere in the county. And so here again, you know, we started off saying we need to hire 300 people. What we found is, in some cases, and you know, we've talked about deputized officers, it may not be as easy as that. We do know that we hire individuals and they leave, and so we do suffer from some attrition. We've made a lot of progress with the public defender, right? If you look at where we were 2 months ago, they're about half of where they are today. We made a lot of progress in state court. The solicitor, we've added positions to the solicitor to address some things. So here again, our having 300 people as part of this every single day, all day, was aspirational. But the reality is that we hire people, they leave, we hire people, and they move to other departments. And that's why we have a continual process to make sure we have a pipeline of individuals. So we continue to do that, but I don't think there'll ever be a time where we'll have 300 people every single day, and those 300 people will be here for 18 months, because that's just not the nature of the environment that we're in right now.
Well, I hear you, and I'm sorry for interrupting. I don't think 100% is what I'm suggesting, but I am suggesting we could be doing better. My other question is related to, I believe, Mr. County Manager, that you said we had 20.7, if I got that right, million ARPA money in reserve. Can you just talk about that, and what is that being used for, and how will that be used by the end of the term?
And Sharon, maybe you want to comment on it's principally for the likelihood that FEMA reimbursements will not be at 100%. So we have a number of reimbursement requests into FEMA, some of which we have received, some of which are still outstanding. Based on Matt's experience and others, the likelihood that some of those will not be approved is the projected use of that 20.7. I'd say it's conservative. But it assures us that we don't have to come back and say, from a general fund perspective, that now we've got to cover expenses that we have already expended. And I don't know off the top of my head, but you may, Sharon, how much in FEMA outstanding we have versus how much has been received. Or we may have to get that number for you, but that's
But
the
that's
principal
some
reason.
portion of the 20.7, correct?
Well, that's the total portion of it, or that's the reason for having it.
This idea that we may have to cover things that FEMA's not covering
Yes, ma'am.
is why we're reserving 20.7. And so when will we have an answer as to, because what I'm not wanting to do is leave 20.7 million that is supposed to help with things like the backlog of cases on the table, and then it just disappears at the end of 2024. So that's what I'm asking about. So when will we know what else we're going to have to pay for out of that money?
Well, there's not a date certain.
Sorry?
There's not a date certain from FEMA. So it's really a judgment call as we go along as to when do we declare, well, it doesn't look like we're going to get this, or we've gotten definitive responses from them.
Okay. I also saw that we have it's a $1.1 million contract that we're supposed to be approving. That's an ARPA money item for an IT ask, and I'm just wondering, is that out of the 20.7? Is that something we already agreed on before I was here and I just don't know about it? Do you know what I'm referring to? It's on the agenda for later.
It's not part of the reserve. It's actually part of what we've already got budgeted for a planned ARPA use. So it's not part of the reserve.
Are we going to, I don't know, are we still talking about that before the budget discussion or no?
We'll get to it.
Okay. All right, then I'll hold my questions on that. That's all.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, all right, I'll try to pace through this pretty quick. Just real quick on, this is a question for county attorney. When a judge issues a court order on something, we as a Board of Commissioners do not have the ability to supersede a judge order, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so if there are complaints about the mask procedure, then those should be directed to the chief judge himself, correct?
Only the chief judge could reverse or amend that order.
Okay, so I guess for clarification of that to the public, the concerns about that should be directed to that, since we do not have the ability to adjust that. That's his sole discretion, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I just think that's important for the public to understand that's, the direction for that comes from the chief judge. Point of clarification too, I think just in terms of our backlog of cases, ORCA, and I think this may be a question that Commissioner Baird was asking, and I apologize if this is not. We captured all the cases that were outstanding at that point in time, and that was what Project ORCA started with. There wasn't any residual backlog. It's everything started here at that point in time, correct?
That's correct.
Right, so it's just new stuff that would flow after that, okay? Wouldn't be captured in these numbers. 3 measurements which I would like for us to begin to see in here potentially, just to consider. Number one's an easy one, I think so. On the jail numbers, I know that 2 of the facilities are somewhat small, but if you could put numbers on the, I think the annex and the Alpharetta, just so we can kind of see what those are in terms of just, as opposed to the bar. I think those are the only 2 that don't have them because they're smaller facilities. So if you could do that, that would be helpful. And then if there are a way that as I understand it, and from having some of the preliminary conversations with some of the folks that we had engaged on the jail feasibility study, one of the measurements that they talked about in other jurisdictions that they tend to look at is the percentage of unindicted cases, right? And I think they had sort of set a threshold for alarm at about 25%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could we begin to see, in this report, and I realize some of that may span or not span ORCA, but I think it would be a good measurement because it does sort of tie into the whole picture, to see the percentage of unindicted cases in that trend?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can add that to the jail report.
Okay. And then and similarly, one of the things that I may not agree with everything the Chief Judge is doing in the Superior Court or some of the stuff that postures he's taken, but one of the things that did sort of, I was excited to hear was his emphasis on getting cases calendared. And, you know, kind of forcing the issue of moving progress forward. Is that a measurement that we could somehow capture in terms of, you know, whether that, you know, how many of these are, you know, are calendared or not? Just, if you don't have an answer, that's fine, but I think if that's something that we could capture from a measurement standpoint to see if there's some sort of appreciable change in that, it might be helpful to see.
Let me take a look at that, Commissioner Ellis.
Okay.
It's not in Odyssey, right? So it'd have to be it'd be in a totally different system, but we may be capturing some of that in this new software that we have to allocate non-assigned times in the courtroom. So I'll take a look at that and see if there's a way to capture it.
Okay. And then on the public defender stuff, where this conflict counsel, I see you've included some information on that we've now got representation. So there are 120 folks that are currently incarcerated that, you know, that we did not have counsel before, and now a third of those do, so it's down to roughly 90 that don't have counsel at this point in time.
It's less than that, actually. We had a
Okay.
meeting last week with Ms. Ali from the Georgia Public Defense Council and Mr. Kenner, who's our public defender, and we spent some time talking, and David Summerlin from Superior Court, and we made some changes to the way we kind of work with each other and provide information. So I think it was down to, I think, like 50 individuals, if I remember correctly. So
50?
we made considerable progress in terms of reducing the number. Okay. And as we bring on more attorneys and as they take more cases, I think we'll make even more progress.
Okay. And then lastly, just in terms of just the, you know, kind of the financial component of ARPA, I guess, you know, hopefully this, from a staff standpoint, as we continue to pace this through, as we get better line of sight on FEMA reimbursement, then that would be the point in time when we come back to talk about how we would utilize those funds differently, right? And, you know, similarly on the portion that's been allotted of the 75 of this, it's been a portion to ORCA specifically. You know, I guess it sounds like you're sort of doing this already in terms of as the various justice partners are identifying things, we've redeployed some funding, you know, that would have gone towards personnel to address some issues. Is that correct?
It is correct, and also changes in personnel, right? So,
Right.
so for example, we've had discussions with different agencies about reclassifying positions because some of the positions we initially thought we don't need,
Right.
we realize we need others. So we do a fair amount of that as the need arises.
Okay, all right, so, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask in reference to the individuals, and you may or may not have an answer for this, Alton. If someone comes down for jury duty and they don't want to comply with the mask mandate, what's the procedure for that? Do you know if there's a procedure?
I do not know. I do believe that when the summons is sent out, though, it does mention the fact that they're required to wear a mask. And I would assume, and I'll find out, that there may be a mechanism for an individual to say, I can't come down. So I'll find out.
Because I know it's something in there, and you feel free to correct me, but I know it's something in there if you have symptoms or something, they don't even want you to come down. But what I'm trying to get clarification on, one, we do know that if it's the order of the judge as county commissioners, we can't do anything about that. But I would be curious as to know if a person comes down and don't want to wear a mask, are they immediately released from jury duty? I think that would be something that we would need to know. That's what I would like to know.
I'll find out and provide information, Commissioner.
Thank you. Also, what are we doing, and you may or may not be able to speak to that, what are we doing with our unindicted? I've had several calls and concerns from constituents who do have family members that are sitting unindicted. And so when I look at these numbers and I look at, you know, what resources the judge have or don't have, do we have any numbers to speak as to how many that we're trying to get indicted, or what we're trying to move in that realm of trying to get more people indicted? Would you have any of that information available?
Well, what I can tell you is that pre-COVID, about 10% of our jail population were unindicted. So roughly somewhere between 250, 275 people. Today, that number is closer to 30%, if not more. And so, and I'm not an attorney, and perhaps Commissioner Arrington is probably better at talking about this than I am, but my understanding is that when you indict someone, and then when you calendar the case, you start a process that then allows that case to progress. And in the majority of those cases, they actually don't go to trial. So there is a certain momentum that gets established once someone is indicted and once the case is calendared. And so if you were to say what's one of the mechanisms, right, not the only thing that we could do potentially to speed individuals through the system and through the jail, it would be in fact to accelerate and raise the level of the calendaring as well as the indictment.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thanks. I just want to talk briefly about this because I'm familiar with it because I practice law every day. Prior to COVID, there was about a 2-year turnaround time on cases being indicted and going to trial. That's prior to COVID, right? And then you have 2.5 to 3 years of COVID and no jury trials on top of that, right? So, we have to be mindful of that. But even more, just to take a step back to Commissioner Ellis's point, we need people to just be mindful. The U.S. Constitution and the Georgia Constitution both have separation of powers. It's mandatory. The judicial branch, the executive branch, and the legislative branch. We are the legislative branch. The Georgia Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 3, the legislative, judicial, and executive powers shall forever remain separate and distinct, and no person discharging the duties of one shall at the same time exercise the functions of either of the others. Shall forever remain distinct. We don't have any control over what happens in any courts. We can't. The only thing we can do is provide them a budget. So please be mindful, separation of powers, Georgia Constitution, the United States Constitution, legislative branch, executive branch, judicial branch. Cases, even Commissioner Ellis, you get on the calendar, guess what? If I'm on the calendar for today, I filed a leave of absence because I can't be in court and at this meeting at the same time. So even if you get on the calendar, if I have a leave of absence in, it's gonna get recalendared. So we gotta really understand the systems that we're talking about, right? If you don't have conflict defenders, you got a case over there now with 27 defendants. Nobody has 27 conflict defenders on speed dial. It's gonna take some time. You have to understand the system, and I don't know how to say it any differently, but I am pleased with the progress. I have seen the work that we've done. We allocated $75 million of ARPA money towards our judicial system, of which I believe 30 million or so has been spent, and there's a remaining or allocated 30 million spent out of 75 allocated for the judicial. There's another 45 million allocated for our judicial system. I'm pleased with the progress, and I'll stop there.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Calmeyer, Mr. Manager. What was the next item? And by the way, when the district attorney comes, we're gonna settle this issue of how many people in our jail are sitting there and not having been indicted once and for all. Because when I talk to you privately, you say things to me, I'm the messenger. When I talk to members of the executive branch, they have a story. We're going to ask her directly. There's an answer to this question, and it needs to be answered today. What's next?
On page 6, under Justice and Safety, 23-0049, Sheriff, fiscal year 23 proposed budget, Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt.
Then there's one other budgetary item. You wanted to talk about the reparations request for money as well. Then we'll hear from that.
First of all,
Sure.
good morning, still morning. Good morning, and I want to take an opportunity, if I can, to thank each of you for phone calls, text, et cetera. Yeah, I think it's on, thank you. Concerning my wife. She has had a couple of rough days, but that said, she wanted to make sure we remind our constituents of the importance of mammograms. And so at this point, good news is, as of yesterday, the doctor says she is cancer-free. And so I want to take an opportunity to thank each of you on that front. Second, if you will, keep in your prayers this morning, I'm not sure if you heard, a Georgia State trooper was shot over at the training facility. And so last I heard, he was in surgery and should survive at this particular point. Third, I want to take an opportunity to thank our county manager, and who you probably may or may not follow on social media, but if you do, last week at 3 a.m., 3:30 in the morning, he joined our team over at the jail and transfer and work with our law enforcement division as well as the jail division to accompany and work alongside and get individuals here to court. He then went to 901 Rice Street as well as ACDC to work through some of the logistics of what it takes to get the job done. Now, the important part, and the reason I bring it up is, if you do follow him on social media, you saw a wonderful picture with our team, and you saw, if I remember correctly, you saw Captain Jenkins, but then you saw several civilians, and that brings us to this particular point. Our county manager and our teams, again, I do want to thank Sharon and Alton and Hakeem and Kenneth with respect to really delving into what you suggested as a collaborative effort to make sure we move forward with our request and then do a job that would do our constituents good in terms of public safety. And so to that end, one of the things that you got two memos. You got one from the county manager and his team. You got one from us late last night or early this morning. The only difference in the memo is 5% that we are requesting for our civilian team, right? The bottom line is we do not exist if our civilian teams aren't able to help us through these processes. I akin that to your chiefs of staff or your staff or what that looks like. But let me also tell you, just in case you did not know, in the last 90 days, we have lost 32 civilian staff members, right? The question earlier around the ORCA funding and some of the positioning there. In our own county system, there are better jobs, there are opportunities, and people are taking advantage of that as we continue to go through that piece. But this will represent the largest single investment in public safety collectively of those four items that we brought forth, and three of which we have agreed on in that space in the last 20 years. And so that in and of itself is a good news story for everyone that has worked collectively to make this happen. And so before someone asks, because I know someone's going to ask what it will cost, in terms of that 5%, we're talking about $870,000 to increase that spend at that point. And I did have an opportunity, but again, not asked, but I want to make sure we are completely transparent. Met with Judge Glanville on yesterday, and one of the things that Alton has been charged with going back to find or bring back is the throughput through and continuous raising of the number of cases we send and go to court. So Judge Glanville and I had a very productive conversation about how we rebound from COVID and continue to increase those numbers. So I look forward to that happening as well. That said, again, I appreciate you all's time. If you all have any questions, that last component will complete our ask for 2023, along with what's outlined in our memo at this point. So if you have any questions, I do, again, thank each of you all, especially our new commissioners who jumped right in and wanted to make sure, as many of you have in the past, taking a tour. I think it really opens your eyes to what 901 and what our team has to deal with on a daily basis. So again, thank you all for your collaboration.
Commissioner Barrett?
Just to clarify, so the number that you worked with the CFO on that I believe was sent us was 10 million, correct? And so now you're adding an additional 870,000 to that. Is that right?
So, yes.
Okay.
The short answer is yes, in as much as the $5.1 million had already been restored. And so it takes us just under somewhere around $17 million total.
Okay, so but that part was already addressed in the last
Yes,
BOC
ma'am.
meeting, correct? And so the money we're talking about now coming out of the 22.25 million in reserve is now not 10 million even, but 10,870,000.
And
Yes.
I'd have to refer to our CFO
Is that
for
correct, Sharon?
specifics.
We'd also need to add in the additional overtime piece associated with that. So our estimate would be closer to 1.2 million.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for the sheriff? Thank you, Sheriff. Don't leave.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What was the next piece? Was it the rep? Go ahead.
Page 12, under Commissioners' Presentation and Discussion Items, 23-0061, Discussion, Reparations Task Force Update and Funding Request, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Want to invite our task force members down. They have prepared a report and have, I guess, some preliminary information for us to consider as we look at our budget.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Kershik Sims Alvarado, and I am here today with my Vice Chair, Marcus Coleman. Come up. I serve as Chair of the Reparations Task Force, and I want to start off by thanking you all for this very historic task force. From what we understand, we are the only county-led task force of this kind within the United States, and in the former Confederacy, may I note. But this is a very historic day, and we are here today to report on our findings and how we have operated as a task force from this moment forward. We have a total of six task force members, and we have 8 seats that are vacant. And up until probably like about 3 months ago, we only had 4. So we have worked diligently in creating a report for you, which we will share shortly. We actually have 2 researchers that are a part of this team. One of them is actually Olivia Reno. Hopefully she'll be walking through the doors shortly. She is a fellow from Duke University. We were fortunate in order to have her in order to serve as a researcher on this team.
Okay, excuse me just one second. What are you presenting today? You're presenting the findings and a request
Yes,
for
sir.
funds?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
Chairman.
right,
Yes. And what are we presenting today are actually our findings. We are providing a report, and we are proposing that you support our recommendation in order to receive funding to continue our research findings.
Okay, do you have a written report?
Yes, we do. So if we could bring it up, there's a presentation, and you all received a report from me that was forwarded to your attention. If we could bring up the presentation.
Yes, sir.
A point of order where they're pulling it up. This was not posted in our agenda stuff, right? It went out to the public, this report? That's a question for our deputy clerk. Was this particular presentation, was it posted in our agenda information available to the public?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis, I don't think they had finalized it at the time when I sent it over.
Okay, can you summarize? I mean,
Yes.
get to the
So let me
budget, please.
summarize the report for you. So we met from October the 21st to January 2023, a total of 6 members, 8 vacant. We established bylaws in 2022, and we made all meetings public via Zoom. And I'm just going to fast forward here. We actually, in our study, we began to look at how we are going to organize ourselves. And what we were able to determine is that we would not make any formal recommendations for a request of what restitution looked like today. We understand that before we actually make recommendations, that there needs to be 2 studies. One is based on quantitative and qualitative data. That would be the empirical study. That is the first study, followed by a feasibility study that can support what restitution looks like and how it can be supported. And in this report that we will be presenting today, thank you. If you go to the page that states case study, we were actually able to look at what resources exist within the county. You can go back. I see you're moving too fast. Go back. Go back. One more. Keep going. Okay, so if we want to go there, we'll go there. Okay. So we were able to perform 3 case studies based on primarily resources that exist under Fulton County's control. And I have to say that in order to fully understand what slavery looked like, Jim Crow looked like in the county, and urban renewal, you have to look at the resources that exist within the county. And they are wonderful resources that have helped us in order to create this study and to expand the research. We performed 3 case studies in this report, one in looking at Bagley Park. Previously, Bagley Park was under the jurisdiction of the county. Okay, yes. Yes, I'm hoping that whoever is presenting, who's controlling the PowerPoint, if you could turn to the page that actually states case study 1, 2, and 3.
Research at the top.
Yes, under research. Thank you. So the first case study was actually looking at Bagley Park. And what we learned is that there were African-American residents that were forced off that property with members of the Buckhead community claiming that the area was unsanitary. And these residents were forced off that property. During the time period that these individuals were being forced off their property, they were actually pushed to the east and west side of town, where there was already a home ownership shortage during that time. The second case study, we began to look at convict labor. And what we began to learn in looking at convict labor is that it was the continuum of slave labor. You actually had legislation that was passed in order to address the labor shortage in Fulton County in the city of Atlanta, as the city was actually going through construction. And what we learned is that the same individuals who were the profiteers of race-based slave labor in the city and in the county continued to exploit convict labor. What we began to see is that the convict goods, labors, and services that was created during the Reconstruction and afterwards actually led to the creation of the streets, the bricks for some of the county buildings, schools, and it continued. Then we began to look at Fulton County and slavery. And what we see that from the onset of the county being created as a county, it actually had 20% of its population consisted of slave labor. And what we began to see in this is that the same individuals who were involved in the selling of slaves, one of the most notorious individuals becomes the commissioner of public works with the city of Atlanta immediately after slavery. So we see all sorts of connections with this. We learned that from looking at slavery in Georgia, that 45% of its revenue was actually based on slave labor, goods, and services. And then you would see some of this continue in looking at convict labor. So this is what we were able to gather just during our short period of convening as a task force. And now we are at a crossroad. Where do we go to from here? How do we make recommendations with zero support? In order to do this research, it requires funding. And before we can make any recommendations of what restitution looked like, and looking at how do we make people whole, we need support in order to continue the study, and that's is what we're actually asking today. If you go to the last slide now, and looking at what we are proposing, again, it's going to be two studies that we're looking at. One is an empirical study that is based on empirical and quantitative data. We're looking at 3 to 6 researchers in order to perform the empirical study at up to $210,000. And that is from April 2023 up until October the 24th. And we chose this date because November is when we want to make the recommendations before your budget is actually approved. Then there would be a feasibility study. We're looking at up to $30,000, where the recommendations that we propose will be supported by this feasibility study to show how the county can actually support granting restitutions to those who are the descendants of former slaves. Where does the money exist? How can it be paid for? And how do you make people whole? Then there's the administrative support. Again, this task force was supported with $0 up until this point. We are in need of administrative support. And then we are also looking at having public meetings, and we're looking at up to $5,000. That gives you a total up to $250,000. And I want to turn it over to my chairman if he would like to make comments.
I'll be very brief. I've had the opportunity to be involved in some pretty monumental things, some national issues and changing of legislation on the federal level and state level. I have never had the headache like I've had until being on this task force. This is a charged up topic for some, but truth be told, it should not be. Being from Atlanta, I'm more than honored and proud to serve on this task force. Dr. Alvarado has done a hell of a job. She spoke about our researcher out of Duke, Olivia, just an excited youth who is happy to be doing this work. I, on the other hand, have been somewhat concerned because today is a good faith day in many of our opinions. Good faith meaning we've been meeting for a year, and I heard what's been online, what's been public and what has not. We have been meeting via Zoom for a year, and we would like to come into the chambers and meet. We have taken criticism, and we understand that that is part of it. It is just beginning. But as we just celebrated King Day, being in his city, in his county, in his home, in his state, Comrade and Dr. Bernice King, she spoke eloquently, as she always does at King Day, but she talked about the conveniency in honoring her father. But there's an inconvenient part of Dr. Martin Luther King that we forget to honor. You guys are faced with that inconvenient honoring today. As I see the streets riddled with, "It begins with me," and pictures of Dr. King and Coretta. We truly have the opportunity to set the tone as a county in this nation. The state of California is reaping benefits because they have come to current times. Other cities across this nation have been celebrated because they are in the here and now, the urgency of now. I close with this. We reference Dr. King's book all the time. Where do we go from here, community or chaos? Well, hell, I think we are deep in chaotic times. The chaos is here. The research that we're doing on behalf of this county, the 4 of you who look like me and Dr. Alvarado weren't even thought of about being on that board. You have the opportune time in an opportune moment. I see 2 council members that were not here before. I welcome you. I will close officially with saying this. I appreciate some of the attention that you all are giving, because one of the most disheartening things is when you do this work voluntarily and you come down here in your professional capacity and you don't have the decency to at least look us in our eyes and in our spirit, it speaks about future votes. So please don't let this work be in vain, Mr. Chairman. Please don't let this work be in vain. We are in the current time of now, and Atlanta and Fulton County has always led the nation. So how will it look if funding is denied to thoroughly do a study? If you don't like that figure, you're sure not to like the one we come up with later. I say that so everybody can be out front and no secrets. Let's call it for what it is. This ain't an easy topic to discuss here. I thank Marvin Arrington for erecting this. I thank you, Natalie Hall, for co-sponsoring this. But let's not do this as a token or as a symbolism. This work is serious, and we need to talk about and be upfront right now to avoid the conflict later on. So please support this funding. Thank you.
If I can, just wanted to ask, I think you talked about you all have a researcher now, and we have someone from Duke, and so we haven't had to incur any research cost up to date, but apparently that research grant runs out
In April.
in April of 2023.
And
so
I'm a professional researcher. I know what these dollars look like. That's a very conservative number. Very conservative number. If you were to look at the 27-page report that we've created for you, there is one page that is a total of 11 items where we look at areas in which we want to explore. The case study is just 3 areas in which we're looking at out of 11. And we're only looking at those areas in which Fulton County, that falls under the jurisdiction of the county. We're looking at voting, healthcare, libraries, the jails, the courts. Everything else is going to fall on the city. So we're looking at what is the county responsible for. And so we have to work towards making people whole. There's at some point in time, if not today, some point later, somebody's generation is going to have to address this issue. Whose generation will it be? There's been so many moments in history where we were literally at the crossroad, and in order to make things right, we are here today. We are here today. I don't want to look back at my life and say, this was the moment and we missed it. I want to be able to say, I was a witness of this historical moment.
Commissioner Arrington, anything else? Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, it's 12:17, colleagues.
Thank you, Chairman. It may be 12:17 with all due respect, Chairman, but I think this is a very important issue. I know that it's an uncomfortable topic. The reality is that we must embrace uncomfortable topics. Dr. Bernice King stated Monday so eloquently how everybody embraced her father and his dream and on that day, and how they come in, and when you look at the program, it invokes an emotion, it invokes tears, it invokes a life in a way that we all strive to be. But she also talked about her father being the most hated man in America when he was assassinated. And so we must embrace these uncomfortable conversations if we are ever to heal as a society. I imagine when other conversations around suffrage, around the Holocaust, there were uncomfortable conversations, but they were conversations that had to be had. Now, what does reparations look like? You can talk to 5 or 6 different individuals and get 5 or 6 different answers. But our reparations needed. I think we're past that point here. That's not, in my vernacular, debatable. But the fact that we have to put our money where our mouth is. If we are truly going to heal as a society and move forward, we must embrace what the Reparations Task Force. Now, I will say to the task force, please make everything that you possibly can public. And the reason that I'm asking you that is society needs to be educated. Because whenever we have a conversation about reparations, you can feel it in the air. The thickness of uh-oh. And I embrace it. My family roots, we've traced it back to University of Georgia. We've traced back everything to the point that a free education at the UGA was offered to my descendants. So this is a conversation that we have to have, no matter how uncomfortable. And nobody is convicting anyone of anything. No one is saying that anyone is a bad person, and I may be politically incorrect by saying, get the chip off your shoulder. But I wouldn't know what other thing to say other than how are we to ever become that beloved community that we often talk about on one day out the year. And the other 364 days, we don't talk about what we need to do to get to the beloved community. There are people that don't look like me that support me wholeheartedly. And there's people that look like me that could throw me away. That doesn't have anything to do with the fact that we must put our insecurities, our egos, our prejudices, whether they're inborn or not, we must put them to the side. And my plea here, not only to my colleagues, but to the general public, let's take this serious. The Reparation Task Force was put out there seriously. But we all know how long it took to get people on it. We must have the uncomfortable conversations to move forward. We must educate people so we can move past uncomfortable conversations to productive conversations. If we truly want that beloved community, you cannot have a beloved community unless you embrace the injustices and things that were systematically done to part of that beloved community that you say you're part of. So I would ask my colleagues, almost to the point of begging, please take this serious, please fund, and I will ask the Reparation Task Force, let's do more. I'm willing to use the bullet pit of my office to educate our community of all colors, because everyone should know why this is being asked and why, if we're ever to move to that view of the beloved community, why this is important that everybody is educated on. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett, 1223.
So just by me asking to speak and based on the color of my skin, I'm sticking my neck out, so to speak, here. So I want to first off say to both of you that I fully respect the work that you're doing. I think reparations is an important conversation. It's clearly one that's been going on for decades plus at all levels. And I definitely heard you, it's Mr. Coleman, correct? Yes, on the spirit. I believe that the spirit is correct here. I also heard Dr. Bernice King's remarks, and I agree with what she's saying, that there's a lot of honor paid on one particular day per year, but she also talked a lot about working to end systemic racism in our various systems, whether it be education, criminal justice, equal opportunity, for all of those things, right? So I think there's a lot of ways in which we can help to make good on what the country has, and perhaps the city, the county, the state, however you want to look at it, has done wrong, historically speaking. I am not sure that I am educated enough personally right now as a brand new commissioner who's been here for 18 days to make a call on this one way or another. I did read the study that you included in, by the way, there was a study included in the packet, the longer study, and it was included. I do have some questions more specifically about the funding, and so I would like to just ask, in the original packet, the number for the 3 to 5 researchers was 110,000. It's now 210,000. Could you talk about that?
Yes, I can speak to that. So you actually received the wrong copy of the task force, of the report, yes. And so I followed up immediately and said that that was the wrong figure.
Oh, I missed that. I apologize.
I'm going to blame it on my eyes. I just actually had LASIK surgery.
Well, I always have to get the readers out, so.
So it was, yes, so that's what it was. And so, but it was a 1 instead of a 2, and then I sent it again. And so evidently you received the wrong one.
Okay, I do have some other questions about how this would work. So in other words, you're talking about 2 different studies, and you're talking about 210,000 for 3 to 5, or I guess 3 to 6 researchers per the slide, and then so 210,000, and then the feasibility study being 30,000. So again, I'm not clear on what the researchers are doing and what the RFP is about. And
okay, so I can explain that.
Sure.
So when you're performing research, it requires different types of researchers, different types of methodologies, okay? So when you're looking at the first study, when we talk about empirical study, there is 11 items that we're looking at, and you can actually see that in the outline that I provided for you. See which page number that report it may be. It actually falls right before the case studies. You're going to see a list of items. Let's see if I could get to it. I'll flip the pages as I'm talking. But when you begin to look at an empirical study that's based on quantitative and qualitative data, which each of those 11 items you're going to be looking at, for example, if you're looking at slavery, you can quantify the number of individuals that were enslaved, okay? But you have to contextualize that information to explain how did slavery even come to exist in Georgia when previously you actually had white immigrant and convict labor. What happened in 1752 to actually cause this change? What actually caused the number of slave labor to increase in this county? There's all sorts of answers that's gonna come from that. You're actually gonna see the growth in numbers within the state, within the county, within the city. You're gonna see those numbers, and you need to be able to explain why. What actually happened to the lives of those individuals? How were their labor exploited? How much labor, what was the value of an individual at that time? How much work did they perform? How did the city benefit? Oh, let me just follow, I'm sorry. And then what is the value of that today? So that's the quantitative and qualitative data as an example. That's very different than the feasibility study. The feasibility study, when we make recommendations, after we've had public comments, we've shared our findings with the public and they've made recommendations. The task force would then make recommendations of what we could do. The feasibility would show, very much like any other feasibility study that you've had before, is this fundable? Where would the resources come from? How can you support it? Does it come from federal dollars? Does it come from state dollars? Where is it coming from? How are you going to support whatever the restitution is that we're proposing, and what does restitution look like? So those are 2 total different things.
Just to follow up, it seems to me that the report you're talking about, that you're calling the empirical study, which it seems to me that it needs a little bit more clarification on exactly what's going to be looked at and how. And it also seems to me that that may be quite a long process. So I don't know what you're thinking in terms of time frame to find the particular researchers, what the qualifications are that you're looking for, who's going to manage those folks, who's going to manage the process. But it seems to me that that is more than a year in the works. I'm just guessing here.
We could be here for 150 years looking at how this country had wronged people who were enslaved. So this is going to be an abbreviated study in order to come to some type of resolution, in order to make some type of recommendation. But the task force, its lifespan is only, 2 more years from now? So we have to get to work. The research can go on and on and on. So which is why
all the more reason it seems to me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but which is all the more reason it seems to me that it needs to be more defined so that it can be done more quickly, and also just that it may be that that there's some money now and then the feasibility study is not in the budget right now because we're not really ready for that piece. Again, I think my perspective, Commissioner Arrington, with all due respect, is that I need more time to study this and talk to my district's appointee on the task force, and I'm certainly in support, as I said at the beginning, of the spirit of what y'all are doing, and I am grateful for the work that you've done so far, and I certainly heard what you said as well, Commissioner Khadija, and I am taking this very seriously. I've spent a lot of time reading this report. I'm just not sure that I'm ready to say, here's the pot, without really understanding what's going to happen next.
That's fine. I welcome you talking to the appointee, Ms. Osby. She is one of the descendants of Mr. Bagley. And so I'm so happy that she is on that committee. And particularly with Fulton County as it relates to property taxes. I mean, if you take the property, wrongfully condemn the property of over 600 people, that's a very limited portion of people, or very limited segment of people that might be entitled directly to reparations, right? And so I'll just stop there.
Well, I just have one last thing to say on that front. So, like, my thinking would be, and I don't know if you're amenable to this, but my thinking would be that we will have money in the reserve, and I'm happy to continue this conversation once I've had time, again, to talk to, my representative. I'm not saying I'm a no on this. I'm just saying I feel like I need a little bit more time to study it. That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chair.
1231.
I'll try to be quick. I'm kind of in the same boat as my other newbie commissioner on the council. I reached out to my appointee, and I haven't heard back, haven't had time to have a meeting with her at all yet, so I hope to as soon as possible. But my understanding, and maybe I don't understand because we had this discussion at our last meeting about boards, committees, and task forces, and clearly you guys are a task force that's functioning, that's working, and I appreciate that. But is the purpose of a task force to put people on that can actually do research, can actually do tasks? Or how are other task forces, do we fund any other task forces in the county? Does anybody know?
Well, Madam CFO, you want to answer that? I've had task forces, and they have, none have ever been funded. Madam CFO, are you aware of any that we funded that were set up and created by a commissioner?
I would have to go back and look, but no, sir, nothing comes to the top of my
That's
mind.
a loaded question. Stop right there. Let me get this, because a task force, a board, a council, you could call it whatever the hell you want to call it, okay? They all serve the same thing. These are volunteers from our community working on our behalf, and yes, they get paid. Development Authority gets paid. Yes, they get paid. Board of Elections gets paid. Don't come in here starting that mess.
I apologize.
They all have
I
budgets.
don't.
And that's not directed at you. That's not directed at you, Commissioner Thorne. I apologize. I'm not directing that at you. I'm just saying that, look, people talking about they don't know if it's been funded or do task forces get funded. We have all types of volunteer community boards that all have budgets in Fulton County right now. The Board of Registration. What's the budget for the Board of Registration and Elections?
Commissioner, we hear you.
What is the budget for the Board of Registration and Elections?
Commissioner Arrington.
What is the budget for the Board of Registration and Elections?
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and get, would you?
I want to give the floor back to
Yeah.
Commissioner Thorne, because I don't think she was finished.
I was just trying to figure out, because I thought this past week in Roswell, we opened a history museum. And I just thought, well, maybe perhaps with a second appointment, I could appoint somebody that would maybe be more qualified as a volunteer to do research, that would be able to do research by my connections there. So that was kind of my thing. I just thought maybe task forces were a volunteer thing. The Board of Elections, they advise our staff in the running of our elections. So I think there's kind of a difference between the Development Board and the Board of Elections. You say that $0 were spent, yet you've used county resources, correct, with people who attend your meetings?
Via Zoom.
Via Zoom, the lawyers, the external affairs, the librarians. So we have invested some cost, would you say so?
Commissioner Thorne and Commissioner Barrett, let me take this opportunity because, you guys are new. You women are new. Commissioner Rockmont, she spoke on it. The lack of seriousness that this task force has received, and it's put you two in an unfortunate position, but that's leadership, right? The vote was 4-2 to create it with one abstention. We met via Zoom because of the virus for nearly 8 meetings. And it wasn't until I came in here on an unrelated issue and made the announcement that there had been only 4 appointees. And unfortunately, just for the record, it was the African American commissioners, your colleagues. Shortly after that, then the appointments all were full. So it doesn't surprise me that we're here today in this tough moment, and I didn't just throw around Dr. King before Dr. King took that cigarette break and was literally the assassin tried to put a bullet through his mouth, but we know what was the result. Reparations for slavery was one of Dr. King's top priorities. We like to talk a lot about the younger king and not the 39-year-old king, so that's what I meant by reparations. The lack of seriousness has led to the lack of information by the appointees from your predecessors. The lack of engagement, and I have to, with Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Hall and some others, but we meet once a month. There's been invitations that have been put out to commissioners. We're here right now in this tough moment, in this inconvenient moment, because this is a task force that's been operating under the radar on an issue that is national and international, because I've been told over and over again, this is Georgia. This ain't California. I happen to, on behalf of this task force, representing Fulton County, I happen to attend the deed returning ceremony in LA County for the Bruce's Beaches family. Fulton County was echoed as championing this charge. I wonder how the people would feel who clapped in that audience if they knew we were sitting here begging right now to do studies that is ultimately needed to get funding for whatever we come forth with. And one of the topics is definitely freeing the land, stolen land. So again, new commissioners, this was not taken seriously, and we have been operating methodically for at least a little over a year. So I welcome you guys' engagements. If it would have been taken seriously out the gate, I don't think we would be here at this point. I will yield because this is the young woman who has been doing the bulk of the research.
Just a minute, everybody. We're not going to be here all day on this. You have anything else?
Yeah, I'm reading, I did read all your report. Very nice job, Olivia, I assume that's who you are. But I just look at, this is just a drop in the bucket.
Correct.
As far as cost to the county. To do more extensive research, you guys were talking about creating a DNA database. Or DNA testing, potentially. I looked in your minutes. I went back and looked in some of your minutes and creating this massive DNA database. And I can't think of what the cost of that would be in the future. And I just see this as unending expense. And we have just so many needs and so many criteria in the county now that we're cutting. There's $27.6 million of unfunded positions that we aren't able to fund right now. And so, and for me, I live in North Fulton, and by the way, Bagley Park, Garden Hills, I wouldn't consider that North Fulton. But in my district, we're very diverse, and that's what I love about it. We have immigrants, a lot of immigrants from India with the tech companies, a lot of immigrants from Israel. We have a huge Hispanic population. I myself, I'm half Hispanic. So I understand like injustices. You know, my family's lived it on the South Texas border, so I totally understand, but that's has nothing to do here.
All right, Commissioners, we're gonna have to move on. Any
Okay.
questions for them?
I just feel like no, I don't think I have any more questions, but I just wish we could focus on helping people and just helping everyone and focus on building bridges like Mayor Andrew Young said this weekend.
Thank you, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yeah, I just want to clarify some information. This particular board, have you all received any funding? Have you all received any administrative support? Have you all received anything for you all to be able to adequately come back with a recommendation for reparations? Okay, so what I'm saying to my colleagues today, whatever information that you need, these people are not philanthropists. They cannot just go into their personal pockets and fund what we're asking them to do. We as leaders in our community have to take the position of supporting some type of financial assistance to this task force if we are serious about the charge that we have asked them to do. Now, what that amount can be in seed money and starting off in what has been asked, I will yield the floor to Commissioner Arrington, but this is something, if we truly are, now one must have a conversation with themselves privately. Do you truly support this? Do you think this is something that should be done? And does this add to the community? And once you have that conversation with yourself, then we can move forward. But I would say to task these individuals with what we as commissioners task them to do with a vote and not to give them funding sends a message. And so I would ask my colleagues, to the point of begging, we must do something in order to move what we have charged them to go forward with. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hall, and it's 12:42.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To those new commissioners who were not here when Commissioner Arrington and I brought this forward, I would say to you, you need to contact Alderwoman Ruth Simmons, because Evanston, Illinois, which I'm very proud of because it is the northern suburb in Chicago where Northwestern University is located, and it is a place where I grew up. It was the first city in the United States to pay reparations to Black residents. They pledged $400 to eligible Black households, and then an additional $10 million over 10 years with a vote of 8-1. And the one no vote came forward and said that truly they were not against reparations. They just needed more information about the housing plan to address how Black people were treated. Alderwoman Ruth Simmons said, this is a set aside for an injured community that happens to be Black, that was injured by the city of Evanston for anti-Black housing policies. And so they are addressing that issue. So if you want more information about how this is done, they use a 3% tax that they were already receiving. and they use that toward this, as well as they get a lot of pro bono help and assistance from those organizations that are pro-reparations. So I wish I had heard Dr. Bernice King's speech, but as God would have it, he blessed me to be honored by Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. in Operation Push for being an impact educator. And so I was in Chicago on MLK Day. But as a person who has been designated as an impact educator, I want everyone to be clearly educated on this issue and understand the need for it. And so, as I have been, I will always be in support of this because it is very necessary. Thank you all for the hard work with no funding. There are boards that get funded that don't do work as hard as you have done. And to Madam Historian in Heels, thank you, because I know you've worked very hard on this, and you're just looking to be fair and just.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Aaron, should we take this up when we discuss the budget and all the other items that may be forthcoming? What's your pleasure?
I'm fine with dealing with with the budget issue as part of the budget. I think that's why we combine these items together. And so I don't have a problem with having the budget conversation as part of the larger budget conversation.
All right, thank you. Anything else that we took before we get to the budget?
No, that's
Can I
it.
just thank our researcher and have her just say hello and introduce herself from Duke?
I understand that we only have a minute, so I'll just speak briefly. My name is Olivia Renaud. I am Duke University class of 2022, so I just graduated. I'm a Duke University Heart Leadership Program Fellow. My principal research interest is municipal reparations, so I reached out to this task force before I graduated and expressed my extreme interest and enthusiasm to furnish resources and research to the task force independent of Fulton County. I serve here functionally as a volunteer researcher. My principal interest here has been property taxes, displacement, and I did most of the casework with the precedent set by the Buckhead Heritage Foundation and existing scholarship on Bagley Park. So thank you for your time today, and I ask that you do take our requests and the work that we have done without the formal investment of resources seriously.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all for being here today. Thank you. Madam District Attorney, come on down, and then we're going to get to the budget. Good afternoon.
Chairman, I'll let you start with whatever questions so that I make sure that I don't waste your time. I can tell we are getting to the lunch hour. And
No, we may not. We're going to get through this. So your input is, I think, is required. We've had various requests, probably more coming, and Sheriff has made his presentation, and you have sent around a document. I believe you've met with each commissioner and expressed what you think that you need, and I just have to be honest with everybody. What you explained to me makes more sense than some of the other stuff that I've heard. So this is your opportunity to explain to the board as a body what you believe that you need. And I want to ask you to clarify some questions, because I'm the messenger in this case. Some of this I believe, others up here believe, but they won't say it to you directly. They'll say it to me in the confines of my office. The executive team will say it to me, raise questions in the confines of my office. The public will say the same things, but they won't say it publicly. So this is your opportunity to dispel, or whatever you want to call it, some of the questions and I'll get to that once you talk about the approximately $3 or $4 million request that you had.
So that we have an accurate record, me and Commissioner Ellis tried very hard to have a meeting with each other believe he was traveling and I was traveling, and so we played phone tag. He is the only commissioner, though, that sits here without the benefit of having a one-on-one
stand
meeting.
corrected on that.
As to no fault of his or my own, I got messages from him. I'm sure he also received messages for me. We just were not able to connect, and so.
He was otherwise occupied during that.
And I understand doing something really great, so I support his departure. And it's interesting because things always come full circle, because some of the things that we're discussing, it was actually Commissioner Ellis that brought up some sources 2 years ago. So what I want to give is, because we do have 2 new commissioners, kind of a historic perspective. I think that it's helpful to how we get to being here today. As everyone who sits here, other than those 2 commissioners, because they just were not here to have lived it, when I took office, we came into an office where there was 0 transition, as we all remember, meaning from that day to this day, there's been no conversation between me and the former district attorney. I think that that is important. I think it's also important to note that when we came in and took office, that we were not able to ask for anything in our budget, because that is the policy or the procedure of Fulton County. And so we relied on the budget of the former district attorney, who I believe did not put really any effort into that. I came into an office that I was very clear on, I thought was ill-equipped in terms of personnel in 2 ways. I thought that some of the personnel that was there and present was not qualified to be there. They may have been good-hearted people, but they didn't have the experience level that would be needed to do the kind of cases that we did. And also, it was just not manned properly, meaning there just was not enough personnel, especially in the wake of what had happened with COVID. But I was very clear with you, Chairman, that it wasn't just the wake of COVID. It had been an office that was mismanaged, and so we had these huge numbers in backlog. If you will recall, when we came here, the numbers of your appointee, the great work of Mr. Adams and Ms. Alexander, gave us that there were 16,300 unindicted cases as we walked in the door, and only about half of that, probably actually a little bit less than half of that, could have been attributed to the year of COVID. The rest was what we'll call a historic backlog going back 16, 17, 18, 19. And so I came to this commission and said, hey, look here, let's deal with reality, or reality is going to start dealing with us. And so the reality that we had to deal with was that that staff was not in a good place. I've made no apology. They ran stories on it. I fired about 50 people when I walked in the door, maybe 60, maybe 75. Fired everyone I felt that was not qualified to be in that place. But I also came and said, we need new positions. You know, I run a higher attrition rate than anyone else in the county. So you can't tell me I can't get staff, and I can keep staff, and I can replace staff when staff leaves, and I do so at about a 97, 98 percentile rate. So we were able to get staff. That was a great success, and that was a success that I owe to the commission. 55 staff members you gave me to be permanent staff members. They live with us, they're here with us today, they are moving on. You also gave us 73 of what we now call the ORCA employees, and this is where I say Commissioner Ellis comes in full circle. Commissioner Ellis, from the very first meeting, started asking, why are we not using more of these ORCA federal dollars to support these ORCA employees? For the most part, it has been done in some part. I want to give credit where credit is due. There were some computers given. There were some cell phones given. That was made true. Ms. Alexander and Mr. Adams immediately calculated in, okay, these employees will need a computer, they will need a cell phone. But we admitted to each other that all things could not be calculated. It was a learning and a growing process. So we came to you in what we thought was really kind of a common sense request. As you have more employees, more expenses will be needed. In fact, it was Commissioner Ellis that said, why are we not paying for the building for the space with these ORCA dollars since it's supporting ORCA employees? Specifically, he asked about cars, because of those 73 employees, 20 of them were investigators, and investigators, is no secret, they're police officers, they're the most expensive employees. And so that is a pot that, as I talk, I always want you to keep in mind, we really haven't done a good job with supporting it, because I think we started to think about it later. For instance, let me give you a real basic expense that sounds real small, but adds up real quickly. The pressure on my neck has been indict, indict, indict. But there's a real common sense thing that happens when you indict. People get subpoenaed to the grand jury. When they get subpoenaed to the grand jury or the petite jury, which is the jury that decides the cases of 12, they get $25 a day. It sounds small until you understand how many cases we've indicted. And that every case is going to have, on average, 2 witnesses that come to it. Some will have 20, some will have 1. But for each of those cases, we had to pay it. We didn't really use that ORCA money to support those fees, so that might have been a source we could go to. The bottom line is this. The district attorney's office was given $0 and 0 cents to add to these 73 plus 55 employees. Some of you all will say, well, wait a minute. I remember there was some money that was allocated. You will be correct. There was a line item given to pay the rent on that building for more space. That was given, but you, more than anyone else, or as well as all of these commissioners, understand that it's a line item in the budget. It went directly to pay the rent. It couldn't have been given to any other source but that. But there were no additional monies given. So what has happened at the end of last year is we left with bad credit. We didn't have enough money to pay the phone bill because now you have all these extra employees that were provided a phone, but maybe their phone bill was not paid. So we didn't have enough for phone bill. We didn't have enough to cover our printing, so we left with printing not done. You have more people in cars. There was not enough for gas. And by the way, I've said it 100 times, I'm sure Mr. Davis is tired of getting emails from me saying, I need more cars, and I need cars that actually work. It's embarrassing that my employees have broken down in horrible places, places that were dangerous to them, because we were not given the appropriate amount of cars. And so we are not coming forward today to ask for an additional employee. In fact, at the end of this year, we know we lose 10 of those 73 ORCA employees. I'm not even protesting that. I will be talking to you, as I've told each of your these commissioners. Next year, we're going to talk about, if you expect this to continue to run, we're going to have to do something about those other 63 employees. But what we are here is to talk about realistic needs to cover the expenses of having a staff of this size. As I've told each of you, except Commissioner Ellis, it's nothing sexy in my request. I'm asking you for radios, because guess what? When police officers go out to a scene, which is what we often do, or go out to see a witness, they have to radio in so they'll stay alive. That's $400,000 of my request right there. We should be embarrassed as a county, but I'm going to say it and put it on the record. I had to borrow from a neighboring county radios, but of course they were only able to loan me 10. Why is that so? My brother and my partner in crime, the sheriff, also loaned me some radios, but obviously he could only loan them because he needs them, but when he understood I was in a crunch. But I've never had radios for all of my officers, and as such, we've put them in jeopardy. I've asked you things for software licensing so that our could do good investigations. Commissioner Arrington asked me a great question, which I can't answer. Maybe you all should research for next year. Why is the county not just doing a broad, Adobe for everyone and then us getting our part? Until you do that, I'm going to have to ask for it in my budget. There's literally nothing sexy. I'm asking you for gas to put in cars. I'm asking you for software licensing. I'm asking you for travel expenses for witnesses that have to come here. And so we've asked you for very basic things that just will make the office run and support these additional employees. And as I've told you all, doesn't matter to me if you get it out of the ORCA funding or the general funding. I think that we have missed some really great opportunities to get money out of ORCA funding because clearly a lot of these resources are supporting ORCA cases as you define them. So you said there were some hard questions. Let's go through them.
Well, let me ask you just one. Commissioner, you want to?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, DA, thank you for the work that you do. I think that we would be remiss if we didn't thank you because we do see the difference that you're making. I want to ask, and maybe this may be a question to the county manager, the CFO, is there ORCA funding that is not available to you based on, by definition, I'm not clear about that because I heard you reference Commissioner Ellis twice in reference to the ORCA funding. So is there ORCA funding that is not available, that you're not able to get? That's what I'm asking.
Well, obviously, that would have to be determined by the CFO, by the county manager, most importantly by you all, as where we could use it. But like the question he asked is, if you have these 20 ORCA investigators, we'll use them because that's where the expenses come. Why are those ORCA investigators bulletproof vests not paid through ORCA? I don't think it's that it couldn't be done. I think that those things were not thought of. Why are we not paying for, all 20 of those investigators need cars, right? So they can go out and subpoena witnesses. Believe it or not, people don't volunteer to come to our court cases. And so they have to go out. And so those were the kind of inquiries that Commissioner Ellis asked when we were first doing these processes. But that has never been done. It's never been addressed. It's never been used. What I think is that there's funding out there that we could have used. Let's talk about a reality here. For the justice system, I believe it was about $75 million that you all gave. That was for 300 employees to cover many, many different agencies. Well, we know that the ORCA budget, and Mr. Adams is the expert on this, probably only at any given time maybe hired about 160 of those. So clearly there's more money out there that needs to be used to support all of the agencies, since we were not able to use them for employees. What I believe Fulton County is going to end up doing is giving a lot of money back to the federal government if we do not use this money for the appropriate things. And one of those appropriate things we know is to keep our community safe.
Well,
but I do not think that all of the money should come from ORCA funding. I'm just telling you, I think that there is some money that possibly that is a resource for you.
County Manager, and CFO, I'm going to ask you a question, but before I go to this question that I'm going to ask this other question of you, Madam DA. Mm-hmm. And you brought it up, indictments. There's a cost associated with indictments.
Absolutely.
Can you, for the lack of a better word, in layman's term for our listening public, because I think it's important to educate individuals when it comes to indictments. I posed the question to Alton Adams this morning, where are we on indictments? You said yourself, you referenced how many were in when you came in. So can you just kind of give us a quick snapshot of where we are and the costs associated, please?
Absolutely.
Just a moment, Madam J, just a moment. Let me add to that, because one of the questions I wanted to ask, and it speaks to it. We internally say, the experts, that there are 1,200 inmates in our jail unindicted. You say that's BS.
I don't think that your number is accurate, but I think that this is what you will find. But I would contend that there are probably 800 of them. But I think that where we always get confused is, I'm gonna make you a defendant for the day. Chairman Pitts may have an unindicted burglary in the Fulton County Jail. That may be an accurate statement, right? We're both telling the truth. Because you say, and I say, yeah, but I indicted Chairman Pitts on his murder and his rape. We're going to get to his burglary. And so that's where there's always a dispute in this number, that you have defendants sitting in the Fulton County Jail that have 2, 3 open cases. They get arrested, they're let out on a bond, they pick up a new case, maybe their first case gets indicted, or maybe their latter case gets indicted, but they have an open case. And so I think that's why there's always this dispute with the number of how many unindicted defendants are they in the jail. If you ask me just truly sitting in there, they don't have an indictment sitting on their head, that's why I continuously tell you, no, that's not accurate. And when I have them pull the list for me and we pull it, we'll see, yeah, he's got 9 cases, and you're right, I've only indicted him on 6 of them. And so that becomes of a dispute. And then we have to make decisions on, am I gonna really indict this theft by shoplifting when he's got a homicide and a rape? Sometimes the answer is no.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. So my question to CFO or County Manager, is there and there may not be, it may be an answer that takes more time than we're allotted today, but are we not able to access the ORCA funding just for certain actions or items? Just kind of educate me a little bit on that right now, since it was brought up, I would like to know, CFO or Alton.
Yes, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, the $75 million per the DA, we did allocate $75 million across the entire program. That $75 million is actually been, it was initially allocated through December of 2023. We started to run into issues in terms of being able to hire and retain individuals because of the limited time. So the DA and others said, to be able to hire and retain, we need to extend that period of time. At that point in time, we extended it until October of 2024. What we did was take the funds, the underruns, right, in terms of people, and use that to be able to extend the funding through October of 2024. So there is no surplus of funds because that surplus allowed us to extend those positions and to change the actual offer letters so they go out till 2024. Now, to Madam DA's comment about some of the things we have learned as we went along. So, for example, she mentioned the vest. Now, one correction: we actually did fund the vest via ORCA. So those were fun.
Actually, I want to give credit where credit's due. When I walked in this door, if you recall, my investigators didn't have vests. I think it's the first thing I lost my mind about. Chairman Pitts actually funded that. It was $50,000. I recall it like yesterday. It's the first funding the office ever got. But I told the commissioners, this is dangerous. We can't have investigators on the street serving people without vests. And that money came from ORCA. Now, when we started bringing in ORCA employees, yes, they did extra things to fund vests. So that is true. And I want to be very clear. I think that Mr. Adams, as we brought issues to him, they have given us stuff. I'll give you the prime example. When we had to furnish that building over there that we got, where you have all these new people, they need desks to sit at. We went to him and said, we spent the money out of our general fund, and to the extent that he could, he reimbursed some of that money. But there are so many, I'm going to stand on that point, there are so many more things that could be done. That's not a critique of him and Ms. Alexander. It's as we started to do things, we learned, and we've been able to work with them.
That is correct. I mean, when we built the budget initially, we didn't know what we didn't know, right? So we built a budget that said, okay, we're going to hire 20 investigators and allocate laptops and phones. And then we realized, well, geez, what about the vests? What about the badges? What about the training? And so we had a bucket of funds that had been reserved for some of these unpredictable expenses. And so that's what we've been using to address, whether it be badges or if the sheriff says, hey, we need to offer some kind of hiring bonuses ahead of time to attract people to ORCA because of the limited time positions. So we have done a lot of that, Commissioner, as we've moved along. When DA Willis says, well, there's some other things that we need, we would obviously take a look at those and we try to adjust to the extent that they meet the federal guidelines around ORCA without blowing up the budget. Now, I will tell you, we didn't budget for 40 cars in ORCA, right? That wasn't something we anticipated. That's a big item. It also has we also have issues in terms of how long it takes to get them. But that 40 cars was not something we anticipated. Maybe we should have, right? But we hadn't done this before. But we didn't anticipate having to have cars for all of the investigators and officers. That would be an item we'd have to go try to find and move some stuff around. But here again, that's an example, I think, of something that we've learned as we moved along.
And so that we're clear, just because this is a record, and I know that we're standing on the word, it's actually Commissioner Pitts who did the math. We are asking for 40 cars. However, I only have 20 ORCA investigators. So what we know, according to Chairman Pitts' calculations, is that 40 cars is $800,000. My position to him was half of that should come out of the ORCA budget. It should not even come out of the general fund because it's to go directly to the investigators that are working on ORCA cases and were hired for ORCA. But that is a classic example of, yes, some of this is going to hit the general fund and the general investigators that don't have adequate cars, but there may be another source of money, and that's a real easy common sense one to look at and see, hey, 50% of that should have been attributed to this other place. You know, that is your difficult job. I stay in my lane as to where money comes from. But I do, while we're talking about these issues, want to point out to you, there is a pot of money that goes directly to the kind of cases you tasked me with indicting. We are still working on some of those indictments. and at least think about it when you're making your hard decisions about where do we pull this money from to support the district attorney's office. It is the same thing with, I wish Commissioner Arrington's idea was right, that I didn't have to ask you for every Adobe license I needed so my investigators can do research. And it'll be great if in 2024 that's an expense not on my budget but on some general county budget. But until we get there, I can't wait for you to get that contract together. I need it this year for my investigators. And so the things that we're asking for, or like I said, research tools for investigators, cars, that does come up, travel and conferences, equipment, motor vehicle fuel. I mean, that's not sexy. It's common sense. If you got a car, you got to put gas in it or it's not worth having. Office supplies. We ran out of office supplies. I told one of the, I think Chairman Hall, Commissioner Hall, when I met with her, that, you know, me and my deputy of operations got into a big argument in about October because he said, we can't pay the phone bill. They're going to cut our phone off. And my answer was, I dare them to. That I wish they would cut off the phones that allow my investigators and my victim witness advocates to communicate with the community we serve. But we ain't paid our phone bill in 3 months because the money simply ran out. And as Commissioner Hall told me, don't go into this year in that same kind of position where you know you didn't pay the last 3 months. And the only reason we were able to get it from July to catch it up to October is because they allowed us to then get our salary savings. So it didn't cost us any additional money, but we went into every dime. I spent every dime of my budget, and it's not on anything sexy.
So, Chairman, I just want to finish up this point. I'm still at a loss as to the funding coming from ORCA versus the general fund. If there are actually items that could come for ORCA, I would hope that we would do. Now, I'm going to say I do understand you all are tasked with making sure that we pay for stuff that we're supposed to be paying for. Because if we pay for something incorrectly, then we're going to be in a world of trouble when it's time for that, you know, audit to happen or whatever. So let me preface that. But I do feel there's a disconnect. I don't know if it's a disconnect on my understanding on what can be paid and what can't be paid, because clearly I would think we would go to the ORCA funding first as opposed to our general fund. CFO, if you want to weigh in on that, if that is some of the concern, or if we're trying to be conservative, which I do understand why you would try to do that. But however, Madam DA did raise a point of us having to send that money back if it's not spent. So if you could speak to, are we truly looking and pulling ORCA funding for items that have been requested that would qualify for it?
Yes, Commissioner, we have been doing that when the requests have come through and it's been identified as something that is directly in support of Project ORCA. To Alton's comment, within the $75 million, we have rebalanced, if you will, how that $75 million is allocated between personnel costs and operating costs. And part of that rebalancing was done in order to extend the positions beyond the end of 2023. In order to fund things like vehicles and other operating costs that may not have been initially factored into the overall budget for or things like that associated with some of the space that we acquired that's associated with ORCA. So we are always looking to see and verify that this expense itself would be considered an eligible expense under the ARPA guidelines. And then the second step would be to validate that we have the bandwidth within the $75 million based on how we have the resources currently allocated to make that additional expense. So we have been doing that. I think Alton has brought those items forward as they've been identified. We have not funded vehicles out of Project Orca, we, as I said, can go back and go through another rebalancing effort to see what is available that could be allocated to some of the operational needs that the DA has identified, as long as they are otherwise eligible expenses under the ARPA guidelines. I don't necessarily see an issue with that.
And to Commissioner Ellis's point, another thing that has not been funded, at least for the DA's budget, I can't speak for anyone else's, is you all are spending money on that lease for clearly what are ORCA cases and clearly on our indictment team, and that comes out of the general fund. That is that additional money that I said that you all give me that goes directly to that line item. That is what Commissioner Ellis asked initially. Why can't we pay this out of ORCA since it's going directly to the ORCA things? That is something that has not been done. It's funded, but it is funded out of the general fund. Perhaps if you move that over, you know, it would create that money.
So, Madam DA, I've got several of my colleagues waiting to speak, so I won't belabor the point other than to ask CFO, one of the things that my mentor, the late Emma Darnell, told me, you know where the money is. Now, whether we can use the money or not, I expect for you to let us know, but I would ask that if in fact there is ORCA funding that can be used on any of this that the Madam DA has brought to our attention, and you mentioned maybe we can do a rebalancing, I would ask that we do that, because anywhere we can save some money, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you. The fact that you've got to borrow radios does not sit well with me.
From the cab.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. You shouldn't be having to borrow anything from anyone. So that does not sit well with me, but I'm gonna ask the CFO any type of rebalancing, looking at what Commissioner Ellis brought forward, if we can please have that looked into, and as soon as possible as you can, please let me know, as well as all of my colleagues. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add one thing to what Ms. Whitmore said? Just doing simple math for Project Orca, we have spent $32 million through 1/1. That's 1 year. So if you just annualized that, $32 million, that's on a run rate. If you went all the way through 2023 to spend over 90-something million. What's allocated to ORCA is $75 million. So it's a disconnect to say there's ORCA dollars not being spent appropriately. In fact, we're spending at a faster rate than we can sustain. Understand what I'm saying? And then, so then you come back to, could you reallocate out of the entire plan? You know, the entire plan thus far, we have spent of all fund sources, 236 out of 353. So again, we're spending that quicker than a multi-year plan would necessarily dictate. There is 20 million in reserve. That's a possible source. Again, it just creates the risk that FEMA reimbursements don't cover that reserve, and if that's the case, then we'll come back for something against the general fund. But it's really not, ARPA is not, as we all know, not an unlimited resource, and it's all allocated, which is what we show each BOC meeting, that we review this. And again, ORCA in particular is running well ahead of what would be a multi-year expense plan. So it's not like there's money laying around yet to be allocated.
County Manager, if we, since she did mention that they can look at a rebalancing, I don't, and please forgive me, I don't want to give the impression that we got money sitting around that's not being used. That's why I said you all have been tasked with making sure that we're not on the hook at the end of the period, and I take that very seriously. That's a very big charge that the day-to-day taxpaying citizen may not necessarily realize. Because if we spend money incorrectly or too fastly, we run the risk. However, I would say if there's something that can be done with the rebalancing, that it does not necessarily have to come out of the general fund. I would ask just a quick review of that, just to make sure.
Yes, ma'am, and I think the rebalancing, unless Sharon has a different viewpoint, is from the reserves.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we all know that having these unindicted cases creates jail overcrowding. But Madam DA, what I'd like for you to share with us and the public is what happens in our communities when you don't have the resources that you need to investigate and indict on these cases. What happens with the person who you're investigating? How does that impact the communities within all of Fulton County? I remember you coming before us, and I remember there was a chart that you had, and literally it addressed every single commissioner's district that sits here on this board. Our two new commissioners were not here, but it still addressed the districts that they now serve. And so if you could just share with us what happens behind the scenes in our communities.
And I'm glad you asked that question, because I think it does address also Commissioner Khadijah's question, and I don't think that I appropriately answered her in full. One thing we've done is we've changed the way we do indictments from the previous administration. What used to come in, and this is no exaggeration, a paragraph fact statement, Commissioner Arrington will be familiar with this practice, would come in from an officer, and based on that paragraph, literally, not figuratively, fact statement and indictment would be drawn, and someone would typically be charged. I do not do business like that. I find it unethical, and I'm not ever going to do business like that. What we now do is when the police officers bring us our file, we investigate those cases up front. What does that mean to the common layperson, which is what you asked for me? One, it means that the drugs have to be tested, right? Because sometimes it comes back and that's not actually drugs. And so we've indicted someone that should not have been charged. And they sit, they hire a lawyer, they do other things, and then the case is ultimately dismissed anyway. So it was really having a negative effect upon those that were arrested, because we here know that the standard for arrest is probable cause, which is the lowest standard in the law, and the standard that I'm required to do is beyond a reasonable doubt. A big issue that we've had is the ballistics evidence. The GBI cannot keep up with Fulton County. They cannot keep up with the state. That is the reality. So one of the things you see here is professional services. I had to go out based on the recommendation of the GBI for former GBI agents that now have their own labs and hire people to test our ballistics evidence. It should be noted, since I've been standing as DA for these 2 years, I've indicted in excess of 400 murders and more than 600 murder defendants. That's just murders. That's because of the backlog. We put together a team and we focused on it. And so we are now current with where we were not current. That's just dealing with your highest level of case. But before a case is indicted, we're gonna look at the body cam. We're gonna look at the 911 tape. We're gonna make sure that the police have pulled the video footage that's around there, or my investigators are going to pull it. We're gonna canvass, we're gonna do the scene. That way, when we bring an indictment, we can be confident in it. We can make sure if a speedy is filed on us, there's always more work to do, but that it is pretty much prepared. And so the entire way we do business is different. And there's a lot of work that goes on before scenes. I think that this is better for victims, because if a victim has a case that's indicted, we believe in it. It's also better for those that are charged, so that you are not wrongly charged of a crime and we're wasting a lot of time charging people that should never have been charged. And so it works on both ends. If we're going to be one of the counties that is forward moving and forward thinking, it's important that we treat everyone involved in the justice system fairly. It's a reality that people don't want to deal with. I don't know why, we're so lucky as a county. The reality is this county sits with some of the highest profile cases in the country. I was sitting in my seat for 3 months, and we had the spa killings, where you had multiple people shot. Well, those kind of cases cost money. I'm sorry, you don't have to like that reality, but again, deal with reality, or it will deal with you. But they also deserve to be properly investigated. We had a certain members in our community targeted it basically because of who they were, and their lives were taken from them. And it impacted not just the victims of that crime, God rest their souls, but it has impacted an entire community. I don't know about you, but I like to go get a massage now and again. And, you know, I now think about it when I go to those places. It's a very sad thing that we go to common places and you have to now think, oh my God, is this the reality of my life? I walk those scenes. I've met with those families. And these are just things that happen in that county. I wouldn't have had that crime happen here if I could have chose it. I'm sorry we have a gang problem. But before I got here, I don't know if y'all remember, people were actually saying there wasn't gangs in Fulton County. What kind of foolishness is that? Now, finally, I have an acknowledgement. Yes, there are gangs here. And yes, they are causing a problem. And yes, I will not apologize. They are causing 75% to 80% of our problems, and they're recruiting our children. And so it's time we do something. And I am a DA that prosecutes. I don't lose any sleep over prosecuting, but we're also trying to do things to save the youth. You know, we are trying to make sure that we tell them there's another way to run your life. This is a complex job we have. I heard listening to the thing about how racism and just poverty really just impacts everyone, and it does it at every level in our education system. But guess what happens when people drop out of school at 8th and 10th grade? Their options are many, and I get to see them. And so we've got to be serious about being a major community. And Commissioner Hall, sometimes I feel like I'm beating my head up against the wall. Like, when is Fulton County going to realize we're a major player? We are a major county. We are as big of a deal as a Los Angeles, a Chicago, a Philadelphia. And honestly, and I told this, I met with Commissioner Thorne this morning, we are a victim of our own success. You don't get to have all the hottest nightclubs, all the hottest restaurants, attract the world to come here, and not expect that you don't attract problems. Y'all always want a Super Bowl. Well, as a prosecutor, when you bring the Super Bowl here, I hold my head. Because I know there's going to be human trafficking. I know there's going to be prostitution. I know there's going to be violence. And I know I'm going to have a crime spike. But y'all don't, you know, people don't want to deal with the reality of the ugliness comes with the pretty. And we are one of the most beautiful counties in the world. I invite anyone to come to Atlanta. I represent the best city and county in the world. But there's problems, and those problems have to be properly funded so we can deal with them.
Ooh, thank you. You vented, but you covered just about everything that we have had. We have had people fill this assembly hall because of the jail overcrowding, saying that we're indicting people who shouldn't be indicted. We have people in the jail who shouldn't be in there. And I'm just so happy that you spoke to, you're not trying to charge people who shouldn't be charged. You're trying to help the youth. You're addressing the gang situation. Human trafficking, you named all of the human services things that we need to be addressing as a Board of Commissioners, and I want to thank you for your service on that side of it. But you said something earlier as well, and you said we should be ashamed about the fact that we are not covering all of the operating expenses that each of our employees need in order to effectively and efficiently do their jobs. And when you said that and you explained one of those situations, and you said the sheriff actually loaned you some of his radios.
He's loaned me radios, and my brother there in crime, he actually loaned me cars. I understand he wants me to run his cars back. I haven't given him back. I'm avoiding his calls right now. But I do know I have to give him his cars back, but we need some cars.
I'm like,
I'm going to take your call. I'm going to take your call.
Cut. I am embarrassed. Because that is
and he's loaned me
embarrassing.
vests. I mean, it's sad, but I'm not willing to put my officers on the street and risk them. And I sent an email to you all that I probably should have waited a couple of hours to send because I was so angry. And I'm still angry about it. I had two of my employees, an investigator and a lawyer, in one of the most dangerous communities in our county. And they're out interviewing witnesses on a murder case. And as they're out interviewing witnesses on a murder case, the damn car breaks. And they're trying to get the car to the side of the road. But it is not like I have not told this department over and over again, can you all send me some non-raggedy cars? You all know the cars are over the miles that are set by you. The county has said we're not supposed to have kept cars over this mileage. They're not supposed to be over this year. And even of the fleet I think I have 13 cars that are over the requirements you set. How many times do I have to have the same conversation? You know, and it's not like my cars are going to lawyers. I told Commissioner Thorne this morning, I do have a murder prosecutor that just deals with children. She has a car because I require her to go to every child killed in this county. If you're mad at me for that, deal with yourself. I also have a lawyer that goes to every police shooting in this case, but the cars go to the investigators.
Well, we know that we need to address cars, but even more than that, you know, Commissioner Barrett asked a question earlier about hiring and what is there some kind of deterrent to hiring, or what is the situation with trying to get the adequate number of employees? And what I've heard here today has really stunned me, because an employee's morale is based on their work environment. That's part of it. And if they're coming to a work environment where they're not even offered the tools necessary to help them do their jobs, that's negatively impacting them. So what employee wants to work for a company that's not going to give them what they need to adequately do their job, especially if they're a proud and respectful employee who wants to do good work? And so I find it questionable, why in the world are we not funding the operating costs? And I've heard this from several electeds who have offices under Fulton County and department heads. So I want to ask our CFO, are we really paying attention and funding the operating costs? Because I've heard that the Solicitor General's office has 124 computers that are beyond the end of life. That's over 75% of the Solicitor General's current allotment of computers. And it's costing more for them to try to repair them and keep them working than it would cost to just refresh them. And many of you who've been here a while have heard me say that we need a real PC refresh. We need that in the county. My chief of staff went to a training, and she said the computers that they had there, everybody thought they were so good. It was the computer with the little button in the top that you use for your mouse, and they were so outdated, but they thought they were new because they just got them. Just because you just received them doesn't mean they're new. Those computers are horrible. Those are the ones that I told them to come and get those out of my office. So we need to address all these operating cost needs so that we'll see a lot of these things to start to address other situations like our employee base and morale. So as far as your cars, and let me also address this thing about software. I heard someone mention that Commissioner Arrington said, you mentioned Commissioner Arrington said, why don't we have a complete agreement for our softwares? Well, that is called a master service agreement. It is something that I learned about when I was in the IT department here at Fulton County in the 90s. A master service agreement didn't just stop in the 90s. It still exists, and we do need that for this county, for our software. When I needed Microsoft Project for my office, they said, you have to buy a license. I said, well, there's nobody else in the county that has Microsoft Project? Yes, but the master service agreement. So I charge our new, is he interim or is he permanent, CIO of IT, Lateef, on looking at all of the software that we use across the county and looking at the master service agreement option, because we used to go to the state and just pull from their contract, and we had the best pricing that way. And so if cost is an issue, then we need to find the best solutions for addressing those costs. And then in turn, our employees will have what they need. But you know what stuck out to me is when you said every position has needs, and that is absolutely true. And it let me know that you are a good manager and you care about your employees, because if you look at a position, it doesn't only just need salary and benefits. That person's gonna need paper, pens, a computer.
We ran out of those this year. last year.
That is crazy. No employee should be sitting here with no paper, no pens, just the basic necessities. So we have to address these operating costs. So I've heard you, and I'm waiting for us to get to the budget discussion because it looks like we need to make some ask about software licensing, professional services, cars, operating expenses, equipment. And I would ask our HR, our Chief Human Resources Officer, is there a process in place when hiring employees that we look at not just the salary and benefits, but the needs of that particular position and what they need to function properly? I think I remember having a conversation with the sheriff about some of his positions and how there was nothing identified, and he said he's working on looking at his positions and saying, okay, this position needs a radio, a car, or this or that, and having a total cost that we can identify for each position's needs financially.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Specifically, no, we do not have that structured where HR is involved in that process. We typically allow the respective hiring departments to identify what each individual needs. But we could definitely work with them to at least make sure that they have something baked into their recruitment plan. That was part of our, when we issued the recruitment breakdown, before we did the recruitment process and started to advertise, maybe we could add a component in there that, okay, we know that what the salary requirements are, but what are the other intangible needs, you know, a desk, a phone, and those other things, and we could incorporate that into that component of the recruitment documentation.
That would be great, because I think then we would have a better outlook on our budget as it relates to when an elected or a department head or someone comes forward and says, I need these positions, then you have a true reality of the cost of hiring that employee. You don't just have the salary and the benefits, and then later on they don't have pens and pencils and the phone gets cut off. We actually address everything they need to successfully do the job. Mr. County Manager and Madam CFO and Hakeem and Alton, we need to do that. So I charge you, Mr. Herman, to please include HR in that process as it relates to these employees and the new positions moving forward. Thank you, Madam DA.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barrett.
Good afternoon, Madam DA. Good to see you. I, first of all, want to say thank you for the incredible work that you're doing. I'm very much in support of the way you are handling your indictments versus the way they were handled before. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I understand that it's causing some angst about the number of unindicted. So I also appreciate you clarifying the number and how, you know, there can be a person that has multiple cases, therefore some indicted and some unindicted. Also, I think to your point, if you're getting a paragraph from a police officer, it's not a benefit to that person to be charged wrongly. So not only is it not good for the system and the cost and all of those things, it's not good for the person and therefore the community and their family and all of those things. So I commend you for that, as well as your work in the schools. And to your point, I think somebody made the point earlier when we were talking about systemic racism, the work that you're doing in the community, in the schools, trying to, you know, talk to some of these kids before they get into trouble, I think is spot on. I want to jump to the numbers a little bit. I just have a couple of questions. We got, in my office, some documentation on the specific numbers. We asked, and I know, you know, Commissioner Thorne and myself obviously just got here, and so we're trying to get as much information in a couple of weeks to make these huge decisions about budget, but we didn't get an update that I think we were looking for on your final number. So just a question, I know we're talking about, are we now talking about 40 cars?
Yes.
And then you have several line items regarding software and training and things like that,
Yes.
and then the professional services. What is the total number that we're talking about?
The total numbers, so they come out of different budgets, and so I'm gonna make sure that I address you per each budget.
Okay.
The operational budget that we're asking for is $3,386,275. That does not address cars, that addresses everything else.
Okay.
The capital budget is where cars would come out of, and that is $800,000. That's 40 cars. That's where I suggest you go get 20 of them out of Orca. But that is that capital budget request. And then there is a personnel budget request of 566,024.18. The reason that is there is because there has been some suggestion that we are not going to be able to fill positions. So it deals with that because, as I've told each commissioner, and I will say it here publicly, I'm not giving up a position. I cannot afford to give up a position. I have too many cases on my back, and so I want to make sure that that is never even part of the discussion. There's about 100,000 of that would be allowed for overtime. This is something that Mr. Adams is actually probably the best person to inform you of this. We had, or educate you on this. We have an entire problem of, for 20-something years before I got here, cases were not properly put into the system, meaning into the database. This first came to me when I first got here in like the first 6 months. They said, you know, Fulton County has never had a gang conviction. Well, luckily I have been a DA here for many, many years. It's like, that's absolutely not right. Then the feds called me, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they were very angry because Fulton County historically did not have their convictions in the record, and you can't make sure that someone has an enhanced sentencing that they've earned if the convictions are not in the system. And so Mr. Adams probably knows the exact number, but we want to be able to pay some legal assistance, some overtime pay to get our portion of that, because honestly, that is a problem that was here, a problem before Sheriff Labat got here, but there are problems in his house of they didn't put him in properly before he got here, problems in my house, and problems at the clerk. Like, it was done wrong at every level. It would take a long time to explain to you why. It's a technical conversation, but the bottom line is they're not in the system. It's causing a huge problem. Fulton County is not the only place they have looked at this. Actually, it's been brought to Governor Kemp because he now knows that they have a statewide problem of these convictions not being in. So that's part of what the overtime is for. And then, quite frankly, part of the overtime is people have to move around with me just because of the nature of my job, and I don't work 40 hours a week. So they don't work 40 hours a week.
Can you just repeat the number for that again?
That total is 566,024.18, and about 125 of that is just for this overtime expense, and the other is just to make sure there's no conversations about taking any of my personnel.
So the total is?
The total
$4.5 million-ish?
It's $4,752,229.18.
If we give you that 18 cents, no, I'm just kidding.
I want
Okay.
all of it.
It's very specific. I want to ask also on that total number, and maybe this is an answer that you have to break all the three budgets down, but is this all Orca related or is it partial?
It's not all Orca related, and let me explain to you why. The way that Orca was defined for us is that Orca cases stopped December 7th, I believe is the day of 2021. So anybody arrested December 14th of 2021 till current day cannot be defined as an Orca case. Although you could make an argument that if they were arrested but the incident happened before that date, then it would be considered Orca. And so obviously there were arrests made in 2022. Those are not Orca cases. But anything so that even they have defined Orca per Chief Judge Brasher, who's no longer the Chief Judge, even if a case had happened in 2017, which there were thousands that had happened in 17 that had not been indicted, had not worked their way through the system, because they would be dealt with during this Orca time period, then they defined it as an Orca case. So any case that has happened like December 8th, 2021, forward is non-Orca. Any case that happened before that is not. I want to remind you that when we're talking about that 16,300, that was only the unindicted. There were another 6 or so, probably about 5,000-6,000 that were in the system indicted. All of those cases have not been dealt with. And so you have those cases as well.
So I know you said on the cars, you're considering 20 of them Orca related, so $400,000 on that front. On the other two budgets, 50%, would you say? I mean, if you're ballparking that?
That would probably be about right, about 50%, probably actually a little bit more just because of the way Orca was defined. I would say probably 60-ish%, but that number goes down every single day because as we sit here right now, people are being arrested. And so it is going to, the scales are gonna go that way as we get more and more cases. So you have to understand, we get at least about, on average, maybe 50 felony arrests a day.
Yeah. I'm with you. So I just want to now direct some conversation to follow up with Commissioner Abdurrahman's comments about ARPA money, ORCA money, the county manager's discussion about FEMA reimbursement and all of that. Because I think, first of all, I think there's some, it seems to me, and again, I'm new here, but it seems to me that there's times when we're using the term ORCA money and ARPA money interchangeably, and they're not. And so I think in some cases, the answer, Commissioner Abdurrahman was really referring to, is there ARPA money on the table? But the answer was, there's 75 million ORCA money. They're sort of two different things. The ORCA money is a bucket that came out of the ARPA money, correct? Yeah, so I think what Commissioner Abdurrahman is saying, and what Madam DA referred to, and what I believe Commissioner Hall referred to as well, is the fact that there is additional ARPA money that we have not spent. There's at least the 20.7 million that you said we had regards this FEMA non-reimbursement thing, which honestly, I don't really know what that means or how to quantify that at this moment, just because all I've heard is the term. I don't know how much we're talking about there and why it would or would not be reimbursed. But the point being, there is 20.7 million in ARPA reserve. And if we're talking about a budget of close to 5 million additional that you need, it seems to me that, again, from what Mr. Adams said and what I understand, the 75 million ORCA money has been sort of planned out for the next 3 years, I guess, right? Is it two or 3 years? And so this additional need of almost 5 million is above that 75 million. These things have not been allocated for in that plan, correct?
That is correct.
So it certainly seems to me, and we can certainly get into detail, and I know you and I talked about this, Mr. Adams, a little bit yesterday, and there does seem to be some disconnect on whether there is, and again, Commissioner Hall, I'll back you up on this, there does seem to be some question about whether there are licenses that Fulton County already has versus, you're sort of under the impression that they don't exist and therefore they need to be in your budget. I think what I heard from you, Mr. Adams, is that in some cases there are those things. So I'm not sure, I'm certainly not suggesting that anyone is not telling the truth, but it's a disconnect for me. All of that to say, it seems to me that if there's a $5 million expense and we're saying that 60% of it in some cases, 50% of it in other cases are specifically related to Project ORCA, that money should come out of ARPA funds and not the general fund. That's my take. So if we agree that the DA needs to be funded so that she can continue to do this work, which is, along with what our sheriff said, critical to improving public safety in our community, that a portion of that is coming from ARPA money and a portion should come from the general fund. That's where I'm at on this. So I'd like to clarify potentially some of the line items to make sure we've got the numbers exactly right, but it does seem to me that those of us here and Madam DA saying that this should potentially come from ARPA money, that seems right to me. So, when we get to the point here where we're gonna start talking about that 22.25 million and the additional millage rate options and all of that stuff, that, I think we need to be talking about that ARPA money as part of the conversation.
Okay, other questions or comments? Anything you want to add?
No, we're here trying to do the people's work. And we are here trying to do the people's work. The reality is, I've said it many, many times, in a free society, the basic functions of government, number one, is to keep us safe, and two, if you live in a democracy, is to have free and fair elections. We are here trying to keep this community safe. People don't volunteer to come and testify in gang trials or rape trials or armed robbery trials or aggravated assault trials. The budget that we've asked you for is simply to fund the basic needs of a well-functioned DA's office. We ask that you consider these enhancements and that you vote so that we have the things that we need to do the job.
Okay, don't leave. I got those two questions. There's three of them I wanted to ask you about that I've heard. They'll deny it. Heard it up here in my office. Heard it over there. Manager, Adams, others, public at large. You've answered one. The other is that the thinking is that you're spending more time going after Trump than locals. I'm gonna leave it at that. How do you respond to that?
It's
That
based
that
on-
you're using resources going after Trump when those 1,200, and you dispute that, are languishing in our jail when our resources are being used going after former President Trump?
It's a comment based on ignorance, and if you understand the meaning of ignorance, it's a lack of information. It doesn't offend anyone's level of intelligence.
All these folk who've been coming to me with that, you hear what she's saying?
So it's simply just based on ignorance. If you have paid attention what this district attorney's office has done, most of my resources accuse me of spending resources on major crimes, which are your murder cases and your gangs. Very few resources have been spent on that. In terms of personnel, I've been very forthright. I have a legal assistant in the office that works on the election investigation, which, by the way, you know, I'm an equal opportunist prosecutor. It does not matter to me if you are white, black, Democrat, Republican, rich, poor, have held office or not. If you commit a crime in this county, you are going to be held responsible. So I don't apologize for that investigation in any way, and no comment I'm making should be taken as an apology for that investigation. What I will say to you, though, is that's not where resources have been spent. So I have one legal assistant that works on that case, 2 investigators, and 2 lawyers, another lawyer or 2 that come in and work part-time. That's of 390 employees. 39 would be 10%. You know, I'm a lawyer, we don't do math real well, but about 20 would be 5%. We're talking about a very, very low percentage of our staff that does that investigation, but we've done it effectively, and the district attorney has kept every word she said. In last year, I said by May, based on the investigation that our office was doing, that I would make a determination if a special purpose grand jury was being done. I determined that it was, and we did one. I said that that investigation would take up to a year, or at least we asked for a special purpose grand jury that would run a year. But I told the public, by the end of the year, we will be done doing what we need to do. I'm sure you read the papers. Our special purpose grand jury has now produced a report to me. We are moving efficiently, but everyone is entitled to justice. Everyone is entitled to a full investigation. I plan to complete doing a full investigation in that case. But to say we're expending some extraordinary amount of resources on that case is just, it's misguided.
All right, last. How do you explain when let's say a famous movie star, entertainer, gets robbed in Sandy Springs in North County, that the perpetrator is arrested and indicted, seems like overnight, when we have others, unknown folk, in our jail 6 months, a year and a half, up to 2 years? How does that happen?
I'm assuming you're talking about the Drug Rich case, which was a gang investigation. Drug Rich is a gang that actually operates out of our neighboring county, but came here and decided that North Fulton was a fruitful ground to do investigations. The Sandy Springs Police Department did an incredible job on that case. That case was handled by our gang unit. In that case, we had a lot of the evidence that we needed because things were done. I give a lot of credit to one of the things that we have done, because gangs is so important to me, is we have gone around and trained Atlanta Police Department, Sandy Springs, South Fulton, and others on how to appropriately do a gang warrant and do gang cases. I commend those police chiefs for inviting us in. You may not know this, but Atlanta alone, gang warrants have gone up 300% because they now know how to do it, and we're appropriately prosecuting people. And so once people are trained and they do investigations the way that give us the information we need from the beginning, indictments do come quicker.
Thank you, Madam Dear. Anything else? So your request is for $4.7 million today.
Yes, not all from the operations budget. One, as you know, the cars come out of the capital budget, and that close to $600,000 that would come out of the personnel. And most of that is really just, don't stop what you're doing. It's only about 100 this extra. But I got an email from someone in HR. I wasn't probably very polite with them, that said they had made decisions, they were taking my positions. When I told each of the commissioners that, they wanted to know who had approved such a thing. So I wanted to make clear, I'm not okay with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see Gamish. Where is he? All right. It's 1:54. I've been advised that lunch is here. Everybody hungry, want to keep going? All right, let's break, quick lunch, recess for lunch, and executive session, issues of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Please vote.
The vote is open.
And don't y'all go too far away, because we're going to be quick. We got a lot to cover.
Passes unanimously.
No, it's probably about 6, maybe. Yeah. We should make it around 6. Chief. Where's the budget? Oh, page 5. All right. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Chief Deputy Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, 23-0044, Finance. Review and approval of the fiscal year 2023 final adopted budget and fiscal year 2023 budget resolution.
All right, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last Friday, we provided the board with a short memo outlining the summary of actions that we've taken to date in development of the 2023 proposed budget. That memo included responses to inquiries that were made during the January 4th discussion on the budget. It also included an update on the sheriff's budget request. Today, we do not have a presentation. I did just want to take a few minutes to make a few remarks and some suggestions. I wanted to remind the board that the revised proposed budget that was presented on January 4th includes the appropriated reserve of $22.2 million, which was proposed to be used to address uncertain economic conditions, employee compensation, and facility capital costs. Today, the board may choose to allocate these funds towards a specific purpose or allow them to remain in the appropriated reserve to be considered for use throughout the year. As noted in that memo, we did meet with the sheriff, and he addressed the board on that earlier. But the memo did outline that we were able to narrow down what we thought was the specific request. We validated the estimated cost associated with that, and then we identified some funding options for the board to consider. For ease of discussion today, Sabrina and Hakeem are here and prepared to keep track of any adjustments or actions that the board chooses to make. The revised proposed budget is balanced through the use of anticipated revenue and available fund balance, which is there to support the $879 million in the proposed general fund budget. The suggestion that I have would be, as we carry on with our budget discussion and deliberation, that we first consider whether or not there are any changes to be proposed on the revenue side that would increase the available resources to support additional expenditures. Of course, less the 16.67% fund balance reserve requirement. And then once we've established whether there is a revenue adjustment to be made, then we could take up the discussion around the use of the $22.2 million in the appropriated reserve and address any other budget adjustments or amendments that the board members may have. And then in the budget booklet, I did want to remind the board that page 13 of the budget booklet is where you can locate the resolution that is actually part of the agenda item today, which will establish the budget ordinance for the year. And that after we've completed the discussion on the general fund budget, I just wanted to make sure that we do take official action on that resolution. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we're ready to proceed and stand ready to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Madam CFO. And just to procedurally, how I want to proceed here, but y'all have heard me say this is the time of year where we earn our stripes, and this is where the real work begins. And I'll say this, I think the finance department did a good job in giving us the what's called the 2023 revised proposed budget up until that memo on that you sent on January 13th, which that resulted in, this is an editorial comment, that's more of the sheriff's budget than our budget. So, and I have some serious issues with that, but I think that the base budget is sound. So the issue today is, what do we do with that 22.2 or 22.5, whatever that number is? I don't think there's any disagreement with the proposed base, but what do we do with that 22.5? You indicated that there were two options in that in your that letter of the 13th, but I think to me there are probably four options. The first one is being to allocate the 22.5 to an unappropriated reserve account, all of it, particularly in light of the dire economic forecast that the whole world is talking about. And I don't know what's special about us where we want to go in a different direction. I would think that it would make great sense to keep that money in a reserve account because we don't know what's going to happen. That's number one. Number two would be, if the desire is to use it, that second option would be that $15 million for employees' compensation, a COLA or one-time performance, and the $7.5 million of it for the facilities reserve. And then my 3 and 4 would be the CFO and the managers A and B. But I strongly suggest that we consider holding all of it in a reserve account, given the uncertainty of the economy. And there seems to be unanimous support and agreement on that by economists. This is also the time of year, though, when pet projects come into play. And I've been at this business a long time, and I'm reminded of Washington. You have some no-name congressman or congresswoman from some place like Idaho use our Georgia dollars to buy band uniforms for a high school band in his or her district. Those are pet projects. And it's almost like whoever approaches us last, the squeaky wheel, I guess. The problem that we're going to have, I think, going forward is we have some huge, huge possible expenditures going forward. I've heard all of us talk about a new jail. That's $1 billion, $2 billion. How are you going to pay for it? Number two, hospital, replacement hospital. Another probably $1 billion. How are we going to pay for that? Grady is asking for more money, probably deservedly so. You got 2 senior centers, one up north, one down south, that we promised our seniors. Child care. These are just big ticket items that we're going to have to be faced with. So I think that the best use of that 22.2 or 22.5 is to have it in an unallocated reserve, and we use it wisely, if at all. Now, that being said, and I refer to this as the sheriff's budget, he's charming. He's a great American. And he's charmed. I know I can read tea leaves as well as anybody. And if he wanted the whole 20, he'd get that today. You think back a year ago, he got his base budget, came back, as Mr. Adams would say, every time he comes, he leaves with another 5. Got $5 million one time, came back again, a great show, Academy Award the Academy Award performance was the first time, $5 million. Next time, another 5. This time, it's gonna be 10 or 20. So my point is, I think we need the personalities out of it. Madam DA made a compelling case this morning. Why would our DA have to borrow radios from a neighboring county or from our sheriff? Why would she have to have her phones almost cut off? I mean, somewhere our priorities have gotten out of sync, and I would hope that as we go through this today, I don't have any pet projects. My pet project is a balanced budget with every dime of that 22.5 on an unallocated reserve account. So that's all I have but I do want to approve this budget today. If we have to be here for 2 or 3 more hours, I think we can do it. But let's just be respectful as we go through it. Madam Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the fact that we've had a lot of people speak at today's BOC meeting during public comment, but also at prior meetings, and bring a lot of different things to our attention. And these are the people that we serve who have voted for us wherever they live within the county, and they expect for us to do what the state mandated us to do, and that is to provide health and human services. I don't have any pet projects. I do support our human services and community projects, and truly to put in place things that help our homeless, our youth, our seniors, the least of these. And so we've heard a lot today, and I just want to remind everybody that public safety is a #1 issue, and we do have to support our sheriff, our DA, our Solicitor General. You know what? I just realized the Solicitor General is here. He's right there, Mr. Chair. Did you want him to still come up?
You can come up. Come on
Okay.
up. We've heard from the others. Come on up, Mr. Solicitor, before we get started. And then other department heads, let's call all of them.
Good afternoon.
Come on, sir.
Happy to be here. Would love to just let you know how much we appreciate each and every one of you. Congratulations to our newest elected commissioners, Commissioner Baird, Commissioner Thorne. Look forward to working with you all. I can be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity. We're doing a good job in our county, a great job in our county. In my shop, the solicitor's office, we have improved efficiencies over the 5 years that I've been honored to serve in a manner that is unprecedented, and I think that there are few who would disagree with that. But we're not delivering the excellence and justice to our constituents that they deserve. And it's not because of anyone's lack of a desire. It's because in many respects we still remain, even though we've made great incremental progress, we still remain somewhat under-resourced, particularly with regard to the ever-increasing number of domestic violence cases. It's been a big deal for me since I've been in office, and it is probably the type of case that my heart beats the most for, because there are young children who are being victimized, often by family members, and it happens to those vulnerable females. We've made an ask to really expand what we're doing for more of a focus on a high-risk domestic abuse and illegal firearms protection approach. Yes, it involves about a $1.1 million request. Right now, we've got more than 5,000 cases of domestic violence.
Is it 1.1?
$1.1 million.
That's what you're asking for?
Yes, sir. Okay. Related to our high-risk domestic violence. The other side of that, though, is, and I know that each of the commissioners and each of the districts have been happy to have us there restricting and expunging records for those folks who are nonviolent, former offenders who are rehabilitated and now looking for job opportunities. That's through our record restriction, expungement initiatives, and through our diversion program. Last year, we served about 4,000 charges through our diversion program. This year, we're targeting 10,000. It's a big deal. It's, I think, a reasonable ask. The request to expand our diversion program involves a small number of people, and the request is just about $765,471. Both of those programs are equally important. I don't know that I could choose one priority over the other. If I was forced to, it would have to be to first invest more in protecting those vulnerable women in particular, and the children who grow up in these households where domestic abuse occurs. The other thing I should add about that is that we have this enormous uptick in the illegal possession of firearms. It's really a big deal. We've got about 500 cases right now pending involving illegal firearms. It is one of the, forgive the pun, it is probably the biggest trigger for domestic violence murders. And the unit we talked about would also enhance that. The same things, commissioners, that DA Willis and Sheriff Labat spoke about are absolutely facts. Those historic failures in the processing of Georgia criminal histories has caused judges to have not be fully informed in our system, and it's age-old problems that we're now here trying to address. And so those same issues that the DA has with regard to vehicles to get out and serve witnesses, victims, it's the same issues that we're having. And I know to hear from us might sound, let me put it this way. There's no doubt that both the sheriff, the DA, and the Solicitor General, along with others, are simply trying to do their very best, as are you all, and our citizens deserve it. I'm available for any questions. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
That's all right. Thank you.
We good?
So we're good. We
Okay,
know
thank you.
you are requesting 1.1 million for everything that you need. You've answered all the questions for me. Any other questions? Because I'm going to move forward.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
So the thing that I just don't get is why we come to the budget every January and we have our other elected colleagues and our department heads talking about what they need, and we have to sit up here and we have to literally almost like fight for them. We have to make a verbal request publicly for the things that they should actually already be receiving. So it makes me question our process for how we're doing this budget. And when, as a commissioner who has attended the Association County Commissioner of Georgia classes and received the county commissioner certification and many other certifications, we talk about this in class all the time, that this is not part of how the process is supposed to go. You should not have to come up here and fend for yourself and try to fight for money that you need to do your job, which is to serve the same constituents that elected us. So thank you for your service. Now, there's a lot on that we have been requested to do by our residents. Those who have talked about Sadie G. Mays needs $1.2 million.
You're gonna make motions as you go along.
Sure, I'm gonna make a motion right now that we start a list of those things that we need to calculate and have our CFO start to calculate those items that we have heard from many that are a necessity for them to move forward and efficiently and effectively carry out the duties of their job. And we've called them in past years budget enhancements. So Sadie G. Mays asked for $1.2 million as a partner that has been in place for 75 years and having a contract agreement with the county since 1968. Oh, thank you, Maceo. We heard from the arts community that we have always funded.
You on Sadie G? How are you doing it?
I'm making a motion for everything that I'm about to call out to you.
One motion. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yes. And I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. Sadie G. Mays, our partner since 1968 agreement, asked for 1.2. We have heard in the news and everywhere about the youth who were shot and killed at Atlantic Station, the 12-year-old and the mother who went to City Hall and said, how could this happen when I've contacted every elected official in Fulton County, in Atlanta, all the law enforcement, and everyone said there's nothing they could do, but this young man was shot and killed at the age of 12. And then the DA telling us we have gang problems, and that was part of the problem with this 12-year-old who got shot. The gangs are utilizing the young children because it's harder for them to get put in jail. We need money toward our arts and culture, as we heard from the executive. The one on for arts, you know, we always cover our nonprofit contract for services grant, and we increase it. We increased it last year. We need to increase it again by 1.7 million. That's contract for services. We did that last year. Yes, sir.
Madam CFO, are y'all keeping track of this now? 1.2 for Sadie Mays and 1 point what for arts?
1.7 for the contract for services. I think we did 1.3 last year.
Yes, we do.
Something close to that, yeah.
So on my list, as Commissioner Hall has just started listing her items out, I have 1.2 million for Sadie G. Mays and now 1.7 million for contracts for services. You've mentioned the DA and gangs, but I did not hear a dollar amount.
Oh, she said 4.7. Yes, and the solicitor said 1.1.
1.2.
Oh, you gonna give him another? You giving him more?
What is it, 1.1 million?
1.1, 1.2.
Chairman said 1.2. Going. All right. And then we have,
All right, we got 22.2 here to work with.
and then we always give to NBAF. Hammond's, yes, National Black Arts Festival. I'm sorry about that.
Commissioner Hall, in addition to the, is it 250 that's already in the budget? 200,000 that's already in the budget? You want to provide additional resources to?
You have it in the budget already?
We have 200,000 in the budget, yes, ma'am.
And Hammond's House?
No. We have, I believe we have 160. Oh, can you give me the amount for Hammond's House?
We'll clarify that.
Okay, because, you know, we always do Hammond's House and National Black Arts Festival. Hammond's House because of our relationship with them, and we've always provided for them, and also staffing that we've provided for them in the past.
What do you recommend?
She looks like she's working on something. So the same amount that we've done before, which was 250 for Hammond's House. And you know, so do we I couldn't find this. We always have evened out the amount.
Yes, ma'am. So we have those what we consider the legacy organizations.
Yes,
They are in the arts proposed
in
budget
the arts.
already.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
they're just not broken down?
They're just not broken out, but they're in the
Okay.
arts budget already.
Great, so let's just double check on a couple other things. We always, at one point, we evened out a $200,000 gift to Johns Creek, it was Johns Creek, Hammond's House. No, that's what it was, Johns Creek, Hammond's House, NBAF, and Chattahoochee.
Hoochie Nation. Yes, ma'am.
That's what
Those
it
are those
was.
are the four. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right, so you got those.
Those are already included in the proposed budget. Yes.
Great, okay, so we don't have to add that up. Phew. All right, Solicitor General. You already have the sheriff covered, right?
No, you haven't mentioned the sheriff.
I thought I saw a memo that said you already.
That was just talk.
That was just talk. Oh, okay, well, put some action behind the talk. I saw the memo. I thought that meant that it was done, so, yeah, make sure that's done. I don't remember what the number was on the memo. Can you?
It was 10 million. And what was presented in the memo were all of the resources that were already available to the sheriff, either in his proposed budget or by what was included in the revised proposed budget, along with the comment that was made at the January 4th meeting to perhaps allocate 10 million of the 22.5 to support the sheriff's request. So that was, in essence, what was embodied in the memo to the board.
That was, you said 10?
10 million out of the 22.5.
Okay.
But to be fair, what the sheriff also requested this morning is the civilian staff getting a 5% raise, and I think that was 800.
It's going to be 1.2.
1.2 million for the civilians,
Including the overtime.
which would include an allocation for related overtime.
So the total then would be 11.2 for the sheriff.
11.2.
7,200,000 for the sheriff.
Okay. So that needs to be in the calculation. And I heard someone speak about, oh, Mr. Chair, you said about we need childcare, and that is true. And I noticed that Human Resources did not get the funding for care.com, which was, is that, do I have that right? You didn't get the funding for care.com?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. No, there's no funding in the budget this year to continue the care.com arrangement that was in place during the height of COVID.
And please just, if you could, explain what care.com is and what it does.
Well, care.com was our partner during COVID that made it extremely possible for our employees who had to report to work in 24-hour operations or whose jobs required them to be on site and had no inability to work remotely to allow for those employees to secure daycare services or childcare services which allow them to report to work. It also came in very handy if, in fact, one of those employees became ill during the course of COVID, that they could also rely on that service as well to make sure that they could isolate while still having childcare coverage.
And so is that, do you see that being a need still? And we just saw that the numbers are really high.
You know, if we're talking about COVID, yes.
Yes.
But I think in general, Commissioner, I think any benefit that we could offer employees, which also allows them to report to work. I think one of the biggest users of the program was the sheriff deputies and the female sheriff deputies that allowed them to also report to work. So the program, you know, if it, depending on how it's structured, will allow all employees to take access. And again, it would benefit the sheriff's department to allow those employees who have to come to work to show up as well.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I had this number right. Was it $632,000 that for care.com to cover employee-wide need in that area?
Well, that number wasn't employee-wide. That was just looking at our law enforcement or those individuals
That was just law enforcement?
or those individuals who had the requirement to report to work. So that it covered the tax commissioner's office, it covered the clerk's office because they were on site, but it wasn't quote unquote county-wide. But so that was the number that covered roughly about 1,500 to 1,600 employees.
Okay, and those were those employees that were identified as essential?
Correct.
Is this needed for more than essential employees? I know we had a long discussion during COVID about what is an essential employee, because there were those who we felt were not included and should have been.
Commissioner, I would say, you know, in having that conversation about who's essential and who's non-essential, I think if we're just trying to focus on the premise of the benefit, which allows employees to report to work to provide the services to the citizens of Fulton County, and you just look at that premise, I think it's a valuable program from that underlying premise.
Okay, so 632,000, Madam CFO, yes.
632,000.
Yes. That's for care.com, for the child care.
So, Mr. Chairman, based on my math and what I've heard so far, Sadie G. Mays at 1.2 million, Arts at 1.7, the DA at 4.7, the solicitor at 1.2 million, the sheriff at 11.2 million, and CARES at 632,000. That brings the total to 20,632,000.
20 million, six what?
20,632,000.
And that leaves how much left over to allocate? What is it? 1 point what?
2 point something.
About 1.6 million.
1.6.
Mr. Chair, point of order. We got a $1.3 billion budget. I think what you're talking about is the 25 million that they said. You're talking about of the 25 million, not of the 1.3 billion. They got 1.3 billion. We have 1.3 billion. And so I don't think it's fair to limit it to the 25 million, or the 22.5, which is allegedly left over. We have a $25 to $75 million overrun every year since I've been here for the last
That's
8 years.
True.
Okay.
Absolutely true.
Point well taken.
All right,
What
so,
else?
so
Of this 22.5, you got 1.6 left.
I'm just going to keep going
Okay.
off of what I know there's a need for, and then, because I support it, and we'll just see who does and who doesn't and how it works out. I know that on the arts and culture side, the other thing that was mentioned was FACE and Fulton Films. We heard during our last BLC meeting that Fulton Films and FGTV were moving under the Department of Arts and Culture for the creation of our creative industries, which is major. We always give Fulton Films $250,000. Was that already in the, great, it's already in there? All right, and so, when they split, they needed some positions. That's right. I know they're also moving under Central Library. They're physically moving to the Central Library, and with these additional responsibilities and the 2 areas moving under arts and culture, there was a need for some positions. But I think it was 3 positions. Let me see really quickly. I wrote it down because I know even Gail Holloman at the library has been talking about the need to manage the space because our wonderful Central Library was renovated and it's literally a beautiful conference center. And there's a need to manage that process. So I know there's, let me hold on a second. There's a need for, at the library for marketing, a marketing person that will help us bring in some revenue, some needed revenue from the Central Library. And there's a need for production for the library and a setup person for the library. I would say that between those 3 positions is probably about total 190,000 for the 3 positions.
190?
Yeah. That will cover the need. And then senior services, we heard about, Commissioner Arrington always advocates for quality living services, reminding us of how great of a partner they are. And I know that he's mentioned numerous times about the need for $500,000 to continue to go to quality living services. But also, yes, sir. But also what we have heard is that there is a need for home-delivered meals, and we have, it has been discussed that there is a need for home-delivered meals countywide, and that's about 500,000.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, sir.
On QLS,
QLS?
we already have $100,000 in the budget. So do you want to add 400 to make it 5 or?
Yes, because isn't that what we did last time?
Yeah, so you want it to be a total of 500,000?
400 to make it 500?
Okay.
So 400.
Yeah, so it goes down to 400. As those of you who have been here over the past couple of years, you know we have always given $250,000 each to Atlanta Public Schools and Fulton County Schools for the youth projects that they have that impact our Fulton County youth. Is that in the budget already?
We haven't funded the school systems, I think, for at least the last 2, if not 3 years. We used those.
I remember with
we redirected
COVID.
those funds and used them for a different purpose, Commissioner. So no, they're not included in the budget.
What were they used for when we redirected the funding?
We believe we moved it over and included it in the budget for school therapy.
School therapy.
Through scale, yep, yes, ma'am.
Through
Behavioral health.
BHDD?
Yeah, behavioral health.
Okay, well, I know that that is a great need, but I know that there is more of a need because after talking to Superintendent Herring and some of the Fulton County School execs, there is a crisis with drug use in the schools. And so if we could go back to, and I know this was started by Commissioner Hausman, but I've always been in support of making sure they got that $250,000.
So 250, so 500,000.
Yes.
250 for APS and 250 for Fulton County.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that leaves 28,000 out of the 22.2 million.
All right. You ready? Okay. So let me see, that's done.
28,000 left.
Yes, sir, I'd like to read back. Sadie Mays, 1.2 million. Arts for contracts for services, 1.7 million. District Attorney, 4.7 million. Solicitor, 1.2 million. Sheriff, 11.2 million. Funding for personnel for CARES.com, 632,000. Arts for 3 positions, I think was listed, 190,000. Seniors, senior services for home delivered meals, 500,000. Senior services.
Wait,
you missed 400,000 for senior.
400,000.
Well, I have 2 items for senior services. I have 500,000 for meals and for home delivered meals, and then I have 400,000 for QLS. Is there an additional 400,000?
No.
Okay, so the 2 items for senior services that I have is 500,000 for home delivered meals and 400,000 to support QLS.
Which, because you already have 100,000 for that.
Yes, because there's already 100,000 in the budget, so that would bring the total to support QLS to 500,000.
Right, that's correct.
And then the last item that I had on my list was 500,000 to BHDD to support the 2 school systems in $250,000 increments.
Okay. Did you miss FACE, which was mentioned by our constituents today? Did I miss FACE? I said FACE. Oh, no amount.
Yeah, the only amount I heard for arts was the 190,000 for the positions.
The 3 positions?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's really actually, I don't know, I think that would go under arts, but it is actually part of helping the library, which has the art space in the conference space. So I don't know where that actually, I think it lies under arts, I'm not sure, that's your call.
The library actually manages the conference space at Central Library. So you were referring to some support to assist the Central Library in managing the conference space?
Well, I've actually been present when our library director, Gail Holloman, and our director of arts and culture, David Manuel, have been in discussion about the space and the use of it. and have agreed that the library needs help. And David saying, absolutely, I will help. So I guess that's a conversation that you guys will have to work out on the executive side to however it's going to work best.
So we can put it in the arts, and if we need to move it to the library, we can always do that through the soundings process. So,
yes.
I mean, are you okay with it being in arts, Dr. Rochelle?
I think if we go ahead now and put 2 positions in arts and 1 in the library, so we don't have to come back.
Okay. All right. So there's always a need under our community service program grants. We always run out of money no matter how we try. We always have nonprofit organizations that qualify for the funding, but we don't have enough money to cover them. And at the end of the day, we return back to the meeting and have to add additional funding. So if we could go ahead and calculate that in now instead of having to come back and do it all over again, it usually is about 1.5, and please correct me if I'm off a little bit. Is it?
I think we've done $1 million, $1.5 million
So
in
it is
additional funds
around
for
there.
the CSP program.
Okay. And, all right, you pulled your, were you getting ready to say something?
I was just going to say that at this point, if you're including 1.5 million, we have now exceeded the 22.2 million appropriated reserve.
What's your total?
It's 23,722. So we're now dipping into the fund balance.
Well, now I'll need to speak up here. That fund balance is sacred. So it doesn't matter what else you do, but that 16.67?
Yes,
we were really being
Yes.
foolish. And what did the DA say? What did she was describing somebody said stupid, foolish, ignorant. If we
She
touch
said
that-
ignorant.
Ignorant, if we touch that fund balance. It's low as is.
Okay. And I asked about youth homelessness because it has been brought to my attention from several churches and organizations in Fulton County that we have students who are sleeping in their cars who attend Georgia Tech, Georgia State. And I have witnessed a nonprofit who asked me and my late Commissioner Garner to come out to Centennial Olympic Park at dusk to witness the youth descending on the park at dusk, because that's where they meet up to find out where they can go eat, where they can go sleep. And I haven't seen anything from our Office of Youth on addressing any of these challenges. I haven't seen anything from our Division of Homelessness addressing these challenges. And so there's a need for funding. I did, my chief of staff helped to try to do some research and find out what funding did we have last year. We didn't get our ESG funding last year for 2020 from HUD. So we didn't even have any money to try to address those things, as well as we usually have hotels that we can put people in when we get those calls from our constituents. I was talking to Commissioner Barrett the other day, and I told her about how Councilmember Mary Norwood sent an email sometime last year about a naked homeless man in Buckhead and the situations that they're addressing with the homeless. So from what I calculate, they usually get around $1 million. They didn't get that money at all in 2022, and the situation is even worse now. So
What are you gonna call it?
it's the Office of Youth and the Division of Homelessness, which is under Community Development. Those are the two areas that can address. And the Office of Youth should be trying to focus on programming to get these kids off the street. That was one of the things that there was a huge community meeting after the 12-year-old was shot and killed, where the community was asking, what is the county doing for services and programs to get the kids off of the streets and inside into some programming that keeps them busy. So I would like to see something
Can
on
you
that.
confirm the amount, Commissioner Hall?
I calculated it was around $1 million that covered that before.
Plug in 1 million.
And that's for both youth and homeless youth?
Yes, yes. I don't think we had a category called homeless youth. I think it was just covered under
Okay.
those areas somehow. And then, as the chairman would probably call this a pet project, but these two projects literally came out of my meeting with the superintendent of schools and of APS in Fulton County Schools and the community at large, not just District 4, but those constituents across the county who literally drive their kids from Alpharetta and Sandy Springs to the conferences that I hold. And that would be CEOs of Tomorrow and Empowering Young Men to Excel. Those two at a total of $150,000. That's just $75,000 each. And that's it.
That's in addition to the other $500,000 we've given APS in Fulton County.
They do their own thing.
Okay.
They've always had their $250 to do their own thing. Dr. Rochelle and Madam CFO can speak to
So
that.
that's about
CEOs of tomorrow.
Oh, CEOs of Tomorrow and Empowering Young Men to Excel.
Is that right, Madam CFO?
24.15.
Over.
Total's 24.15.
What's your total?
The total is 24,872,000. And we're dipping into the fund balance by $2.6 million.
We're not dipping into the fund balance. That's inaccurate.
We're not touching the fund balance.
Commissioner Arrington, the budget as presented to you is currently balanced. So if we want to spend more than the
We are not
20,
dipping into the fund balance. That's inaccurate.
well, I'm just saying, that's the way that, we can balance the budget the way it's presented
Well,
right now.
not necessarily. I mean, of the what was already balanced, what did you call it? You can make adjustments in the 2023 revised proposed budget if the desire is to fund all of this stuff that's been put before the body, but not the fund balance. And I hope that I'd have unanimous support on that. The fund balance is sacred. It's low as is at that 16.67%.
He's saying they can.
So if you're gonna find, we're not touching that. I hope that we wouldn't touch it. So the only other option, other than raising the millage rate, is to go back and look at what's in here and reduce it take it from some places in here. The other place that we've not touched is our own budgets. Now, we could fund some of these things out of our own budgets if we were to contribute, but I'm assuming that's gonna be a no-no.
You already know our budgets aren't large enough to affect any of these items. You know that's not possible.
It has to come out of this. Other than, the only other option is to increase the millage rate. Go ahead. You done, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
She's done. All right, Commissioner Arrington?
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll start out, it's interesting to note or to hear talk about all of the expenses that we have now. We've had a lot of these expenses for the 8 years. We've had a lot of these requests for the 8 years that I've been here, and we just haven't funded them. It's even more interesting to hear talk about these expenses that we have from people that voted to reduce the millage rate. If you know we had these expenses, if you know all of this was coming, why would you vote to reduce the millage rate? If you know we have the DA and the sheriff asking for money, if you know we've got to build a new jail, and you vote to reduce the millage rate, and then you come in here and say, oh, well, we don't have any budget left. That doesn't make any sense to me. You knew we were gonna have to build a jail. But you vote to reduce the millage rate, creating an $80 million shortfall in this year's budget. And then complain that expenses are too high? Where do they do that? If you know that we don't have the revenue to support the expenses, why in the world would you vote to reduce the millage rate? So we have $1.3 billion, roughly, I believe, general fund. I'm not limited by the 22.5 million. I'm not the CFO. I understand, Mr. Chair, that you always want to know where the money is going to come from. I'm not in the best position to tell you where it's going to come from. When you go to the graveyard, you want to know where the bodies are buried. You ask the caretaker, you ask the person working there. Sharon Whitmore knows where that money is because she's the one that hid it. That's her job. She's good at what she does. So I think it's unfair to ask me or to ask us where the money is coming from. She knows where it is. She got $1.3 billion of it. I don't know where it is. I don't know where to take it from. But I'm absolutely in support of Sadie Mays, additional money for Sadie Mays. I'm absolutely in support of additional money for the Arts Council, for our solicitor, our DA, our sheriff, staff for arts. Now, I heard somebody say, and maybe Commissioner Hall, I need to ask you, $500,000 for senior services for meals. What did you say, Sharon? You said
I understood it was for home-delivered meals.
Home-delivered meals.
Okay, I'm assuming that's for Meals on Wheels. I had that on my list at $500,000.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure. Is it Meals on Wheels that's the current provider?
They are not, but home-delivered meals is offered through Open Hand, Commissioner Arrington, but home-delivered meals is...
Okay, so what is the current amount of money for home-delivered? What is the current amount in the budget for home-delivered meals? And is this an additional amount on top of that?
Yes, so Commissioner Arrington, home-delivered meals currently is funded through two sources, the general fund as well as funding that we receive from the Atlanta Regional Commission, and we can get you those amounts. So this would be additional funding for that program.
Okay, and say the current provider is Open Hand. I guess I need to know how many people are they serving and what is the current budget amount? And I guess that was done through an RFP process?
Yes, sir. All of the services provided to the community are solicited through an RFP process. And the CFO has confirmed that the general fund budget for home-delivered meals is $575,000.
That's the existing budget?
Yes, sir.
So it's 575, and the proposal, I guess Commissioner Hall was requesting to add an additional $500,000?
Yes, sir.
Do we know how much it costs per senior for them to feed a senior? Do we know how many seniors they serve with the $575,000?
Yes, Ms. Onilagu is here, the Director of Senior Services, and I'm sure she has those technical details.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
While we're waiting on her to come down, I'm definitely in support of additional money for QLS, additional money for our CSP program. All right, and then I may have some additional organizations that I want to add to those. Empower Youth and the other one that you mentioned, Commissioner Hall, like the Music Education Group and Next Level Boys Academy.
So are you adding those to the list, Commissioner?
Yes, I would like to add those two at the same amounts as the other two.
What, repeat them again?
Next Level Boys Academy,
How much?
the 75, the same 75 as the other two.
75,000.
And Music Education Group. Okay, I'm sorry. Please.
Good afternoon, Ladisa Onilagu, Director for the Department of Senior Services. The meals are $7.10 per senior.
Okay, do we know how many seniors they serve on an annual basis?
I'll provide that information to you in a follow-up memorandum. We provide meals through general fund dollars as well as the dollars that Dr. Rochelle provided through the Atlanta Regional Commission.
All right, unfortunately, usually that would be sufficient, but we're voting on this budget today. So how much was that per meal?
$7.10 per meal.
Okay, and what they're doing, 2 or 3 meals a day?
It depends on the care plan that our case managers have developed for the seniors. So most seniors will receive a 5-meal pack, which means they receive a meal per day. Some seniors have a greater need where they may have 2 meals per day.
Oh, so it's 1 meal per day per senior?
One meal per day per senior, that is the standard. So some seniors may receive 2 meals per day. And Open Hand provides that in a 5-meal pack per week. But at times they may receive a 7-meal pack per week.
So a meal a day for 365 days is $25.91.50. One meal a day for 365 days in a year.
What's the number?
That's for one senior, yeah, $2,500 per senior, $25.91.50 per senior at $7.10 a day for 1 meal a day times 365 days a year.
And we serve more than 100.
Pick a number, do it.
I guess I'm just curious, as you know, I spoke with Meals on Wheels. I know they have 120 seniors on their wait list. And it costs them approximately $4,000 a year to provide meals to a senior, for each individual senior. So it sounds like this is a lower cost at $25.91 than the $4,000. But I wonder how many people, if any, they have on their waiting list. I wonder, you know, if we are providing this money, and if we provide an additional $500,000, would Meals on Wheels still have 120 people on their waiting list? I'm wondering what type of coordination is going on. To me,
Commissioner Arrington, Ms. Onilagu's computer is coming back up, so if you give us a few moments, we can give you some more definitive data regarding the number served.
okay, because I'm wondering what type of coordination we have, right? I mean, if Meals on Wheels has 120 seniors on their waiting list, and even if we give another $500,000 to home delivery, do those 120 people still stay on their waiting list? Are those 120 seniors still going without meals? And so I'm wondering, maybe our role might be better in a coordination role and making sure that we are serving the maximum number of people that we can, regardless of the provider, right? I mean, you know, I want to make sure we're serving as many seniors meals as we can. And I don't want to put 500,000 into one more group if there's still going to be 120 people not getting food somewhere else, Fulton County seniors. So I'm supportive of, I guess, of an additional 500,000 for home delivered meals. And I guess we can talk about that maybe that's where the coordination comes in, to make sure that we are supplementing whoever our existing provider is. So, I mean, you know, maybe we can't eliminate the entire wait list, but you know, I don't want to put $500,000 towards something and still have 120 people on a wait list at Meals on Wheels.
So you're suggesting another 500,000 for that purpose to be?
I think Commissioner Hall has already suggested 500,000, and I'm saying I'm in support of the 500,000 that Commissioner Hall suggested, but I want us to be smart and strategic about it and coordinate our efforts so that we don't give one group an additional 500,000 and then there's still 120 seniors that aren't getting meals.
Okay, I got it. So you're not.
I'm not increasing the amount.
Okay,
No,
all right.
I'm not increasing the amount.
Continue.
All right, so Meals on Wheels, QMS. Oh, obviously, $250,000 for the Reparations Task Force. Please make sure that is included. Sadie May, solicitor. So I do want to correct the record, Commissioner Hall. We originally I think we did 500,000 for Fulton Films for 1 or 2 years, and then it went, because of COVID, it went away, and then when we brought it back last year, it came at 250. So I would also ask for the additional 250 for Fulton Films to restore it to the 500.
Another 250?
Another 250? Yeah, 250 for Fulton Films, and I believe there's already 250 in the budget, so that would be 500 total. Do we have our summer internship, $500,000 summer internship program in the budget?
No,
I know we've
Commissioner.
been doing that since 2016.
No, we don't.
I believe we funded that out of the ARPA resources in 2022, Commissioner Arrington, and it's not included in the proposed 2023 budget.
Okay, so it may have been funded out of ARPA in 2022, but we've been doing it since 2016. I know, because that was the year my father's car was stolen, and you know, I remember it vividly. Maybe even 2015. So please add in $500K for our summer youth internship program.
Okay, continue, Mr. Commissioner Arrington.
All right, and I don't know that I think Commissioner Hall has said 190 for staff for arts. For me, I would like for that number to be 500 for arts, and then they can, if it's staff or programming or whatever, they can do it from there. And I don't know, I know we always do with staff, we do this 30% over the salary for benefits. And what we learned today is we might need to add another 10 or 20% because we didn't add pencils and paper and chairs and other things. We learned that from our DA today, that there are other incremental costs that come along with having staff, right? So I would just say round that number out at 500,000. I really would like to do $1 million, but I know we're working with limited resources.
Did you say limited resources?
Yeah, we only got 1.3 billion. That's all we got. The other thing, and you know, see, what happens? We start. I would just say to us, remind my colleagues that there is more than one way to skin a cat. And so be careful when you hear people start to say, oh, well, you got to do this or you got to do that. It's got to come from here. It's got to come from there. It doesn't have to do any of that. That's people pushing their position. That's people pushing. They don't want to support it, so they say, oh, well, we don't have nowhere to get it from. That's politics. Guess what we could do? We could round everything down. Instead of 1.2, we could give 1 million. Instead of 1.7, we could give 1.5. We could round everything down just a little bit and give everybody 75, 80%. But they don't want to tell you we could do that because that doesn't support their position. They don't want to do it anyway. So they're not going to give you a viable option. They're going to tell you the only options that are available are global thermonuclear war. That's the only option available. We got to blow up the whole budget. We don't have to do that. We can make small, minor increments. The solicitor said 1.2. Guess what? He won't be mad if he get $1 million. Sadie Mae said 1.2. They won't be mad if they get $1 million. We can make small, minor increments, small, minor changes to try to come within the 22.5. But the 22.5 is not even accurate. Now, let's talk about, do we have a checklist, Madam CFO, or is there a checklist that you can provide to us that talks about what is applicable for ARPA? Because, again, some of this money requested by our DA and our sheriff should likely be coming from ARPA funds. And so if we have 20 investigators that are there to reduce a backlog and we need 20 cars, and I understand that, you know, maybe we can't purchase a car. That's why they have leases. Maybe we can lease a car for 2 years for the 20 investigators, right? If ARPA funds won't allow us to purchase cars, are we allowed to lease the vehicles? Madam CFO?
The final rules for ARPA are several hundred pages long. There are a variety of different types of expenditures that would qualify. I don't believe we would be precluded from acquiring vehicles. It's just not something that we had programmed into the original $75 million that was set aside for the ORCA project, Commissioner Arrington. And with regard to the resources for the sheriff, the ARPA rules are, because we've asked the question of our external counsel regarding the use of ARPA for various costs associated with the sheriff's office. And we are unfortunately not getting a positive response on the general use to support salaries unless you can tag it back specifically to the COVID response. So that's the primary issue with the sheriff's funding request.
So yeah, I'm not really talking about sheriff. I'm talking about the DA and the 20 vehicles, which are specifically tied to ORCA, which are specifically tied to COVID response. which is specifically tied to the court backlog.
If the investigators that those vehicles would be assigned to are paid for from Project Orca, and they are only working on the cases that predated that December of 2021 date that are in that Project Orca base, then yes, the vehicles, I believe, could be charged to the Project Orca budget in the ARPA resources.
All right, and I just want to ask a couple questions. We did our rental assistance program. It was real successful, and we ran out of money, right? And then we got some more money. We did so good, we ran out of money, they gave us some more. How many times did that happen?
Well, we went to the state, and the state gave us some of the money that they had.
We had
Okay, all right, let me see.
Commissioner Arrington, we had 2 original allocations from Treasury. We received 2 additional reallocations from the state, and we received a 3rd reallocation from Cobb County.
Fulton County is bad. Even when we run out of money, we find money. We ran out of rental assistance money. We got $30 million in rental assistance money, but we gave out over $100 million in rental assistance money. So guess what? Guess what that leads me to believe? Perhaps I could be wrong. If we run out of ARPA money, guess what? We might be able to find some more. The state might have some. The U.S. Treasury might have some. Cobb County or DeKalb County might have some. Don't be scared by all of this talk. This is people pushing their agendas. People are pushing their agendas. Ms. Whitmore, in fact, I am going to take go back to the $1 million request for the Arts Department. Because I just thought about everything I just said again.
Add another $1 million for the arts.
No, another 500 because it was already at 500.
Another 500.
There are so many ways that we can get to where we need to get.
What else?
Not 5–10% off of each request. There's so many ways we can get there. But this is about this is about Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Don't believe that. If you believe that, you feeding into their system. The money is there. We only had $30 million in rental assistance, yet we gave out over $100 million. Don't allow them to feed you that false narrative that there's no money. We've got over $1.3 billion in general fund alone. It's a false narrative. All right. Did I talk about, I don't think I talked about the Bear Creek Nature Center.
How much?
I just want to match whatever we're giving to Chattahoochee.
All right.
Nature Center. That's what we've done in the past.
$1 million, $750, $2 million?
Whatever the amount is.
It's 200. 200,000 is the legacy amount that we provide to Chattahoochee.
Okay, and in fact, before we provided that amount to Chattahoochee, we used to provide it to Chattahoochee and Cocker Mill. And Cocker Mill went out of business, and now they're back open as Bear Creek. So $200,000 to match for Bear Creek Nature Center to match the $200,000 that we give to Chattahoochee Nature Center.
Okay.
And I'm done, except for my last statement. There's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to get where we need to get. And please do not allow people to tell you, oh, the sky is falling. The sky is not falling. We are not running out of money. There's money out there, but people want to tell you that we can't give you the money that they want, or they want to label it a pet project. Minimize it by calling it, oh, this is a pet project. These are projects for the residents of Fulton County. If they're a pet project, it's a pet project of the Fulton County residents. Which I assume all of this is for Fulton County residents. Otherwise, why are we doing it? Okay. And so, I'll stop there.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, may I do a read back of Commissioner Arrington's list, please?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had,
Before you begin, Judge Johnson, come on down, and then the other department heads, call them, bring them on down. She'll be next.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Arrington, I just want to double check my list against yours. I have the next level boys group, 75,000, empowering youth, 75,000, reparations committee, 250,000, Fulton Films, an additional 250,000, summer youth internship program, 500,000, additional funding to arts of a total of 810,000. That will bring the total to 1 million when you add it to what Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, what she did, she took your 190 and she's adding 18.
Yeah, I'm taking the 190 and I'm.
Yeah, so I think the other thing, you named the empowering youth for 75, and that was on.
I'm sorry, I may have missed the second name.
Music education.
Music education. I'm sorry, my apologies. And then 200,000 for the Bear Creek Nature Center. And Hakeem and Sabrina, y'all can double check this, but I believe that brings the total to $27,032,000.
Yes. I did not hear the additional 250 for Fulton Films.
I have that on the list, 250 for Fulton Films, to bring the total to 500,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you go through your list again? I apologize.
Yes, sir. 75,000 for next level, 25,000 for music education, 250,000.
It should be that number should be identical for those.
I'm sorry, 75 and 75.
Okay.
250,000 for the reparations committee, 250,000 for Fulton Films, which will bring the total to 500,000, 500,000 for the summer youth internship program, a combined total of 810,000 for arts to bring the total add to $1 million for arts programming, plus the 1.7 for contracts for services, and 200,000 for the Bear Creek Nature Center.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Hall, when Commissioner Hall raised the staff adjustment for arts and libraries, it was 3 positions. So Commissioner Arrington, I'm asking, are we adding more positions or just more funding for the staffing? You want more, or is that to include the staff support items?
Yeah, that's above my pay grade.
Okay.
I'm here to
However we
allocate
work
the
it out.
funds, and I'll let
Okay.
y'all decide the staffing levels and all
Okay,
that.
thank you.
All right, how much over are we now beyond the 22.5?
About 4.8?
Yeah.
What?
$4.8 million.
4.8 million. All right, Judge, welcome to the club.
Thank you so much for the recognition and the clarion call. A rush down, I want to welcome the newest commissioners and acknowledge the work that the finance team and county management has done to present this budget. County management has been very supportive when there was a recent change in the law and helped us get in compliance with the new laws. I want to submit to you that probate court is a small but mighty department, and it has been traditionally understaffed and underfunded. And I submit to you that whereas everyone may not have contacts with other departments, every single person here in this room or their families may at one point be in probate court, where we see over 20,000 customers every single year. We have a staff of about 45. For the last 2 years, the court has asked for additional resources. I invite you to visit our court, where the decor is dated at 1980. The carpet is old. The records room has zero technology. We are keeping our county's history on index cards like the Dewey Decimal System. We have asked for enhancements for technology. We have asked for renovations. That we have asked for a car. We have 3 locations spanning 100 miles. And when I send staff to visit our locations, I'm cash apping them money out of my pocket, which is otherwise called, which is what I call the county P card, which is my own funds. And so probate court is asking that not only was our personnel budget cut, and we will be submitting a revised ORCA request. At any point in time, we have over 15% of our staff on FMLA and on some sort of leave or vacation. So we're constantly juggling staff and not able to be responsive to the large volume of customers that we see during this increased time of death during the pandemic, where our demand has increased. So we are asking, we've asked for approximately 1.5 million in enhancements, but to Commissioner Arrington's point, we'll take less than that, but we're asking that we be fully funded. The alternative is that out of our fee account, we use our fee account to get the things that we need. But this court, under this administration, has chosen to right the ship and run everything through the county instead of using our fee account as an account to write checks for things that are not or outside of the county budget.
Okay, Judge, 1.5 million?
1.5 million.
We got
sir.
it.
Thank you.
At least finance has it on paper. You got that, 1.5 million.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to verify you wanted us to add that to the list.
Well, I mean, why not?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Barrett?
Okay, I want to start by going on record saying this process is
Horrible.
just wow. Like, I don't understand how all this is on the last day when we have to approve the budget. And, you know, for me, I'm hearing for the first time a list of requests from Commissioner Hall, a list of requests from Commissioner Arrington, and I'm sure there's going to be more before this is done. I don't understand. It seems to me that there was a preliminary budget sent out in, what was it, November? I don't know when the first one was sent out.
November 15th.
Why weren't these lists, why isn't the process that these lists are given at that time? Regardless of the so-called money that's left on the table, it doesn't seem like that's affecting what people are asking for. They're gonna ask for what they ask for, so I don't understand why this is the last day, because now that puts all of us in a position to try to we're all sitting here scribbling notes about how much money. You're trying to keep up verbally with what's being said. I mean, this just does not make sense to me in any way, shape, or form. At the very least, you should have a spreadsheet on the screen totaling it up, so you don't have to keep reading it back. I mean, this whole process seems nuts to me. Sorry to whoever created it.
You're correct.
Continue. I will put an agenda item on the next BOC meeting's agenda to discuss the process so that we do not do this again next year, because this seems insane to me. Putting that aside, if someone could please explain to me the next steps in this process, once everybody goes through all of their things that they want to support or don't want to support, then do we sit here and debate them and decide, no, only 900,000 for that, or 100, what happens next? Because I'm sort of perplexed by this whole thing. So I don't know if this is a chairman question or a county manager question.
It is. When all is said and done, all of these numbers, they will have numbers for us, which now exceed the 22.5, and they will have to say where the other money is coming from. And when we get that answer, if that's satisfactory, and I'm assuming that it will be, then we will vote up or down, meaning yes or no on the budget.
Right, so but now we're not, so we're having all these items thrown at us, and we're gonna vote yes or no on a grand scale. We don't have the time to discuss any one of these items, one of these departments.
Typically, it has been one of two ways. What Commissioner Hall did, she did it as a group. Commissioner Arrington did his as a group, but sometimes we do item by item. You vote it up or vote it down. If it passes, just add it to the list. This time, we took it as a group.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm confused by the process. I don't know how anyone can vote on this with a clear head, because these are just lists of numbers without me knowing what these programs are or what these departments do in half the cases.
It's real simple when you don't understand, so I can tell you what to do.
It's not that I don't understand, it's that I'm frustrated, to be clear.
When you're frustrated.
Commissioner Barrett, I would say to you, the process is to get 4 votes.
I understand, but
And
we,
that-
but,
that's-
Come on,
That's
guys,
the only
let's go.
process.
Come on.
I understand, but the point is, in order to do that, we're just all throwing numbers in a pot. It doesn't make sense to me, but let's move on. Let's talk about where the money's coming from, because I'm hearing, again, multiple things. From you all in the last BOC meeting in here, that we have this hard and fast 22.25 million, or whatever it is. And, you know, from Commissioner Arrington, we have as much money as we want, and they have to find it. And I'm not sure what the truth is here. And so I want to just break this down a little bit with specific questions instead of just throwing out my frustration. So bear with me. First of all, I do want to back what Commissioner Arrington said about the millage rate, because, you know, Commissioner Hall, for example, just laid out 24 million in things she wants to fund, and we rolled back the millage rate in 2022. How many, was it $80 million budget gap that created?
A little over 80, yes, ma'am.
And then now with the budget as you've designed it here, it's not at the 8.87 millage rate. It's at a 9.1 millage rate. So, correct?
Yes, using the 2022 property values and all of the other revenue assumptions, we've calculated that the millage rate would need to be at least 9.1. We'll know differently next spring when we get the actual 2023 property values.
Right, but
Based on the information we have today, 9.1.
I just want to be clear that we're gonna, based on the budget we're about to approve in some form or fashion, we're agreeing to raise the millage rate to at least 9.1. I just want that to be clear. Well, then somebody else, see, this is why people are saying different things. So,
Madam CFO, would you explain what happens when, in layman's terms, for not only the new, but for the returning as well? What happens in terms of, if there's a shortfall, what are our options?
Well, right now, as Hakeem indicated, we've presented the budget. It's balanced. It's balanced through a combination of anticipated revenue and the use of available fund balance. So between those two sources, the amount of resources that we have available for 2023 is $879 million. Before, we would end up adopting a budget that would either require an actual planned millage rate increase above what has already been contemplated in the revenue, the anticipated revenue, or going into the fund balance reserve to pull out the additional resources to cover any expenses over the $879 million level. So I know that that's not a direct, super clear answer, but if you want to spend more than $879 million in the general fund, we either have to plan to raise more revenue, or we have to plan to use more of the fund balance. Those are our two options.
I hear you. I understand the logic, but in order to put a spreadsheet together, you can't give an approximate and a guesstimate. So you're putting numbers in there saying we expect X amount of revenue based on X amount of property value times X millage rate. You have to put something in there. So there's
Yes,
a number,
ma'am.
right?
Yes.
And the number currently is approximately 9.1 in some decimal places.
It is, based on the underlying revenue assumptions.
Okay, and so I don't know where the votes are, the 4 votes or not the 4 votes, but Commissioner Hall just said, we're not raising the millage rate. So that means she wants it at 8.87, which means this has to be completely redone. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but what am I missing here?
Let me be clear, since my name was called. I was saying that this vote is not increasing the millage rate. We already voted on the millage rate in August. We will vote on the millage rate again in August of this year.
Right, but the millage rate we voted on in August was, I wasn't here, but was for 2022's budget. The millage rate we vote on this coming year will be for 2023's budget. So what we voted on last year doesn't carry forth. It's neither here nor there at some level, right?
That is technically correct. Whatever action that you take today to set a final spending plan for the year, we will have to establish a millage rate that's sufficient to support that, along with all of the other sources of funds that we have. So, yes,
So I'm going to
ma'am.
go on record right now, and again, not a discussion for today, but I want to be on record saying that process also does not make sense to me, because we have a responsibility to pass a balanced budget, but we don't have any responsibility to pass a millage rate that maintains the balance of said budget 6 months later. So that's a problem that I think we need to address, and I will introduce it for discussion in another meeting. Okay, so that said, this is based on a 9.1, which again, to me, I'm not sure where that number came from. The memos that you all sent to us were pretty vague and just said that it was through BOC recommendation or advice or whatever it was. I don't have the terminology. So I don't know who that came from or where that came from, but it seems fairly arbitrary to me, because given the math, and I don't have it right in front of me, why isn't it 9.17 or 9.21? I mean, where did this 9.1 come from? Because just to recap what we've heard so far, Commissioner Hall asked for 24 million in addition. We have 22.5 right now in our minds, right? She's asked for 24.8 million. Commissioner Arrington, I think, agreed to all of her things, correct, and added some more. So that put us, on my number here in my spreadsheet is 25.3 million total. Is that wrong? Bridget?
I'm at 27.
Okay, 27, my math is wrong. 28, oh, I see, I have 28 on a different column, but somewhere in that ballpark, okay? The point is, we did a calculation in my office at the original millage, the 2021 millage rate of 9.33. Even with all of these requests, we would have, and my own, which are relatively minimal and include leaving some money in the reserve, we would still have, if we went to 9.33, and I'm not suggesting that's what we should do, but if we did, which again was the pre-rollback millage rate, we would have an additional 15.5 million left in the reserve. So there's got to be a number between 9.1 and 9.33 that would give us the money to address all of Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Hall's requests, and whatever the other commissioners are going to ask for, however big. So this is what I'm lost on. If we're already at a millage rate that is going to have to be higher in 2023 than the 8.87 we chose to approve last year, where did this arbitrary 9.1 come from? And why are we being held to this 22.25 million that just feels extremely arbitrary to me?
Commissioner Barrett, the 9.1 is calculated using the basic underlying assumptions that we build into the budget for revenue. In this case, we started with the 2022.
I'm going to stop you right there, if you don't mind. And
Yes,
I apologize.
That's fine.
Let me
I
answer
know
it
the
more
chairman
cle-
likes to
Let me
move things
answer it
along.
more clearly.
Sure.
The Board of Commissioners told us to assume a revenue that was 16 million or so more
Right.
than the millage rate adopted this year. That equates to 9.1.
So-
That was one commissioner that no one contradicted.
So that's
we
another
took
part of the
that
process
guidance.
I don't
So we
understand.
didn't make it up. We didn't fall to this number.
I wanted to assume
All
that
due respect.
9.3.
Just a minute, everybody.
So that is how it became the planning assumption.
All due respect,
And then
County
the
Manager,
22 point-
I'm not saying you made it up. I'm just saying I don't know where it came from.
I'm informing you as to where it came
So
from.
one commissioner. This was not a vote. This is one commissioner.
Just a
Go
minute,
on.
everybody. Let's calm down. This is the time of year when, well, you still have the floor.
Okay, so again, this is not a criticism of anyone, and this is a process I am new to. I'm just trying to understand. And so it's not that the board took a vote and said, we want this 16%, whatever you just said. It's one commissioner that made that recommendation and y'all ran with it. If that's the process, cool, we need to change that, in my opinion. That said, now we're all sitting here having this discussion. I, as a equal commissioner, don't agree with that. It seems limited and arbitrary to me. So I'm going to go through my own requests, and I'm keeping a tally on my spreadsheet here of the numbers, and I would ask that part of the next step is to not just say yes or no, but to say this is the number that we would have to have the millage rate at to address all of these issues. Okay, that said, my list is this. I have 3 priorities coming into this seat. They're public safety, public health, and free, fair, and secure elections. On the public health front, I would like to see the sheriff get his $11.2 million.
That's already in there.
I agree, but I'm just telling you what I want.
All right, we got it. It's already in there.
11.2 million for the sheriff.
Right.
I actually said, and this was ignored in the memo, by the way, from what y'all heard last time, when Commissioner Ellis said he wanted the 10 million, I actually said I wanted the $16 million level for raises, and that was ignored. It's fine. It seems like everybody has agreed on this 11.2, so I'm not going to die on that hill.
Nobody's agreed yet. The 11.2 is on the list. Go ahead, continue.
Correct. I would also support my colleagues, Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Hall, with the full ask from the DA. I have a simple ask for the Elections and Registration Department, and that is there is one staff position that was proposed not to fund for, I believe it was $61,000 for the year. It's an administrative position that she will need to hire before 2024. That will be her busy time.
61,000?
Correct.
All right, 61,000.
And change, whatever the amount is, Sharon, on the proposed not to fund for that particular position. I would like that listed.
Okay.
I'll get there, sir. And then last but not least, as I said, want to support public health. And I think the chairman indicated when he spoke about the significant needs we're going to have from a capital perspective for public health. I met with Dr. Rochelle, and she informed me that there will be a strategic plan forthcoming sometime approximately in the next 6 weeks. Is that correct, Dr. Rochelle? And in order to support that, I would like to ask that at least $5 million, I prefer 10, but at least $5 million be left in the general fund reserve, but that it be particularly earmarked for public health. And again, this is through conversations I've had with the CFO and Dr. Rochelle about how best to do this. And the reason I'm asking for it to be earmarked is because I want it to be clear when those requests come up for public health that we have essentially agreed to at least that amount.
All right. $5 million in reserve for public health.
And I would also just support the chairman's request that some additional money be left in the reserve, and I believe the vice chair said this last time, in case of difficult financial times, et cetera, et cetera. I want to bring up one last thing in terms of where money comes from, and that is the host of emails I've been receiving from constituents over the last week and conversations I've had about money we may be leaving on the table due to the commercial property assessments, some of which, in particular those for properties that are $15 million and above, being taxed at rates that are in the 20, 30, 40, 50% range, where some of our, far less expensive residential properties, those at $300,000 and under, are often being assessed at 98%. It is my understanding that if we were to pursue collecting the tax on those commercial properties, we would have tens of millions in additional dollars to spend. And I think that is something that we need to be looking at, and that would save us from having to raise the millage rate at all if we were doing that. And my understanding, again, is the cost and this is a question possibly for our attorney, but my understanding is the cost for the lawyers to start fighting some of these battles that we're fighting currently in court and losing would be insignificant compared to the return on investment. So I just, again, want to put that out there. We can discuss it at another time. At the moment, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Commissioner Thorne.
I fully agree with you, Commissioner Barrett. This has been a rather crazy, I'm trying to keep up with my spreadsheet here, of all these added last-minute expenses and not really voting on them. I don't know if it's one big omnibus bill that we're just going to vote on, yay or nay, in the end, and everybody just gets things rolled up in. So thank you for your questions. It's very helpful for me. Some things I just wanted to make sure funding was included in the arts, you know, for Johns Creek Symphony.
Could you speak up, please?
Johns Creek Symphony, Alpharetta Symphony, and the Lionheart School. Are those items?
Commissioner, those three organizations have been funded in the past through the contract for services, so they are not legacy partners like the other organizations that we listed earlier. So there is no funding already set aside in the budget for those.
Other than the funding for contracts for services.
Okay, so they can just apply for it by the January.
Yes,
whatever
ma'am.
date. Okay.
Well, wait a minute now. So, but if she wanted to fund those out of this budget, why couldn't she?
If she's wanting to add it to the budget
That's
and,
what
and have it
that's
be
what
an
she's
explicit
attempting to
funding request,
Yeah.
she could do that. Otherwise, Dr. Rochelle was saying they have not been funded separately outside of contracts for
What
services.
she's attempting, that's part of her
Okay,
list. She mentioned
so
three
then-
organizations.
Johns Creek Symphony at $20,000, Alpharetta Symphony Orchestra at $9,000, and Lionheart School at $11,000.
What was the last one?
Lionheart School at $11,000.
All right.
Yeah, you can take it off.
Continue. You have more? That's it? All right. Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Well, somehow he went away. He's gonna come after you.
I got you. Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to just reiterate my support for not only our DA, our sheriff, our solicitor, and our probate court. I also want to say, if we are going to do funding, and depending on what we're going to do with the magistrate court, I think we should look at that as well. I do want to understand what is the funding for PAD. I know it's going to be a grant, but can someone confirm the funding for PAD? as to,
400,000.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
400,000,
So the
Commissioner.
400,000 is in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I want to reiterate my support for the Reparations Task Force for the 250,000. Also, we had a position when, I guess FGTV, we had the split, there was a position of an executive editor, video productions editor that was removed, and it immediately affected me. I think it may even affected Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Arrington's office. I don't know if that amount that Commissioner Hall is asking for, but it's an amount of $87,900. And I'm asking for that to be funded because actually, is it included in that? So it is included in the, okay, all right, I want to make sure it was included. Also, I wanted to ask for, I have a $180,000 ask for the land bank, the Fulton Land, the Metro Atlanta Fulton Land Bank Authority of $180,000. I think we had 115 for them. You can correct me if I'm incorrect, but I wanted that to be increased to 180.
Do you want to add 180, or you want the amount that is there now to be increased to 180?
If I'm not mistaken, the amount increased to 180. That's what I was asking. I'm sorry, it's an additional 180. I misspoke from my name.
Additional 180.
So, just to reiterate, the position with elections that Commissioner Barrett talked about, I think is very important. And if we're going to move forward and doing what we need to do, that position, I think it was 61,000. I would like for that to be funded as well. And I think that's my list. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You didn't give an amount for magistrate.
You have a question, Dr.?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Dr.
We
Mitchell?
were looking at our notes, and you mentioned magistrate. Did you intend to fund?
Magistrate court, while we were having the conversation, I was wondering, because I know at one while we were looking at 17 positions. Do we have a dollar amount if we were to put those 17 positions back under magistrate court, CFO? Would you happen to have that information? I do. You don't? Okay.
I do not, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I don't want to just, Chairman, I don't want to just throw a number out, but I do want to make the body, unless Commissioner Arrington, do you have an amount?
Well, I do not have an amount, but I think it would be expense or revenue neutral because it would just be shifting from one department to another. I think the total number was 59 for magistrate court.
Okay.
And I think the clerk would still have 240 plus people. So for me, I'd be happy to put all 59 back in magistrate court, let the clerk keep her 240, but I don't think that, you know, those positions just switch from one place to another. I don't know that there is additional money needed to pay for them.
Okay.
Commissioners, look, excuse me. On this point, I would urge you, I'm not getting involved in all of this other stuff, but on this one, we're working with Judge Kirk and the clerk to work out. So give us another couple of weeks to come back to this board with something.
All right, Chairman, I guess I just wanted to put it out there. I do have faith that between our county attorney and you and what you all are doing. But since everybody was doing a laundry list, I thought I would just at least put it out there that we don't want to forget about the magistrate court. But yes, I'll yield to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You know, I will reiterate one of the remarks by Commissioner Barrett. This process is, I don't know if this was your word, but it's embarrassing, and then it's a little bit of a joke. You know, we as a body establish a process for a budget process, right? When we started this process, when did it start? September? October?
We start receiving requests from departments in July.
July, okay.
we
We've had
really
the
started
opportunity to
talking
weigh in on this as commissioners probably about 3 or 4 times now, maybe 5 or 6 times now. You know, so the fact that, you know, as you've noted, you know, this laundry list of items is just thrown out at the, you know, whatever time it was, 3:30 through 4 o'clock on the day we get to approve, you know, it tells you sort of the seriousness with which, you know, some of us have approached this. So, and also within the context of this too, we delegated, you know, the construction of a budget. We used to have a budget commission, which we had a commissioner sat on. We as a body, some folks agreed with us, some folks didn't agree with it, delegated this to the staff to present, you know, to formulate and take in all those budget requests and come back to us with a formal approach, right? And so that's what they've done. You know, they've weighed out all this stuff and they presented to us kind of a budget which they feel like makes sense based upon the operational revenues that we directed them to flush out and to put in there of 802.2 million is what it came out to be, which assumes this millage rate would be 9.1 based upon the assumptions which they laid out in the memo, with growth, collection rates, et cetera, which would be slightly higher than the 8.87 we have right now. We do have operational constraints. We do have revenue constraints. That is a reality that we have to operate under, and we have to think about, and we have to know that in terms of what we're approving today. We also made decisions, you know, back in August, which had an implication on this, and which I'm not going to go into and repeat. We've had several items which have been discussed today, which if you look at kind of the construction of stuff, you would begin to sort of, raise some questions about why are we adding more money on top of these things? For example, and I'm sure a number of the requests that have been brought forth by the different justice partners, many of them are potentially legit. I hadn't seen any of them until today. And some of them I still haven't seen, even though I'm being asked to consider adding an additional $4.7 million or something. And for one, hadn't seen a penny of it asked in terms of the itemization of that. So I'm not really prepared to necessarily speak to that. But I'll look at, that particular office in particular. The revised proposed budget is $36.9 million. So am I reading that correct, Mr. Oshikawa, for the district attorney? And the
36.9 million.
And it was 32.445 is the amended budget in 2022, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
That's is that a 13%, kind of change? Is that about right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Where our overall expenses in terms of the budget you've outlined here are a 2.7% increase. Is that correct?
Thereabout, yes.
Okay. All right. So there are substantive additional resources that have been, allocated to the DA in the proposed budget. So now we're asking to take another ask, which would take this up to a 26% year-over-year change in that budget. I've not seen a single piece of paper itemizing what those are and whether those make any sense, and what of those requests are embodied already within that change of roughly 4.6 or so. Okay. The probate court was before us here. They mentioned some stuff, but I look at their actuals. In 2022, they were $4 million. Their proposed budget is $4.8, $800,000 differential. The solicitor, the change, they spent 9.9. Their proposed budget is 11.3. So whatever that is, 1.6 or so, or something like that, right? So more funds there. We've talked about stuff within the scope of, the library. The library underran their budget by $3.3 million last year. We talked about stuff for seniors. Seniors underran their budget by $4.57 million last year. So now we're going to add money on top of something when we didn't even come close to spending the money we had allocated the year before. That doesn't make a lick of sense, particularly in the construct of the demands that we've got placed upon us and the requests that are coming in. And that's how you all evaluated it and presented something back to us. And then we're coming through with a process and throwing out stuff right now that that's not even reflective of the discussion and the debate you've already gone through. And we're just now kind of just putting that stuff before us at the 11th hour. So I've got an alternative motion that I'm going to put on the table, because there's a lot of stuff here that I think that has been mentioned. Some of it may very well be worthy, but it's certainly not been fleshed out enough to sit here and say, yes, let's do that for this item and this item and this item. So there are two things. One thing we have clearly vetted, and I appreciate him for doing it the right way to all the people that have just chose to come down here today and provide us with information or make an additional request. The sheriff's done this the right way. There have been some odds and stuff with our staff and some of the debates here, but we've had a healthy debate and discussion, and we're all about on the same page on it as we wrap up today. For all these other areas, there has been no healthy debate and discussion. It's just a last minute, let's just go out and throw up a Hail Mary and let's see if the damn thing works. That's the approach on the other things. That's where it gets out of whack. So I am supportive of the additional $10 million that's in here for the sheriff. I think the reserve piece makes total sense. In the 5 and 5, however we want to kind of, earmark it for health and safety purposes. But I think, having some sort of reserve in there, given the future capital needs that we have, makes total sense. So, and there are a couple other things. I think the discussion around the use of ARPA funds and a reevaluation of some of that could some of these things meet the test of ARPA. Certainly the justice-related stuff, but I think also some of the stuff in terms of the CSP money, arts, food insecurity and some of those measures could be struck up against that as well. We've got a $21 million, reserve. I think it's fair to look at $5 million of that to potentially strike up against future, some of these other things that have been mentioned, have been brought forward, and evaluate some of those things within the construct of that. We've got the additional 2.25 for $10 million for the sheriff, $10 million in reserve, 2.25 million, left over from that, and then I would add in another 2.36 million coming from the general fund by reducing the reserve that's in there for the municipal, for the elections to run, what is it? We've got 8 million or 10 million in there right now for elections, for the potential for a special election to be held. Is that right?
15 million.
15 million, okay. Reduce that by 2 million, okay? And so lay that on top of the 2.25. And some of you may not like this, but I think we should do it as well. I think we should reduce the Superior Court clerk's budget by $360,000, given that she's taking in passport fees and putting them in her own pocket. And if she wants to restore her budget, she can bring those back into the general fund. That'll bring you to an amount of $10.61 million that can be used to strike up against all of the different requests that we've heard today, ranging from the DA, the solicitor, to arts-related things, to seniors-related stuff. So a motion would be that we would adopt the general fund budget as it's proposed with $802.2 million in revenue and the $879.9 million with the two adjustments that have been recommended, with $10 million allocated towards the sheriff and $10 million allocated towards a reserve and for health and public safety facility capital needs, and for $2.25 million to be set aside, and for these other requests to be evaluated for that purposes of that use, or we're not for 2.25, for 4.8, let's say, what is it, 2 plus the 2.25 plus the 0.36. What's that number?
Commissioner, are you?
2.61 million to be set aside on top of that 20 million. So you got the 10 for the sheriff,
Yeah.
10 million for reserve,
Yes.
and $2.61 million. That comes from the 2.25 million. 4.61 million. Is that the right number?
We have the 2.25 that is remaining
Right.
from the 22.25.
Right.
So you have 2.25 remaining.
Right.
And then you said reduce election by 2.5.
2.5.
So that's a total of 4.75.
Right.
And then do you want the 300,000 that you referenced?
360,000 for reduced out of the Superior Court clerk's budget.
So that would be 2.75 plus 360.
Mm-hmm.
That would be 3 million, and let me make sure I get you the right amount. So 4.
Commissioner Ellis, I think it's a total of 5.1, if I followed you correctly. 10 million for the sheriff,
Right.
10 million as a reserve.
Yep.
You want to take the remaining 2.25 and
Mm-hmm.
add 2.5 million from elections and 360,000 from the clerk of Superior Court, which
Right.
I think adds to 5.1 million.
Right,
As
and
the-
that 5.1 million could be used to be struck up against the things that brought forth today, as well as other items, and be fleshed out and approved at a later date, and that 5.1 could be assigned for those particular respective items that were approved. In addition to that, to those general fund items, we take 5 million in the FEMA reserve and do the same and strike those up against these things to see which ARPA, what things would be permissible under ARPA and that we would want to do. So that's my substitute motion.
Did you capture that? Because I need you to repeat it so everyone can understand it and understand it and compare that to this laundry list that we had that's some $20 million over 22.5.
As I understood it, it would be to approve the proposed revised budget with 10 million of the 22.2 going to the sheriff, 10 million being held in reserve for public health and facilities.
Public health and facilities.
Yes, sir. 2.25 of the remaining 22.2 plus 2.5 being reduced out of the special elections reserve and 360,000 reduction from the clerk of Superior Court. That would be the general fund budget, and then also that would leave 5.1 million to put towards the list of items the board has provided or other items. And then we would also look to potentially use $5 million out of the reserve that we have for our FEMA expenditures to address some of the items that were presented today that are eligible for the use of ARPA funds.
Now, does everybody understand the substitute motion? Now, let's be clear, because if this is approved, that laundry list that we spent 2 hours going through, and I don't have a dog in that fight, but you just need to be aware. So if this motion is approved, that will be approving this budget. Everybody clear?
Well, just with a clarification that 10 million, that roughly $10.1 million or whatever it was between the ARP and the other,
right,
would be utilized for the different requests that have come forward, giving us appropriate time to vet these things and individually, kind of approve them and make sure that they are the legitimate right amounts for us to go and expend.
Right. And there's nothing in here for the district attorney in your motion, nothing for the judge, and nothing for the solicitor general. And most of the items that.
And I'm not saying that we wouldn't do that, but there's $10 million there in terms of, that we could sort through.
What I don't want to have happen is someone come up to me afterwards and say, I didn't understand.
Right.
Yeah. I'm real clear about what we're doing. Any questions? All right, substitute motion. Madam?
It hasn't been seconded, Mr. Chair.
Well, no, we're not, I'm not there yet. What?
No.
Just a minute,
Okay,
just a
someone
minute.
just
All right,
seconded.
May I preside, y'all, please? I'm gonna get us through this. And the motion on the floor is by Vice Chair Ellis. There's a second by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is on the substitute motion by Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, for Vice Chair Ellis's budget.
Yes.
Okay. So there were some questions from our new commissioners about the process that we are taking today. And I would submit to you that you should watch the previous year's BOC meetings in January. So that will give you a very clear understanding, truthfully and honestly, so you don't have to listen to what anyone says. You can see for yourselves how we got here. Because in 2018, coming in as a newly elected commissioner, Commissioner Darnell literally shut the whole meeting down, and at the end of us going through our list of those things that we want to see happen out in Fulton County to serve our constituents, she said, like Commissioner Khadijah said earlier, that Sharon, the CFO, has always been able to find the money and balance the budget. And that is what she allowed them to do. She said, let's stop the meeting, let them go into the executive session room and balance the budget based off of all of the asks that the commissioners of this Board of Commission asked for. And they went in the room, came out with a balanced budget, and we voted and moved forward. So that was my first experience, 2018. Moving forward, Because it was so much chaos, we were told to all submit budget enhancements lists, basically a spreadsheet of those budget enhancements that we all knew our residents wanted to see, or that we knew that the constituents who come and speak at the BOC meetings asked us for. The reason why we are here today with no budget enhancement spreadsheet is because we were told that there was no money for that. And then all of a sudden we found $22 million, and we were told, okay, well, now you can throw something together and come to the meeting and ask for whatever is needed. And that's why we are sitting here doing this today. So it is unfortunate that we're doing this process this way, but it is what it is. We're down to the wire at 5:23 and 11 minutes, and I'm going to not be voting for Commissioner Ellis' budget because my constituents have spoken, and that is not just District 4, that is across the Fulton County as a whole.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Arrington? Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to agree with Commissioner Hall. Number one, we just learned about this 22.5 million at the last meeting. It was a surprise, I guess. Something happened and there was a change. So not only did we just learn about that, but I'm not sure about other commissioners. I had budget town halls with my constituents. So I report back. When I come and bring something here today, it's because the constituents, the residents, all of our bosses have told me that that is what they want. When I go out into the community, I don't say that this is my budget. Guess what I tell the people, the residents, the voters? I say, this is your Fulton County budget. Please share with me your ideas and your priorities so that I can bring them back to the board. And that is exactly what I have done. I have gone out to the community, I have sought input, and I have brought it back here today. And so for someone to suggest that that shows a lack of preparation is laughable. It actually shows the opposite. It shows inclusion. It shows that this is the budget of the people of Fulton County. And so I think we all are here, and I don't think anyone has any bad intentions, but I think everyone has different priorities. And it's so hard and challenging because you have some people. So let me be clear, since y'all used one commissioner for the assumption of the 9.1, I want you to assume the 9.33 that you recommended this year. That we should have adopted, but we didn't. But that was for this year. But again, all of this is just smoke and mirrors. Because guess what? As Commissioner Barrett said, if you change that 9.1 to 9.33, then now all of a sudden, we got another $15 million. We can fund all of these requests and still have another $15 million left over. Well, hell, let's make it 10. Assume 10 for purposes of the budget. But you know why? Because we have a mid-year evaluation. We come back and we say, okay, how much have we spent thus far? How much do we have left? Where do we need to go from here? And we won't decide this year's millage rate until July or August. So we will have time to get there. In the meanwhile, we got more than enough money to fund these requests. All we have to do is simply assume a different millage rate or take 20% off. If it's 27 million, what's that total, Hakeem, of additional on the other thing? It was 27 million? Sharon, Hakeem?
Commissioner Arrington, the total now is up to 33.8 million.
Okay, 33.8.
43.
So the 33 included a $5 million for the public health. Is there a $10 million for?
It sounds like it'd be an additional 5. I think Commissioner Ellis requested 10, so it would be an additional 5, not an additional 10, which would get us to a total of 10. Is that correct, Commissioner Ellis?
Okay, so if it's an additional 5, then it's 38.8.
Okay, so then now, let me ask you what I think Commissioner Barrett was going. How much would, if you assumed a millage rate of the 9.33, which was the staff recommendation for this year, would that be enough to cover that 38 million?
My answer is yes. We had calculated that if we went, and we included that in our memo, if we had used the 9.33 mills, then that would generate, I believe our number was closer to 17 million.
Okay, now, and so that's at least one option, right? So we got Commissioner Ellis's substitute motion, which is one option. We've got another option that includes assuming, for purposes of the budget, not that we've voted on it yet, but assuming for purposes of this budget that we assume a millage rate of 9.33. Third option, what is 33 million? Help me with my math. We've got 22.5 and there's 33. What percentage is, assuming, hold on, let me go back, because you got to start with the assumption. Assuming the millage rate at 9.1, which is where you have it now, assuming that rate at 9.1 and assuming there's 22.5 left and there's 33 million in requests, what if all of the additional requests were funded at 67%? That's a third option. Fourth option is maybe funding the sheriff at full amount and doing, or public safety at the full amount, and then doing 60% or 50% on the remaining requests, right? So then that would include the sheriff at 11, the DA at 4.7, solicitor at 1.2, probate at 1.5, and funding everything else at a percentage rate. So we have numerous different options available to us. But the easiest one for me is to just assume the millage rate at 9.33 for purposes of the budget, so that the money is there, and then we come back and reevaluate at our mid-year evaluation. Madam CFO, when do we have to do a mid-year evaluation of our budget?
We typically do that in August of each year, after we have the millage rate set and we know what our property tax billings are.
All right, I'm gonna stop there. I'm sorry. Commissioner Thorne, can you tell me what the Lionheart School is?
It's just a school that we had funded. It's with kids with disabilities.
Okay, thank you. Kids with disabilities, that sounds like something I can support. However, what I always try to do is make sure that we have parity. And so if we are funding orchestras in North Fulton, guess what I'm gonna wanna do? Fund orchestras in South Fulton, like the African American Philharmonic Orchestra and Orchestra Noir. So add those in at $15K each.
Okay, Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Being new to this process, I had no idea that people were just going to come and list out things. So I received the list of things that had previously funded in my district that I knew if everyone's going to throw theirs in, I'll throw mine in too, type thing, Mr. Arrington, Commissioner Arrington. But with Ellis's plan, I feel like if we earmark money, maybe increase it to give the DA, because I feel the DA and the sheriff work hand in hand. and I do see needs there. But all these projects, you don't know about my projects. I don't know about your empowering young men, CEOs of tomorrow. I mean, I'm sure they're all great things, but I feel like as a board, we can't just throw them in a pot and approve them all right today. I wouldn't be comfortable. I'm getting messages today. I have a daughter that works with Microsoft and a daughter that works at Amazon. Today, they're doing massive layoffs. 12,000 people at Amazon are losing their jobs today. My daughter said 12% of her team is gone now that she leads. My daughter at Microsoft is worried. They just had a layoff in November of 12,000. They're having another layoff of 11,000. At Meta, huge layoffs. Big tech, huge layoffs across the board in big tech. So our future is looking grim down the road, and I really feel to be responsible, we need to have some type of reserve. Public safety is a priority for me. I want to fund public safety, but we've got to think about, we can't just spend right up to the 22.5 and then go over and then expect everybody's property rates to go up. Because we funded everything now. I really feel like this year is going to be a grim year economically. And in my sector, it's a huge technology district. Alpharetta, Johns Creek, we're all technology. Here in Atlanta, I know Microsoft is bringing their big hub. You know, my brother was the CIO for Stanley Black & Decker here. I know how it attracts business around Georgia Tech. And I just really feel like we need to be conservative in our budget, and I think it's smart and wise to not just put everybody's pet project, I'm sorry, I don't want to call it a pet project, but put everybody's wish list in a bucket and say, let's go and let's just find a millage rate to fund it.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Y'all hear that? Do y'all hear the rubber hitting the road? I hope y'all hear it, because I hear it. We sat down and had a conversation, and individuals agreed on 8.87. You had a couple of commissioners up here that said, we are going to run into a problem. It fell on deaf ears. I'm not going to cry over spilled milk, but the reality is, everybody loves the taste of the sausage, but they hate the sausage making. Our sheriff asked for 16, dropped it down to 11.2. Nash dropped down to 10. Our solicitor, who does great work in the community, our probate judge, who has been part of the senior summits educating in the community, with not extra money in her budget for that, by the way, because I worked with her on it. So let's be fair. I entrust the county manager and the CFO and all of them to do their jobs. And I will never undermine it, but their name is not on the ballot, mine is. The sheriff's name is on the ballot. The solicitor, the DA, and the probate judge. So the reality of it is people reach out to people. They send information. Commissioner Arrington, we're not going to agree on a lot, but we can agree on this. We've been getting information about the Reparations Task Force for a year. A year we've been getting information about the Reparations Task Force. It didn't just pop out the clear blue sky today. And so what I'm saying is, if we're going to be fair, let's be fair. I'm all for fiscal responsibility, but not when it benefits one particular side of town. Now, people can say, Khadijah, that's a politically incorrect statement. that doesn't mean it's not true. Because we got crime on both sides of town. We got human trafficking all through Fulton County. We got individuals that, thank God that Judge Kenya is educating. She's going out in the community, educating people about probate. People are losing their entire inheritance because they don't know and somebody's scamming them. Our solicitor is doing everything in his power. Record restriction, he is creating jobs. But because it don't happen on your side of town, or because you don't see it, it don't have a value, not on my watch. So I'm willing to work with whoever to come to a solution, but everything that has been said today up here has a value. Everything that's been said from the north side to the south side. But is it important to you? Commissioner Thorne and Commissioner Khadija have two totally different but very diverse. But the children with disability on your side, they need that money that you're getting ready to turn the other way and not ask for. They need that money. So guess what? I'm gonna advocate for that money that you asked for. Because at the end of the day, we knew we were coming here. We knew this was gonna be a spirited. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to get home and feed my dog, all kind of other stuff. Because we gotta sit here and work through this. But at the end of the day, to even give the thought that somebody just said, ooh, they doing discussions down there, let's run down there and just throw something. You do a disservice to our department heads and our elected officials because they know what they need, they know what they're asking for. And to say, because somebody has not come down here and did a dog and pony show for you, does not mean that they have not reached out. Let's be fair, Fulton County. Yes, wherever we can cut, we need to cut. But I cannot in good conscience support something that says, okay, everybody's coming with this. It's pie in the sky. It's not pie in the sky. Will some of them take less? Yes. But we knew we were coming to this road. The chairman said it. We knew we were going to get to this point. So I will ask my colleagues to support a balanced budget. And unfortunately, as much as I would want to, I cannot support Commissioner Ellis' motion.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Chairman. To be clear, on Commissioner Ellis's motion, he is asking for money to be reduced from the elections budget that was being held in case of a special election. He also asked for the budget of the Superior Court clerk to be reduced. I said at the outset of my earlier remarks that my three priorities were public safety, public health, and elections, so I cannot support reducing either one of those budgets at all. I also will not support any budget that does not include $11.2 million at a minimum for the sheriff, not 10. And Commissioner Ellis's motion is only at 10, so that's a no for me. I also will not support a budget that does not give the DA her requests. I want to say in particular, I hear what Commissioner Abdurrahman is saying. There were things that were specifically brought to me in the first few weeks of my taking office, as well as in the few weeks after the election leading up to that. I spoke to the DA, I spoke to the sheriff. Commissioner Abdurrahman brought the land bank to me with a very thoughtful presentation, so I would not support a budget that does not include that $180,000 for the land bank. Again, the rest of it, and this is not a criticism of either my colleagues, Commissioner Arrington or Commissioner Hall, but I just haven't had the time to examine all the line items, and that's not to say you haven't done your work. I personally have not had the time to review them. So my perspective on those is I am more than happy to support them if our budget allows it, or to put the money in the reserve and consider them one by one. And that, again, just really is me saying the process is kind of whack, to use a very technical term. That said, I just want to also point out and kind of reiterate what Commissioner Arrington and I think Commissioner Abdurrahman both said about the, developing the budget on a 9.33 millage rate. I asked our CFO for the numbers on this during the previous week, and the additional amount over the 22.25 was I was told, and you just, I think, said it again, Madam CFO, is an additional 17 million. That makes the number 39 million total, 22 plus 17, give or take, right? So at that amount, frankly, we have more than enough to put as I said before, to put the money in the reserve that Vice Chair Ellis wants, as well as to do all of the things listed by my colleagues, and leave an additional, aside from the 10 million that Vice Chair Ellis and I are both asking for in the reserve, that leaves an additional 15 million in the reserve by my calculations. So we don't even have to do it at the 9.33 to get all these requests met. If my math is right, I've got a spreadsheet in front of me.
Yeah, Commissioner Barrett, I'm not sure that it leaves an additional 15 million in the reserve. It would cover what had been identified as the reserve, but I don't think it would leave an additional 15 million.
Either way, it more than covers, whether it leaves additional or not. So all that to say, I cannot support Vice Chair Ellis's motion.
Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call the question.
All right, the motion on the floor is to call the question. Is there a second? All right. Now, just a minute. Let me preside, please. Motion on the floor is to call the question. Let's vote. Just a minute. Now, there's no discussion on this. Now, we all know this. I sent this to everybody, that this motion, what it means. The motion on the floor is to call the question. It was called properly, and now we're going to vote on calling the question.
Vote is open. Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, motion passes. Now back to the motion that's on the floor, which is the motion by Commissioner Ellis, motion by Commissioner.
What was your vote?
We'll call the question. Okay. All right, the question has been called. The motion on the floor is the substitute motion by Commissioner Ellis, which was seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
Vote is open. Motion fails, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 5 nays, 2 yeas.
All right, motion fails. That was a substitute motion. Now back to the original motion, which was a motion by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Abdurrahman. And that motion would, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Commissioner Hall, would you accept a friendly amendment to your motion for the staff to assume the millage rate at 9.33? Thank you.
All right, Madam CFO, any advertising requirements if we do that?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman. The millage rate advertising requirements would come mid-year next year when we actually move to take up the millage rate approval process.
Okay, and explain then, if this passes, the 9.33, everything that's on the table that's been added today, explain what that means.
If the motion passes, including the assumption of a millage rate of 9.33, then we will add an additional $17 million to the revenue anticipation And we will fund the items that have been identified. I can run through them again if the board desires. I have $1.2 million for Sadie Mays, $1.7 million for the Arts Department for contracts for services, $4.7 million for the district attorney, $1.2 million for the solicitor, $11.2 million for the sheriff, $632,000 for human resources to fund child care for county employees, $190,000 in the arts department for some positions, $500,000 for senior services for home delivered meals, $400,000 for senior services for QLS, $500,000 for behavioral health, $1.5 million for the community service program, $1 million for youth and homeless youth, $150,000 for Commissioner Hall's youth conferences, $75,000 for Next Level and music for Commissioner Arrington's entities, $250,000 for the Reparations Committee, $250,000 for Fulton Films to bring the total to $500,000, $500,000 for a summer youth internship program, a total of $810,000 to bring additional funding for arts programming and or staff to $1 million, $200,000 for Bear Creek Nature Center, funding for one position in registration elections at $66,693, a $5 million reserve for public health, $20,000 for the Johns Creek Symphony, $9,000 for Johns Creek, and I didn't catch the Alpharetta Symphony, $11,000 for Lionheart, $180,000 for the Land Bank, $1.5 million for the probate court, an additional reserve of $5 million, and 2 South Fulton orchestral groups or musical groups at $15,000 apiece for a total of $30,000. That brings the grand total to $38,848,693. So we would increase the revenue and increase the expenses accordingly.
All right, Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Barrett.
So since you opened up back discussion on this, right? I don't know why the vote's on our screen, and we're going to continue to discuss this. So since you've revised this, not to say I'm going to be supportive of it, but if we're going to entertain this, you can add $500,000 for the Chattahoochee Nature Center for capital on that list as well, for purposes of this particular thing. Motion.
Point of order, if we're going to do that, I want the same thing in South Fulton for Bear Creek Nature Center.
Okay, add it. Anything else? Get some more department heads down. Let's fill it up. Mr. Barrett.
I just want to match. I just want parity.
We got it. It's in there.
Well, no, she was asking me, and I was just answering. I just want parity.
Commissioner Arrington, a point of clarification, please. So do you want $500,000 more for Bear Creek, or?
How I want Bear Creek to get whatever the same amount Chattahoochee's getting, period.
Okay.
So if you tell me how much Chattahoochee's getting, whatever that number is, that's the same number Bear Creek should get.
So we'll be adding $500,000 to each.
And I think he reserved it for capital. I just want parity. We want orchestras in North Fulton, we want orchestras in South Fulton. You want nature centers in North Fulton, we want nature centers in South Fulton.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Barrett.
On the Nature Center question, is there money already budgeted for both of these places?
What's wrong with the microphone? Can you use Dr. Rochelle's? Yeah.
My apologies. The proposed budget originally presented included $200,000 for the Chattahoochee Nature Center. Commissioner Arrington asked, as part of his request, to add $200,000 for the Bear Creek Nature Center. And then Commissioner Ellis asked for $500,000 for capital for Chattahoochee Nature Center. And Commissioner Arrington asked for parity. So that would be another $500,000 for Bear Creek, which would have them both at a total of $700,000 in the budget if approved.
Got it. Okay, just wanted to make sure I had that straight. I wanted to speak again just because, again, this process is quite confusing to me. All of a sudden we were, Vice Chair Ellis made an alternate motion, and then we were all of a sudden going to vote on all these things. I don't understand, again, is the process that everybody just asks for whatever they want and it's all or nothing? I'm confused. Because again, as I said, there's a whole list of things that I may say yes to, but I don't know enough about them, and I don't understand how they're getting all lumped into one thing. We had a presentation from the Reparations Task Force, and while, again, I don't necessarily have to reiterate everything I said then, but I ended by saying I would like more time to study that before and so that's only one of a list of, I don't know, how many things are on this list now, 30-something? And so I don't understand why I'm being forced to make a choice that's all of these things or none of these things without further study.
Yeah, Commissioner Barrett, I think that. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, the motion on the floor motion by Commissioner Hall to approve, seconded by Commissioner Abdur. You have his friendly amendment about parity, whatever you're doing.
I do. It added $1 million to the total, so that brings it to $39,848,693. Yes, I understood that Commissioner Arrington had offered a friendly amendment that the budget reflect the 9.33 mils, which I indicated would add an additional $17 million on the revenue anticipation.
Actually, if I may just add something, it comes out to about 9.37. And the reason for that is we need to have 16.67% reserve on top of that amount that you're spending.
That is certainly fine with me. I don't think Commissioner Hall will oppose it either.
We started at 9.1 and
9.37. That is with the assumption that every assumption we use for 2022 millage rate remains the same. Yeah.
But point of order, Mr. Chair, I want to be real clear because I don't want people coming out here saying that there is a millage rate increase.
That's right.
We're just assuming that for purposes of the budget.
That's right.
And we will not vote on that until July or August.
That's right.
All right, anything else? Mr. Barrett?
So I just want to ask a clarifying question about this millage rate assumption. So if we're putting this budget out with a 9.37, which again, I'm not quite sure why, because it seemed to me that we could achieve it at 9.33. So I'm not sure where the extra percentage is coming from there. But regardless, when we come to this discussion of the millage rate in the mid-year, you are, Madam CFO, are going to be able to give us numbers that will give us a more specific millage rate that we'll need to essentially keep the remaining part, or to keep the year as it, it's 6 o'clock, I'm tired. But that you're going to give us a millage rate recommendation at that time to meet the budget that we have laid out with the mid-year changes, correct?
We'll make a recommendation for a millage rate that, based on the digest value and everything at that time, will generate the revenue that the budget that you pass now anticipates.
And you will also be looking at things that didn't get spent, that kind of thing, at that point, or no?
We typically don't look at things that don't get spent at the point in time that we're setting the millage rate. If the board would like to go through that process, we certainly could could do that, but we
I mean,
we
it seems
typically do not.
pertinent, does it not? If we're not spending some money, then we wouldn't need the millage rate to be as high, right? I mean, I'm, again, just asking questions for clarity. So it is possible, even though we're developing this at now this other random 9.37, I don't know where that came from, that you could come back mid-year and say, well, we did develop it on this, but we need less. A lower millage rate will suffice. Is that correct?
That's possible, depending on what the digest value actually comes in at, if it comes in higher or if it comes in lower than what we included in our projections. And like I said, we typically don't look at our expenditure burn rate when we're looking at the millage rate, because we're just trying to ensure that the revenue that the budget anticipated is what the millage rate would cover. But we can look at the expenses and certainly present that to the board and let the board make a decision accordingly.
Don't forget the overruns and underruns, because there's always a huge amount of underruns, unused money and all that.
Bottom line is every dime will be spent. Let's vote. Mr. Ellis?
One more point on the millage rate, too. Given that structurally we're funding our budget through surplus funds as opposed to all through revenue, right? And we've been doing this pattern every year. It's also safe to assume when we get to the 2024 cycle, given the actions that if this were approved, we also could be having to look at an additional millage rate increase in 2024.
That is, yes, Commissioner Ellis, that,
Okay,
because
so
we are,
just be thinking about that, too, as you cast this vote.
2024, 2025, because a lot of things that we're funding today, particularly personnel, these are not one time. These are ongoing expenses. So you're committing yourselves, whether you want to admit it or not, to a future tax increase. Let's vote, please. So let's don't say I didn't know what
Vote
I
is
was
open.
voting on.
Motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, now, is that all of the budget items included in this one?
if the resolution, it was sounded, and if, as long as the clerk is comfortable that the resolution was incorporated in that, then yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, continue, Madam Chief Deputy Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, 23-0042, External Affairs, presentation of 2023 legislative session update.
All right, Ms. Corbett, where are you? She'll be, continue, we'll come back to her when she gets here.
Next item, 23-0043, purchase and contract compliance. Request approval of a resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
Vote is open. Motion passes unanimously.
Continue.
On page 6, 23-0045, registrations and elections. Request approval of a resolution amending the cost to be charged to municipalities who authorize Fulton County to conduct any or all of their municipal elections and for other purposes.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Come on up, Ms. Williams. You explain what this is.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board, and congratulations to the newly elected commissioners and vice chair. We have a presentation to request a revision of the municipal cost resolution.
Speak up a little bit, Ms. Williams.
We have a presentation. Our request is to revise the municipal cost resolution for municipal elections. Next slide, please. With the conclusion of the 2022 elections, Fulton County registration elections diligently analyzed the election costs for all election types. We reviewed the 2020 and 2022 turnout results. The 2022 November and December elections are the first elections that have all the new legislative requirements in place to help us illustrate voter turnouts. Therefore, we reviewed all the totals, and with that data, we are streamlining processes for efficiency and attempting to reduce election costs. In the interim, election costs have increased since the municipal cost resolution was established. Therefore, we're seeking to have the approval revised to not have the county incur costs for municipal elections. Next slide, please. Currently, the 2019 municipal cost resolution outlines that the municipalities pay a cost per voter, which is actually based off the 2017 election budgets. The resolution was to be reevaluated with the installation of the new election equipment, and the resolution is actually based off a cost sharing with the county, which contradicts the election code that the county is not to incur costs in conducting municipal election services. Next slide, please. I had forwarded a memo to all the commissioners and city clerks outlining some of the examples of the increases that have occurred since 2017. One example illustrated above is that costs have increased due to the size of equipment. For instance, vehicle rentals, we used to be able to deliver in cargo vans. Now we have to deliver in 15 to 16-foot box trucks due to the size of the equipment. We actually have to empty absentee ballots daily at the close of the polls for advanced voting. Therefore, that's additional staff and rental vehicles. Also, the new equipment requires paper ballots, ink, additional seals. So all those things have increased election costs throughout the years. And we also looked at the 2023 to see how we can reduce those things at the same time, if applicable. Next slide, please. In 2021, Fulton County incurred over $2 million in election costs, since the cost per voter is insufficient to cover the election costs currently. Prior to 2019, the municipalities charges were based off percentages of the election costs per their number of registered voters. The county would draft a budget for the current year, and the municipalities would pay that percentage. And the county would not incur costs for municipal elections, and if anything we did not expend, we would issue the municipalities a refund. Next slide, please. So we are requesting that the municipal resolution be revised. We would revert back to the percentage of election cost distribution to municipalities. We would reinstate refunds to the municipalities if there is unexpended funds. Eliminating the cost per voter would allow us to be prepared for fluctuations in costs like legislative changes, vendor rates, et cetera. It'll also allow us not to continue to revise the resolution as rates change. Next slide, please. And we are happy to conduct municipal elections, but municipalities do have an option when it's an election year for them. They have the freedom to choose what works best for them. They can go paper. These options are not allowed to the county, but there is cost reductions if they choose to conduct their own elections, and we have encouraged municipalities to explore that option. Next slide, please. So it's, in conclusion, our department is asking to revert back to the percentage-based resolution to not have the county incur costs and allow us to continue to work on reducing election budgets as a whole for all election types. Next slide, please. The next slide is questions and answers. That's the last slide.
That's it? You finished? All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Williams, what was the actual cost to complete municipal elections and I guess the last one would have been 2021, correct?
I believe I had it on the top of the slide. Hold on one second.
So,
oh, sorry. For the 2021, the actual expended totals were, it was about 7.4 million for 2021 for the November election.
was that what we spent on just the municipal portion, or is that what we spent on elections in general that year?
That was for the November election by itself, for that one election.
Okay. So 7.4. What is your budget for 2020, for the 2023 municipal, sort of reflecting the municipal elections that would be taking place?
Currently, we're looking at 6.6 million, but we are attempting to reduce costs. That's why we're asking for percentage-based. We're going to review processes. We're going to try to merge election day sites and work, and that would actually reduce costs for municipal and general elections. So we're reviewing everything so we can bring that cost down.
All right, so you're saying the cost for the municipal elections in 2021 was 7.4, and you're saying the budget for this cycle is what?
6.6.
6.6. And you're suggesting we subsidize that in 2021 at roughly 2 million?
I'm trying to understand your questions. Are you saying that, well, the county?
Well, here's what I'm trying to figure out, right? You know, it's going down, you're saying the estimated cost of running the election is going down about 800,000. Saying we subsidized it at 2 million the prior period, but yet the estimated cost we're talking about is going up a multiple of 4 and change. So I'm trying to square that up.
Well, we've already started reducing costs. That's the 6.6 is an
No, you're not understanding my question. All right, so we charge $2 per voter.
$2.96.
$2.96. Okay, well, 2 plus versus $2.96 would be, that's a material amount. I mean, so help to sort of clarify that in the correspondence. So $2.96 per voter. And that was when we're at the total all-in of 7.4. And we're saying we subsidize that at 2 million. Now we're talking about that cost going up 3 times to 9 per voter, with the cost going down in the aggregate. So I'm trying to square up why that needs to go to 9.
Well, so in 2021, the municipal resolution asked for $2.96 per voter. That left the county in the red. We had the county incurred fees. It was not enough to cover the 7.4. So for 2023, even if we're at 6.6, as we have started reducing costs from what we spent in 2021, 296 will not cover the 6.6.
I understand that, but how does it go up 3 times?
Because of the fees, it went up 3 times since 2017, not since 2021. Since 2017.
Right, but in 2021, if we were subsidizing at 2, it looks like the math that we're actually going to be, you've almost built in like this $9 number looks like it's built in a significant surplus.
In 2021, there are still other legislative things that brought up costs as well. So there's still additional costs. We're trying to bring it down, but it's actually costs have increased throughout the state.
You still hadn't answered my question. We ran these at 2021 at 7.4. We were charging, per the resolution, it was $2.96 a voter, which meant it was a subsidy associated with it, right? And so there were the increased cost, the cost on top of that flowed back to the county. The 2023 estimate is 6.6 million, 800,000 less. But yet, that multiple is going up 3 times per voter, which seems to even more than consume the subsidy.
It's the number of registered voters have increased. So it adds up to roughly $9 per voter.
Well, if the number has actually increased, then that means that the differential is even further off. I mean, I'm disappointed in this because we knew this. I had this conversation with you. We specifically sat down and talked about a number of these things, and I can't follow this in the terms of this presentation. I'm not prepared to vote on this today. I would like to see sort of an itemized proposal of how you formulate this 2023 estimated municipal budget before we go approve an IGA, which goes back to the individual cities. I understand that there is a subsidy that we did, right? They're nerd to that, and there may be some stuff that we need to do to make sure that the costs properly get shifted back to them. But what I'm seeing here suggests to me that we're basically, and this comes on the heels, and we had this conversation in terms of this budgeted conversations over time. Last year, this comes on the heels of this, and I think I'm legit in asking my question on this. We had a budget of $37.4 million for registrations and elections to run 3 election cycles. We didn't factor in a runoff. We wound up running 4, and we spent 25.5, and I think there were some additional costs that flowed through. What was it, another 2 or something like that?
Yes, sir, that we carry forward and are included in the 2023 budget.
So we underran this not only by about $10 million, but we also did so with the assumption that that 37 didn't even include a runoff, that we were going to find the funds for that. And you all told us at the beginning of the year that 37 wasn't going to be enough. So I'm having a hard time necessarily squaring up what's going on here with the ask. And I understand we're potentially going back with a refunding portion to the municipalities, but there's got to be sort of more of a clear thing in here to demonstrate to them why it's going up to the magnitude it's going up. If I can't understand it, then they're not going to understand it.
Right, so in the memo that we provided, the chart, this is just a segment of the chart that was provided to show the cost increases throughout the years. It has fluctuated, again, from 2017 to 2022, the costs have gone up. We're trying to make adjustments. We worked on this for months and are trying to decrease costs.
If you've worked on this for months, then the presentation of this back to us is lacking. These may be the right numbers, but it's not evident to me. And, and I think I'm not comfortable passing on something back to somebody, to our municipal partners to say this has been a well thought out number. Because I can't square that up. And in light of kind of what we just went through in the past election cycle, I can't square that up either. So I'm not prepared, and I'm going to make a motion to hold this, and for you to come back with a clear, itemized budget for municipal election with those components struck up against 2021, showing the actual per voter numbers and the dollar amounts.
But
and showing what you are assuming in there as a potential reserve or contingency.
May I speak? Okay, so that's why we're asking for percentage-based, because we didn't want to start with a cost per voter. Putting us at a flat rate per voter would not allow for fluctuation. So as we adjust the budget, if we come up with a cost per voter, it could cause the county a deficit or cause some type of problem. So that's why we're asking for a percentage base as we try to work out the budget. And we're trying to reduce, but it allows for fluctuations due to legislative changes. And that's why if you put us at a set rate per voter, we cannot give you a definite answer. That's why we're asking to base it off percentages.
I'm not asking necessarily for a set rate per voter. I'm asking for a clearly itemized municipal budget.
We can provide that to you. We provided a summary to the BRE. We'll provide that election summary to you as well.
Hopefully more than a summary.
You can provide the entire budget. Yes, we have it drafted.
Okay. I'd like to see, an itemized budget, kind of, so we can understand kind of what it was in 2021 and what we're proposing in 2023. With that itemization. Here's what it actually cost us, and here's what we think it's going to cost us in 2023. And spelling out kind of why the changes are what they are.
We'll provide that to you.
And another question, and I want you to, this is to sort of to go on record with this, so we all have a clear understanding of this. So we understand the distinctions, and we need our attorney's office to weigh in on this so they can further amplify, that's fine. If a municipality chooses to run their own election, what are the different requirements that the municipality has, or what are the looser requirements that they have that we don't have? In other words, if a municipality came to us and said, hey, we don't want, we don't need 50 voting precincts, 20 voting precincts, whatever it is. We don't need 4 early voting sites. We just want 1 early voting site and 2 precincts, two precincts open on election day. Could we do that?
To give them an à la carte menu, pretty much is what you're asking. I would think, honestly, I would not be comfortable with that.
I'm not asking you, are you comfortable with that? I'm asking you, or by law, are we permitted to do that?
I'd have to double check with the Secretary of State exactly what
Okay.
I would have to double check that.
All right. And I think it's in this memo, but this was articulated to me when we all sat in and had a recent conversation, that if we run municipal elections, we're subject to a different set of requirements than the municipalities are in terms of sites, hours, machines, equipment, et cetera. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, that's
Okay,
an
what
accurate
is
statement.
the distinction in terms of the requirements that we have versus what a municipality, what sort of liberties that would they have that we don't have? That's my question.
The liberty is that the municipalities are allowed to have all paper ballot election, They're allowed to lease equipment from us. They're allowed to go paper versus us, we have to go machines. And if they decide to go paper, honestly, it's a lot cheaper. They could find a lot of cost savings there.
Okay, so they could go in there and stand somebody a piece of paper, they go check a box, put it in some sort of box, they count them at the end of the day. That's the sort of liberties they have.
Yes, they do have their liberty, we do not.
Okay. Do we have liberties to do things such as on early voting? When we run early voting, generally, it's you go into any site, you could vote for whoever we're doing an election for, you could vote in that area, right? So I could walk in and I could be in College Park during early voting, but I could vote for, if I'm in the city of Milton, if I live in the city of Milton, I could vote on their elections in College Park, correct? Okay. But if we wanted to do something separate as a county and just say, okay, we're just going to have early voting sites. If you want to go early vote for you live in Roswell, you have to go vote at an early voting site in Roswell. We're not permitted to do that?
No, I do not believe so. I will confirm that, but I believe
Okay.
once we open all of our advanced voting sites, it's open to all Fulton County residents.
And we have to do that?
Yes.
Okay. What about shrinking the number of actual sites?
We have the liberty to decrease sites. Yes, we do. But we try to make it fair and distribute them evenly throughout the county for voter convenience. But we do have the liberty to reduce the number. In the memo that we submitted, we had some suggestions for the municipalities in regards to advanced voting locations and awaiting their feedback.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a substitute motion to hold.
All right, substitute motion by Commissioner Ellis to hold. That is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Arrington, on the substitute motion to hold.
I guess I could really just say this, but I guess my question was, is this time sensitive?
I would say yes in regards to the municipalities. A lot of them have reached out to know the cost and to make a decision. Like I said, they have the option to go paper, so some of them are researching now. We gave them the memo that we forwarded to your offices to let them know this is the estimate. Hopefully it would decrease from there. So it is time sensitive for their sake.
Well, so tell me what happened now, 'cause now you got me going back, because I thought we reached out to them and sent them something, or you reached out to them and sent them something without getting the Board of Registration and Elections approval and without getting our approval. So let's go back, let's rewind it now, since you brought it up.
It's an informative memo to advise them what the options are for elections. So I sent that to the Board of Commissioners, Board of Registration and Elections. And it was reviewed before it was sent out.
Okay, so how did the cities get it?
It was forwarded by our office.
To the cities?
Yes.
But we didn't approve.
It's a memo that I don't believe it has to be approved. I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. But it was just an informative memo because we always reach out to the cities for the municipal election, letting them know that it's time to let you know to commit to an election. We emailed them first, say, are you having an election? We emailed them to let us know if they're having contests, questions, et cetera. And we also sent them an informative memo at the same time. And on the memo, it stated it would go before the board, it would go before the BRE, and if they had any concerns, they could reach out to their representatives.
Well, they did. They voted to not let us do the elections. They did the opposite. So I think we have to be careful because there are a lot of moving parts. And so they got your memo and they took action on it, even though we hadn't approved it, nor had the Board of Registration and Elections approved it. And so we need you to be mindful that your recommendations may or may not be approved. And so I don't know why we would inform anyone outside of Fulton County what your recommendations are or might be until after it's been approved first by the Board of Registration and Elections and second by us. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
I hope so. Okay, I'm done.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Nadine. Thanks for coming by and speaking with me yesterday. We didn't discuss, we just approved like $61,000 for another position. What is that position for?
That position is, we receive a lot of invoices during the election year, so we need another administrative position just to be able to do data entry for invoices. Our staff is overwhelmed when it comes to all the rental vehicle invoices that come in daily, so they need an additional person, a permanent person has to be in that position to be able to do that data entry in AMS.
Do you expect to have that number of invoices in an off year with municipal elections?
No, but we would like that person to come in now. I know it takes months to have the position advertised, to get the registry. We want to be able to train that person, so by the time 2024 approaches, they're ready to go because they'll get slammed at the beginning of the year. So it allows us to get that person prepared before we have a very busy year.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. In 2021, you had your actual expenses at 7.4, and you said you subsidized $2 million. You were charging, and that's at a rate of charging $296 per voter, correct?
Yes, based off the 2019 resolution, we had the charge of $296.
Okay, so at $296 per voter, that would be 1.8 million voters plus 2 million to equal 7.4. Is that correct?
We had a deficit of $2 million. I put over $2 million. I don't have the exact figures, but I know that the county incurred costs, which you're not supposed to do by election code.
But on our voter rolls, we have 740,000 voters. That's multiplied by 1.8 million voters.
We base it off the registered voters. That count is higher than it's.
On our registered voter list, we have 740. We had, in the 2020 election, we had 807,000. That's why we had 8 drop boxes. That number's dropped down because of cleaning voter rolls to 740.
That number has increased now to over 800.
Wow, because the other day, when I got your monthly report, it wasn't that high in December. But still, it's not near the 1.8 million that you're multiplying the 2.96 by.
I can review back the numbers. I will submit the numbers again to your office. is what I will do.
Okay, that'd be great. Just kind of confused. So another question I have, I know Palmetto has run their municipal elections for years, and I know that a lot of North Fulton cities have been going down and had watched them run their elections. And still, if there is a county-wide race on the ballot, you're still going to have to run the elections up in that city as well, correct?
That is correct.
So with Palmetto, voters have to go to the library to vote for their Fulton County election that we run, and then they had to go to the library for their municipal election. Is that correct?
Right, Palmetto lies in between two counties. So that's why they run their own municipal, because voters go to their city hall to vote, because when they're doing a municipal election, they're coming from two counties.
Okay.
So that's why they do that.
But if we had to do that up north in Milton, would the Milton have to run the Fulton County part too?
They don't have to, but they can choose to find different locations.
They could just, or could they just choose to put it on their ballot, whatever the race is on their ballot?
If we were having I don't believe so, no. If we were running a county election, we'd have to have our own ballot. We could possibly, if they were, let's say for instance, they have their municipal election set up and they're already ready to go, and something happens and we have to run a county election, we could always use this. If they're using the same AV sites, we could add another set of machines there for a different site inside the same building. Hopefully they'll use the same precincts on election day, and we could have to set up two polls in the same building, but we'd have to have our own separate ballot.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Ruckman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. What was the purpose of sending the memo to the municipalities?
To keep them informed and to allow them to have input. Again, we suggested some some election day mergers. We wanted the city's input to see, okay, just to make sure there's no voter suppression, there's no, to get no resistance from their voters. So we have not submitted that to the voters. We just suggested some locations for advanced voting. We suggested some election day mergers to reduce costs. We wanted the input from the commissioners. We wanted input from the municipalities as we make these changes. That was the purpose of the memo.
Now, my office did receive a question, but I want to, for transparency. Has the municipalities asked you the questions that you sent, that the information that you sent out? Had they, in previous time, asked you the different questions that you sent out to them?
Yes.
The reason I wanted you to go on record saying that, because the same questions that led to this, my office was asked of the same thing. So I want us to be crystal clear to not give the impression that you just woke up one morning and decided to send the municipality something. This has been an ongoing request, conversation, dialogue, or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It was reviewed by our board chair, was reviewed by our strategy team, yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to be clear about that. Now, when it comes to SB 202 and the requirements of the county versus the requirements of the municipality, are there any differences?
I believe I have not studied the municipal elections, so we do not conduct them. We completely stay out of it when they have to conduct their own elections. So they have their own, we have them speak to the SOS liaison just so we're not liable if something were to go wrong. But I believe they have the same requirements to have drop boxes, but we let them completely handle their own election. We're hands off at that point for liability's sake.
So would it be safe to say that some of the municipalities have asked to have their own municipal elections and to have that cost themselves? Is that correct?
Yes, we have received word from Milton that they will conduct their own election for cost savings. And Johns Creek is also reviewing to see if they will also conduct their own election, and we provided them the liaison so they can contact the SOS directly.
So is it safe to say, in having a conversation with them, sending them a memo, sending them any information, it would not be out of the ordinary that they would get it? We might not necessarily get it because you all are having an ongoing conversation.
Exactly. It's just letting them know their options is what that is, so they can figure out their budgets and figure out which is best for them.
Okay, so my final question to you, with the election cost increases, this is to allow not only us to know, but them to know, but this allows us to be able, I would say, for the lack of a better word, maybe fine tune it. I heard you say percentage as opposed to per person.
Exactly. So we had not set a rate. We're just saying this is this is just an estimate to go percentage. That way it lets us deal with fluctuations throughout the years. We can work now to reduce costs, and we can also work and deal with legislation as it comes in. So that's why we don't want a set rate. We just want to be able to base off percentages so that every year a budget can be drafted, and we can charge percentages if they choose to have us do their service for them.
And so, just for the public, how long have you been with the elections?
About over 10 years.
So let me ask you this. Why do you think that a percentage versus per person is better, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it's because things change. I mean, rates change for rental cars, rates change for gasoline. Legislative changes coming like SB 202 to have us change processes, right? At this moment, the SOS is introducing a new system called Jarvis. That could honestly help us reduce staff in some areas as soon as we finish researching that. So percentage base allows for fluctuations, and we don't have to keep coming back before the board and changing the costs. And again, our biggest thing is for the county not to incur costs. If we set a rate that is too low, the county will incur costs, and it's actually in violation of code. We are not to incur costs as a county for municipal services. That keeps the best case scenario. We charge this much and give the counties a refund for stuff that we don't expend. So that's why percentages are better.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you giving me that information.
Commissioner Barrett.
I just want to, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Abdurrahman, for asking that question that way, because I think that gave Ms. Williams an opportunity to clarify. When she and I spoke, that was my understanding, that this is about how we're charging the municipalities essentially for a service that is optional. They can choose to do their own elections, and if they choose to save money by doing that, by doing paper-based elections, they have that right 100%. So this is not a mandatory service. It's an optional service. And what the goal of this, is it an ordinance that you're here to talk about today? Or I don't even, I'm so tired, I've lost the plot a little bit. But ultimately, the goal of this is so that the county doesn't end up in the red on municipal elections. And from your answer just now to Commissioner Abdurrahman, it seems to me that what you're saying and what we discussed in my office was that setting that rate per person locks us into a price that turned out to not be accurate in the most recent election. And because of all those things you just listed, possible legislation, new equipment, et cetera, that could change. Doing it fee-based would allow us to charge them for what they got as a service, correct?
That's correct.
So I can't understand I'm confused about what the controversy is, because it seems to me that it's a cost savings and it's on the county's, it's in the county's best interest to save money or to not spend money that we don't have to spend on a service we're providing. So thank you for asking the question the way you did, Commissioner. Thank you for your response, Ms. Williams. And also, I just want to say I'm confused about the issue on the memorandum. It seems to me that it wasn't recommendations, it was just options, and that there's no reason that we would be approving that. So I just want to, on that front, say, again, I'm not quite sure what the controversy is, so thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Williams, I need to take you out to lunch because I don't think you get it. These are not their options. You can't present any options to them. In order for an option to be presented to them, it first has to be approved by the Board of Registration and Elections, and then it has to be approved by this board. And you can shake your head and smack your lips if you want to, but there are no options to any cities until there is an action by this board.
With all due respect, sir,
All right.
I was
All right.
strictly listing election code gives them
Let's,
options for
all right.
elections.
There are no options. If this board hasn't voted to approve it, then only this board can take action on behalf of Fulton County. Only this board. This board. No action can be taken on behalf of Fulton County without an affirmative vote of 4 members of this board. No action.
Allowed to comment?
Absolutely.
Okay, so all I'm stating is when a municipality chooses to conduct an election their municipal year, they have the option per election code to run their election or to hire the county pretty much to do their election.
Right.
We have the option to say yes. We actually have the option to say no if we want to conduct their election. But all it is saying that municipalities, this is what the election costs.
Now, when you say we, who do you mean?
I mean, as a county,
Who
or as a,
Not no as a county. Be real specific.
So again, the municipalities have the option per election code to conduct their own election. They can all choose to say no, and they can conduct their own election. We could.
Who is we?
Again,
Who
we have
is
not
we?
done that.
Who is we?
We, the county, but I did not make a decision for
Okay,
the
now,
county.
who makes decisions on behalf of the county?
The board.
Okay.
But we did not make a decision. The memo was not in regards to a decision. It was it was just giving them informative information. I did not make a decision for the county. All I did was provide them information. That's all it is.
Information that had not been approved.
Every year, we reach out to the cities in regards to their municipal elections. That's part of our job.
Reaching out to them and talking to them about a price are 2 different things. Reaching out to them and asking them, what are their dates? When are they going to have an election? That's fine. But talking about a price and adjusting prices prior to decisions of 2 different boards that have to approve it, it's not.
Understood.
And I'm happy to take you out to lunch so we can talk about it offline.
Commissioner Barrett.
I just want to go on record and say I respectfully disagree with you on this, Commissioner Arrington, and I don't understand what the issue is. It seems to me that it's perfectly within Ms. Williams' job description and right to communicate with the cities about work she's doing for them through the county. I'm just missing something.
But not about something that we have to approve.
But she's not.
She absolutely can talk to them about her job and what she does, not about anything that I have to vote on.
But I'm not getting that that's what happened. It seems to me this is just her providing information about how they can conduct their municipal elections.
She proposed raising the rate.
She's not providing, she's asking us to make a decision on this. The memo she sent to them is saying you can do it through us or you can do it on your own. I mean, essentially.
Yeah,
So
well, she doesn't get to make that decision. We do.
But she didn't make the decision.
Yeah, she doesn't get to do that.
She didn't make the decision.
No.
All right, so
She exceeded her authority.
Yeah, I'm just saying, to me, she didn't make that decision. She sent a memo as is part of her job to communicate with the cities to set up their municipal elections. So again, I'm not sure, I don't know all the backstory here. I'm not sure why there's angst, but I respectfully disagree with your assessment of what she is allowed to communicate to the cities.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, it's 6:40, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I just want to say one thing.
Motion on the floor is still to hold, is that correct?
County Attorney, we don't have to, clearly it's 6:40, but I would like for you by the next meeting to weigh in on if Ms. Nadine Williams in her capacity has to come to this board and get our permission to send a memo out. I want to make sure that, one, she's not exceeding her authority, and two, that we're not giving the wrong impression that she has exceeded her authority. So, County Attorney, I'm asking you to come back with an answer to if this memo, what she sent to us and what she sent out, one, exceeded her authority, and two, was it illegal or did it violate any policy that we have for her doing it? Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor, substitute motion rather, is to hold by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Ms. Williams has indicated this is somewhat time sensitive. Commissioner Arrington, you still want to be heard? All right, Commissioner Hall.
Yeah,
Just a minute.
I have a question.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
I just, the question that was asked, can she send out a memo? Absolutely, she can send out a memo. The question is about the content of it, and does the contents
I
of
want to see the memo.
have to be approved In particular, if you're talking about changing prices on cities, and you send them a letter telling them that you're gonna change the prices. What happened is the city got the letter, and they took action to say, hey, we're not gonna allow them to do it, based upon that. And so this is politics, right? There is politics involved. And so we have to be sensitive to that, and our employees have to be sensitive to that.
Okay, Commissioner Hall, you still want to be heard?
Just because of all of this, I want to see the memo that is in question, because I can't make a decision today on approving this now that this question is here about the memo, but I've never seen the memo. And I don't know what it says. Do you have a copy of it?
It was forwarded to all commissioners, and
It may have been forwarded to us, but I don't have it. And I haven't seen it. My father passed away. I have not seen it.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Okay, thank you. So like I said, I don't have a memo to even vote on this. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please.
Vote is open. Motion passes. 4 yeas, 1 nay.
I'm sorry, mine should have been a nay. I don't know why it didn't take, but I hit it.
Continue, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Next, are we going to do the
Let's go back to
External
the
affairs.
legislative, Ms.
23-0042, External Affairs, presentation of the 2023 legislative session update.
Good evening, Commissioners. I apologize for stepping away for a minute. This will only take an hour or so. We're going to pull these up real quick. So we are about a week and a half into the legislative session, and I will try to go through this pretty quickly in case there are any questions. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, and especially for our new commissioners, every year we come to the board in the fall and ask to approve a legislative package, a set of priorities that we advocate for during the legislative session. And in addition to Ms. Campbell and Ms. Calhoun, who's not with us today, we do have an external lobbying team who work with us on both state and federal issues. So today we're talking about state issues. And these are the priorities adopted by the Board of Commissioners, and we'll talk a little bit about these. Next. The session has started. I think that is clear. We are now in the second day of joint budget hearings. The governor next week will give his State of the State address. He's already talked some about some of his priorities, including taxpayer refunds, increase to Hope scholarships, full funding for DFACs, and several other things. Next, please. Fulton County has the largest legislative delegation in the state of Georgia with 32 members, and we do have a lot of changes this year. With redistricting, we actually lost 4 members. We were at 36 last year. There are 10 members on the Senate side and 22, I guess, on the House side. In leadership positions, we have several members. Representative Jan Jones is the Speaker Pro Tem. Senator Brass was just named as both Majority Caucus Vice Chair and Rules Chair, which is a very important position. Several other committee chairs not listed here are the House chairperson seats, which were just announced late yesterday. Representative Chuck Martin is Chair of Higher Education, Representative Silcox, Chair of MARTOC, and Representative Todd Jones, Technology and Infrastructure and Innovation. Next, please. I'm just going back to the delegation 1 minute. Neither our House nor our Senate chairs have elected their leadership yet, or their chairs, I should say. They are expected to meet next week. We are told the House will meet at 9 a.m. on Monday. We do not have the room yet for that, and that the Senate delegation will meet upon adjournment on Monday. So we will be providing those notices to you. But this is I kind of buried the lead here because our very top priority was funding for the Fulton County Behavioral Health Crisis Center. This is something we've worked on for several years. The Board of Commissioners committed funding for the capital costs for this project and renovation of a facility to meet this need. And we were delighted on Friday to see the funding for about a half year of the project, which aligns with the timeline for construction in the governor's budget. So we are very, very pleased with that progress. It's a very good sign. The county manager talked about that earlier this morning. And we've been meeting with members of our delegation and other key positions to make sure they're aware of the need for this project. Fulton County has 10% of the state of Georgia, but we do not, of the population of the state of Georgia, but we do not have a standalone publicly funded behavioral health crisis center. So we're really, really excited about that. We ask for your support as we continue to talk to members to make sure it stays in the budget throughout this process. Next, please. Commissioner Barrett, you talked earlier this morning about the commercial valuation issue, or I guess I can't even remember when that was today, but, and I just wanted to mention that this is something that we are communicating with ACCG about. We are meeting with the city of Atlanta. They have actually worked with some folks doing analysis outside of Fulton County, which is very important because the appeals process is governed by general law, not local legislation. And so we really need to make sure, as we're advocating for general law, we need to have bipartisan support, and we need to demonstrate that this is a statewide issue. So that is something that we are actively working on and have meetings. I think we have one tomorrow, actually. We are also have identified a potential sponsor for one specific homestead exemption that requires seniors, low-income seniors, to reapply every 2 years. This is very burdensome for the senior as well as for the department. And so we're seeking to modify that to take away that reapplication provision. And we have been working with our new chief appraiser and others on that. And there are two other ones I'll mention. One is about state court judges and access to a specific retirement plan, making sure they have the same options all other judges do. And also looking at legal representation for the child attorney's office for minors in legitimation, dependency, and termination cases. They represent these same children in abuse and neglect cases and want to have clarification that they can represent them in these related cases. Next slide, please. I'm just going to kind of highlight a couple of these. We are just tracking these bills. You'll see these. And as we go further into the session, we may occasionally ask you to take a position on these. But I'm just going to ask them to pull them up on the screen. And then if you have questions about one, we'll do our best to answer it. Next slide. Specifically, we are looking, there are several pieces of election legislation. Wanted to mention that the Board of Registration and Elections and Ms. Williams and the Secretary of State's office and Georgia election officials are looking very carefully at these and looking specifically at the operational impact and how, and budgetary impact, as you all have just discussed. So we're still in analysis phase on these bills. Next, please. Again, behavioral health will continue to be a very important issue in the session this year. Wanted to mention also that Speaker Burns has created a special commission on health issues and looking at that, so we'll be monitoring that committee as well. Next slide, please. And this, I think I kind of went over this a little bit earlier, but these are some of the governor's highlights in his budget, and of course, those are being heard through that joint committee this week. Next, please. And they have already announced the legislative calendar, so we'll be continuing to monitor that. So sine die is scheduled for March 29th. So we have a lot of work to happen in the next couple of months. And with that, we can take any questions.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know, well, this is not a part of our legislative agenda, but it is certainly part of my agenda. Apparently, Fulton County gets to appoint 3 board members to the MARTA board. However, 2 of those members for some reason, are chosen by the North Fulton mayors. The one member is chosen by this board to represent the South. Now, there are 8 cities in South Fulton, and there are 7 in North Fulton. So if anybody should have 2 representatives on the MARTA board, it should be South Fulton, and they should be chosen by the South Fulton mayors. If we're gonna talk about parity, if they've had it that way for the last 5 to 10 years, then the next 5 to 10 years, it needs to switch. Or we need to come up with something altogether different. But it makes no sense, well, it is not logical that the 3 Fulton County appointees to the MARTA board are not chosen by this board. Rather, our ability to appoint has been to 2 of the 3 people that this board is supposed to appoint has been delegated to the North Fulton mayors.
The law changed.
It needs to change again.
Commissioner, we will, why don't we start by pulling the originating legislation? I do seem to recall that change, as you said, 10 or so years ago, and we can start with that and review from there.
Okay,
Well,
thank
I mean,
you.
To be very honest with you, I mean, Republicans controlled the delegation at the time, and the law passed.
Awesome, the Democrats control the delegation now.
And if we want to have a legislation introduced to, to expand the board or reverse that, we can.
Awesome, let's do it tomorrow.
Any other questions,
Madam.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so I think we need to somehow, I think a couple of years ago, we really honored the governor for his support of Fulton County. And this,
Yes.
I don't know whether this is sunk in or not, but this money that's in his budget, and that's just not a one-time, that's ongoing for us.
correct.
And I think we're the only county in the state that has this, so we need to be aware that the governor takes care of Fulton County, Georgia. And I don't know whether we gave him a sword or something before, didn't we? We need to come up with something to give him fairly quickly. That's number one. Number two, the 2 pieces of legislation, one in Cobb County, one in Gwinnett County, dealing with population bills. I do not know whether they've been introduced yet or not, but we need to monitor those.
Yes.
Because there are 2 bills a bill that Fulton and Gwinnett counties are the only 2 counties in the state that are impacted by these 2 population bills. It's populations of over 800,000, I believe is the way it reads. So Gwinnett is working to appeal that, and I would hope that we would join in that appeal, to repeal rather.
This is related
repeal the population bills.
Is
There's
this
only 2 of them, right?
related to compensation?
What?
Or I know there's been some discussion about elected official compensation as
Yeah,
one
I'm
issue.
not sure what the subject
and,
matter is, but
we'll
it's population
take a
bills.
look.
It only relates to Fulton County and Gwinnett County. And what's that county group that y'all go to?
ACCG.
They're supporting it as well. I do not. I could teach all the classes, but I do not.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been attending
I'm
all the
going this year,
ACCG sessions, and we'll certainly monitor that. I don't believe we've seen that bill yet, but we will we'll take a look. Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
Anything else, Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Hall, Vice
Yes,
Chair
ma'am.
Ellis, and Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. 6:56.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you say that time because you think I'm going to take a long time? I just have 2 questions. One is, can you please tell us about the recent State Review Board's findings or recommendations? Because I haven't seen that, but someone told me that they gave us glowing remarks and said that a state takeover would not be helpful. So if you could confirm that for
Sure.
me?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. That was outside of the legislative process, but I happen to have a copy right here with me, and I'll be glad to provide this to your office. But out of, as you're aware, in SB 202, there was language that provides for a process to review counties, and there was a very specific set of criteria that triggered that process, and one of those was a request from legislators, and some members of our delegation did request the Performance Review Board, and they have looked at Fulton County election processes over some period of time. The members included general counsel from the Secretary of State's office and 2 members who were both election board members from other counties. And the report is very detailed. They engaged, or I believe through the Secretary of State's office, initiated engagement with the Carter Center to observe Fulton County elections. And so some of those findings are referenced in this report. It does, provide some opportunities for improvement, but generally speaking is very positive. Talks about the improvements in Fulton County elections since 2020, and it does state very specifically that they do not believe a takeover of our election board would be productive. This report will be considered by the State Election Board at their next meeting on February 7th, which will take place in Macon.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
And on page 5 of your legislative document,
Yes, ma'am.
HB4, I'm so happy to see that because just beds, period, as it relates to homelessness is a big issue. And that's one of the boards that Jack Harton appointed me to for Atlanta Homeless Continuum of Care Governing Council. And we're always talking about, we get millions of dollars of funding to vote on as it relates to the beds, transitional and temporary and otherwise. And to see this talking about the psychiatric beds is very good. So do they maintain, do they already have some information on the beds that are available in the state or in Fulton County?
Commissioner, my knowledge is limited on this, but it is my understanding that there is a bed board of sorts that is used for tracking availability of beds. My mother was an emergency room nurse, and I know that's been something that hospitals have used for many years. And so I think that part of the intent of this legislation is to modernize and broaden, make it more useful for practitioners. So we will continue to monitor that, but I think that I think there is something, but it is more limited than what is being proposed in this legislation.
Okay, I look forward to receiving that information because it will, I think it'll be helpful to us on the governing council as it relates to just homelessness beds, period, because, mental health is a part of that issue. And any information about Milledgeville, because one of the last ACCG training conferences we went to, there was a commissioner from the area of Milledgeville telling us that they have buildings that they're paying for lights, gas, and water, but there's nobody in those buildings. And but there is, my chief of staff and I looked it up, and they are using some parts of the facility. So it'd be great to find out if anything is happening around that as well, because as we know, we're putting people in jail when they actually need to be in a place where they can get the services and programs they need.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
And your team.
Thank you so much.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, just one thing, because you had on there following, there's a bill, I think, I don't know if she's introduced it or not, that Kate Kirkpatrick has about putting restrictions on and disclosure requirements on Superior Court, clerks of Superior Court and probate judges for collecting fees associated with administering passports. If you could put that on there and track that for us.
Absolutely. We'll be glad to do that. And Senator Kirkpatrick, although she is no longer a member of our delegation due to redistricting, she's chairing a committee on children, so we will also be engaging with her on some of that work.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Do we have a delegation chair
No,
yet?
ma'am, I'm sorry, you may not have heard me say that. So they will be meeting on, both the House and Senate delegations will be meeting next Monday. So they will be meeting on Monday at 9 a.m. They had an election that was tied, and they will be holding a new election, we are told, next Monday. We do not yet have the room location, but we will share that with you.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you for the great job that you're doing and tell my new colleagues to the left and the right that they can reach out to you. Any legislation that of Fulton County that we are looking at, and any legislation that they may come across that we think that we need to take a look at, that your office is more than happy to accommodate. So you all can reach out to her with any questions when it comes to that.
And please do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Continuing on page 6, 23-0046, Information Technology. Request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $1,106,000 to create an internal-facing employee intranet portal.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall and seconded by, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. Do we have, oh, there you go. So when I saw this, you know, at one of the last meetings, I brought up the fact that we've done audits on the IT department, and there were many findings. And what was interesting is that this is Covendis, which was in one of the last audits. And I just want to make sure that we don't have the same type of issue that we had before with what are called the what is the wording you guys are using? Because you guys were hiring executive assistants when that wasn't something that was supposed to be hired under this contract. So I want to make sure that we stick with the list of the essential and critical resources that are in this contract, and we really pay attention to who's being hired and what's being hired. Why? Okay,
Commissioner, this is a different agenda item. This
Correct.
is not that agenda
oh,
item.
wait a minute.
This is the one for the development of the employee.
Oh,
portal.
I have a question about that too, though. Okay.
Okay.
That's good, because this says this is an intranet, which is internal. Is this ESS?
This is an internal intranet portal, like you said. ESS is self-service, so it's a bit different. It's going to be primarily used for employee engagement, collaboration, and communications.
Okay, and so do you not still have website developer in your department?
We do not, we're not a development shop. We have positions that are application developer roles, but those folks that are currently in that capacity are more application support and application operations analysts. We don't have that skill set in-house.
So that skill set went away?
I can't speak to the history or the last time that we had a developer in-house.
I can. I can speak to it as recent as when I was Chief of Staff to Commissioner Garner, because I literally was told that there was that you had a website team in the IT department, and I was literally sent to training by your IT staff with other people from around the county who were identified as those key individuals in their departments who would provide the necessary information to update the departmental pages. And so we were in this class, and it was maintained internally, so that's why I'm trying to figure out how did we get here and what's the difference in this?
Well, I will say this, for the past almost 2 years, we have not had actual web developers in-house. We do have folks on the web team, for example, that support the Fulton County GA.gov site, but that is primarily in a tier 1 capacity. We do pay the managed services provider for tier 2 and tier 3 support.
Okay, so this is internal, but then as I read through this, a second, please. 4-6. As I read through this, what caught my eye was page 2, where it says project implications. And it said the project enhances a positive external-facing website. And I was like, so what part of it is external if it's an intranet?
Great question. So I'll give a little bit of
Oh,
context.
and I'm sorry, let me finish the sentence, though, so that you get the full gist of what caught my eye. And provides an internal employee portal service to amplify employee satisfaction and engagement. But the part that jumped out at me was external facing.
Great question, Commissioner Hall. So just by way of context, my predecessor fit 2 problems into an RFP.
That's what I thought.
In the RFP, we had a RFP to build the intranet portal, make sure that it had a mobile application as well. And then the third component was specific support for our Fulton County GA.gov site, which is external facing. So that's why you see in that particular agenda item language that addresses the support for the external facing site. But the initial RFP was primarily to build an internal employee intranet portal.
Thank you. That explains it. I didn't want to assume, but I felt like that's what was happening. There was something else buried in here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you. Is this the same firm that designed our Fulton County GA.gov website?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, and I see there's another agenda item where juvenile court is asking for some money for a website as well. And I guess I'm just trying to understand. I thought when we did our other website, when we hired the firm to do Fulton County GA.gov, that we were kind of consolidating websites, but it doesn't look like we're doing that. Help me understand.
Yeah, I'd like my partner, Jessica Corbett, to speak a little to that. We did have some initial conversations around policy.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, we have, for the most part, have been working toward consolidating sites. We do not currently have what I would describe as a functional intranet site. So that is a separate platform, and it allows for login within the network, and it also allows some integration with tools like ESS and other applications like our payroll login for employees, things like that. So that is why the intranet is separated. But in terms of other public-facing sites, we have been working toward consolidation. The courts and sites that have an integration with their case management system, in some cases like an Odyssey login, those are some of the cases where, and also because the courts are led by elected officials, they have made some other choices, I'll just say it that way, in several instances. But for the public-facing sites, we really have been working toward consolidation. It helps with security, it helps with branding and consistency and those kinds of things.
All right, and then I assume this intranet site would also be subject to open record requests?
Yes, as far as I know, everything we say and do here is subject to open records.
All right, it just seems duplicative to have, employees communicate now via email, I assume, and phone, and now we're gonna create another way for employees to communicate internally. And then, going back to the unintended costs, right?
So
unintended consequences, incidental costs. What are the incidental costs that go along with having this intranet site and having someone have to search that site and those communications for open records requests?
So if I could say, when we talk about communication, Commissioner Arrington, my office is responsible for employee communication today, and we we have found it challenging, especially managing in a hybrid environment. Employees are accessing information through different channels. Many of them are doing that electronically more and more. And when we communicate with employees about all kinds of things, open enrollment, safety and security issues, where their evacuations are, wellness programs, all of those kinds of things that we and every other large employer need to communicate with our employees. We are relying solely on email really to do that. So we send out, I'm sure you see the Fulco news blasts that come from our office. But having a hub, an information hub where that kind of content can be housed specifically for employees, where it lives, where people have a place to go and check in and get that information when they begin their shift every day, that is really the home that this project would create. And that is something that almost every organization has.
All right, that's fine, but I need another website to log into like I need a hole in my head.
Well, and I'm sure, again, we've looked a lot at employee communication best practices, which have, of course, changed a lot in a more hybrid environment. And this is something we feel like will help us keep employees engaged and informed, and something we don't have today.
So I just wonder, if we got a master services agreement with Google, all of this could be in Drive and operated that way, but I'll let y'all, that's more of y'all's specialty. It's a lot going on. But it's late.
I was also just going to mention that I think some of the self-service capabilities and search functions that you mentioned, the idea is to consolidate all of those services into the intranet portal.
All right, Commissioner Barrett.
If I'm reading this correctly, this is $1.1-ish million that says it's coming from an ARPA grant or from the ARPA money. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is this related to COVID?
The ARPA resources allow for certain technology improvements that make it easier for employees to work remotely. So we had a allocation within the ARPA bucket that was allocated specifically for information technology for some improvements in that arena. So this is one of those projects.
Well, it seems to me that it's 2023 and we got through the worst years of the COVID crisis without a $1.1 million custom design tool. So I'm a little bit confused about why we're doing this now. And I guess my question to you all is, I am sure that there are a whole host of products on the market to do intranet and to have, I think to Commissioner Arrington's point, Google Drive, OneDrive, which we already have, to house documents and to communicate. So I'm really perplexed about why we would spend $1 million of ARPA money on this when we have, we just sat here all day and talked about the things we need for public safety, et cetera, et cetera.
Commissioner, if I can, I would suggest that you let us come back and answer some of the questions. I do think that we need to be a little clearer in terms of the value proposition, who our internal customers are, what the benefits are, both internally as well as externally, and perhaps provide a bit of a 5-page overview, a presentation or memo in advance. This one, I think it makes a lot of sense, but I think we can do a better job of providing some context for it.
Commissioner Thorne?
Oh, I want to make a substitute motion to hold.
Second.
All right, substitute motion to hold by Commissioner Barrett and seconded by Commissioner Arrington, I believe. Commissioner Thorne, you were in the queue. Okay. Commissioner Barrett, did you have anything further? Did you have anything further?
Sorry?
Did you have anything further?
No.
Okay. All right. Motion to hold is on the floor. Vote's open.
Motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
23-0047, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of a statewide contract not to exceed $700,000 to provide natural gas services.
Okay. Any discussion of this item? Okay. All right, let's vote.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
23-0048, Public Works. Request approval of an intergovernment agreement between Fulton County and Forsyth County for water main and sewer line relocations.
Okay. All right, been moved and properly seconded. No discussion. Let's vote.
Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay.
Page
Next
seven.
item, and these folks they've been up there waiting in the back since about 9:45 this morning, so I want to make sure that they're still up there and ready to discuss this. Y'all come on down if we got some questions or not. Go ahead, sound the item.
Page 7, 23-0050, Juvenile Court. Request approval of a statewide contract to provide, configure, and develop a website and provide ongoing maintenance service.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there? All right, we're good. Come on down here. Y'all can articulate kind of what's before us, and then we'll have some discussion on that.
Is this time sensitive?
It's not time sensitive, Commissioner.
I mean, I might, just out of respect, I know they've been here present with us in this entire meeting. I would just like to give the opportunity to at least give, if we don't vote on it, at least give you some backdrop, so.
Well, Tim Ezel, Chief Administrative Officer for Fulton County Juvenile Court. Our ask today is for $115,000 for statewide contract approval. The new website, one of the things that we did was, as a court in 2020, we went through and we actually created a 5-year strategic plan. A part of our strategic plan was identifying the needs of the court as we work to become a trauma-responsive court. And one of those things was engaging our youth and the public and the community. So we've identified our traffic for the website and our ability to update and make integrations and better assist our processes. And so working and using the Superior Court model, because they just recently updated their website, we identified the need that we could be able to use a new website that will allow us, one, to be able to automate some of our processes. So for instance, if there's a children in need of services case which deals with unrulies, truancies, or ungovernable kids, currently they go into our website, they click on it, they type in some information, and it sends an email to someone. And then it's stuck in that box, and then we have to print it out, call them, do that. This new website will allow us to create forms that will actually be mapped directly into our case management system. Previously, you all approved us to upgrade our case management system, so we're going to e-filing in other areas. So this new website allows us to really automate a lot of our processes with case initiation, intake, and request forms that are, as you know, juvenile court provides 24-hour support to defects workers as well as the legal community, with officers calling to detain or remove a child from the home.
Okay, any questions, Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Hall in the queue?
You know, my question was, I guess, number one, about the urgency of this, and then two, you also heard us talking about this other website, and obviously I understand you all have special needs, and I heard you say it may tie into your case management system, so, you know, I'll support it. I just, you know, I really want us consolidating a lot of this stuff more, operating off of one site instead of 37 different sites. Every elected official has their own website, and it gives me a headache thinking about it.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, we spoke about this earlier, and Mr. County Manager was here when we started doing the consolidation of HR, finance, IT, and all of that, and bringing them back in to their respective departments. And so this is one that we should also be looking at is this part, are they not part of ORCA? They said it's about their cases.
It's about our case management system and building out a process so we can automate it. So yes, we are a part of OCA as well.
You're part of ORCA. This is about your case management. So that's not a discussion as far as ORCA is concerned?
The actual underlying system was in place before ORCA, and some of these enhancements, in fact, are going to go well beyond. So in some cases, I guess you could say that part of it will be addressing ORCA cases, but this is a system that was in place before. These enhancements would be required even if we didn't have if we didn't have COVID. So we can certainly take a look at that as a fund, and we have looked at that
Please.
before, and certainly can take a look at that in terms of where, whether it might fit either all of the, whether we could fund part of it or all of it via ORCA if necessary.
Thank you. That would be very efficient. And so you said this is not time sensitive,
Correct.
and they're actually going to help you and possibly fund part of it. You said, okay, real quick then.
I like the fun part.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Barrett.
First of all, I'm all for automation, and 115,000 is not a heavy ask. That said, I have the same concerns that Commissioner Hall brought up about consistency across all of our websites. And, I think this has to be part of that discussion in some way, at least that it ties in. And we're using two different sets of developers. I'm just not sure how this all works together with the broader county, IT, I guess is the best way to say it. So I'm all for hearing more and all for make sure you guys get automated, because I know that's really going to help your work. But I just want to make sure that this is the right way to do it. Which I guess what I'm saying is I need more time.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. When you say this is not time sensitive, I just want to make sure that I understand, because I understand with this was a well-needed improvement. And so I kind of think it may be, but I just want to make sure, because I saw the information, that you sent over, but I also know, juvenile court is one of the things that I hold to heart, and I know some of the challenges that you all have had over there. And this has been a very big challenge. So I would beg to differ with you that it is time sensitive, but if you feel like we need to hold it in order to find out if we can get additional funding, if that's on the table, I'm fine. But my understanding from following what you all have been going through and dealing with, this is something that was well needed and kind of is past the time of us doing it. That's just my personal opinion from following you all. So is that what we're saying? Alternate, we're going to look to see if we can, that's the reason we're going to hold it, to see if we can get maybe some partnership funding or see if any of that underfunding is available?
Absolutely, and Tim and his team actually do a great job. Certainly we partner with them. So we've been working on this together, and they also are very aggressive in terms of looking for grants that can help support this type of thing.
Yeah, that's
so
why
we'll go back to him
Okay,
and
that's why
come
I
back to you.
thought
with
it's kind of
that.
time. So, okay, all right. Well, if it can wait, then I will support till we can get that information. Thank you.
Okay. All right. There's a motion on the floor, but you've removed that, I guess, at this point in time?
I'll tell you what, if you want to just do a hold.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to hold by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. So this is the motion to hold. We'll vote on that.
Vote open. Vote is open. Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. Commissioners, the next items are Commissioners' action item, and the first one on there is from Chairman Pitts. We do have an item that was removed from the consent agenda. Without objection, I'd propose that we amend the agenda and take that item next. Any objection? It was the item that you had asked to be removed. Any objection to hearing that?
No.
Okay, go ahead. You could sound that item that was
The consent
removed from the
agenda.
consent agenda.
23-0030, Information Technology, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing for on-call IT services in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000. This was removed by Commissioner Hall.
All right, Commissioner Hall?
Thank you. So you already heard, you're ready, right? I just want to make sure that we follow the contract because in the past it had been found that we did not. And so if there's something in place now to keep track of what we're actually hiring for and sticking with that critical position list that is in the contract.
Yes, Commissioner. In addition, we do,
What just happened?
I'm sorry, Commissioners. In addition, we do include in the contract that they have to utilize the county's Chronos timekeeping system. And this contract is only through December of this year. It doesn't have renewals. It's a non-recurring request.
All right, thank you so much.
Commissioner Arrington?
Is this time sensitive?
It is, Commissioner. This is at the last board meeting, you approved the funding to go ahead and hire in some of these critical resources, network managers, individuals who understand SharePoint and the like. So we got the approval to move forward with the funding. This is actually the approval to engage the firm that can actually go out and get these people in the door. Okay. A number of these positions have been open for months, and they really are critical to making sure we keep our infrastructure up and going.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
All right, let's vote, please. Motion is to approve.
The vote is open. Motion passes unanimously. Back on page 7, under Commissioners' Action Items, 23-0051, request approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to change the membership of the Commission on Elder Affairs to allow appointees from the Atlanta Housing Authority and the Fulton County Community Action Authority and for other purposes. Sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Come on up, Commissioner Ellis, followed by Vice Chair Ellis, followed by Commissioner Hall. I think this is the one that Mr. Howard was speaking to this morning. Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis?
Oh, I was just going to get in the queue to suggest that we might hold the commissioners' action items to the next meeting, but I'll listen to the discussion.
Am I next, Chair?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So since the Atlanta Housing Authority is on here, I noticed that Fulton County Housing Authority was not represented, and I just wanted to know, is there a reason why they were left out?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ladie Sony, Lago Department of Senior Services. The department did reach out to Fulton Housing to seek their interest in being a part and appointing a member. We did not hear back from that agency. Would you like me to go further? Okay. Now, in terms of the Atlanta Housing Authority and the recommendation and the resolution, it's strategic. One of the greatest concerns that senior advocates have raised is affordable housing. So the Board of Commissioners has approved an IGA between the Department of Senior Services and Atlanta Housing to collaborate and support seniors to successfully age in their homes. So our focus is a housing plus approach, where we can provide in-home services, transportation, Meals on Wheels, home-delivered meals. But the Atlanta Housing Authority and the Fulton Atlanta Community Action Authority will add value to the Commission on Elder Affairs from the lens of discussing housing issues, supporting the advocacy that the Commission on Elder Affairs does provide. So that's my response, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. I understand, and I'm glad to hear you explain it out loud because we've heard from our senior advocate meeting after meeting about this. But I am concerned about Fulton housing not being a part of it because one of the previous chairs and the board reached out to me early on, and they were talking about they needed to all be in partnership and collaborate so that all of Fulton County, not just Atlanta, but all of Fulton County can have input. So I just don't want to miss the opportunity to include everyone so there's better collaboration across the board. That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
Vote is open.
Oh, I'm sorry, what about QLS?
So Commissioners, some of the questions that you're raising is based on comments that we've received in public comment. There was no intention or ill will to not consider the Quality Living Services as an agency who can appoint a member to the Commission on Elder Affairs. The Department of Senior Services has had a long-standing relationship with that organization. Commission on Elder Affairs is an extension. It is a commission established by the board. So it is up to the board if you would desire to hold this. We can go back. I can work again with the county attorney's office.
No, allowing QLS to also appoint members to the Commission on Elder Affairs.
Let's go.
Motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue.
23-0052, request approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners requiring that all funds returned to Fulton County from a tax allocation district shall be placed in a multi-year facilities capital project fund to be used to support Fulton County's facilities capital programs and projects. Sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. This is the only placeholder for the funds, right?
Mr. Chair, point of order, I was going to ask that the matter that I got added to the agenda be held with this at the same time. I mean, they're both talking about the TADs. I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I think I have at least heard from the city and Invest Atlanta that they would like to talk to us about that. And I'm hoping that we can either tell staff to hold off until those discussions can be had and until it can be brought back to us.
Okay, so this is just a placeholder for the funds. I know what you're talking. You want to talk about yours at the same time. I don't have any objection to that. Sound Commissioner Erickson's as well.
Okay. 23-0063, discussion of tax allocation districts. Sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, now Commissioner Ellis, why don't you explain this? And this is pretty straightforward. I think it is anyway.
But I guess in terms of anybody wanting to come over and discuss something with the management team, there's nothing prohibiting them from doing that, right? I mean, we ask them for information, and if they need to come over and talk to us about explain the information they got, there's nothing that's prohibiting them from doing that, correct? No, in the previous resolution, right? I mean, there's no time sensitivity to, what we sought from them, right? We just asked for a response.
There wasn't a time frame designated, no.
Okay, so there's no 10-day limitation that we placed upon them. They have to give us this information by?
There's no 10-day limitation? No. I don't recall any time frame being included in that legislation. Oh, we did? Okay. So the information was to be brought back within 10 days?
Yeah, sorry, Samir Abdullahi, Director of Economic Development. Just for clarity's sake, the board did pass this resolution 122122 directing staff and the county manager to initially approach Invest Atlanta for both the Princeton Lake and East Side TADs, whether they met two criteria, whether there was no outstanding bond obligations or no redevelopment obligations as well. So to effectuate that resolution, we had sent a letter to Invest Atlanta requesting those two pieces of information for those two TADs and requested they provided a response within 10 days. But it is not in the resolution that it is time sensitive. It was just to make sure we're continuing the progress.
So if we can, I would certainly like to extend the time in which they respond and have the conversation. I think they're fine with the closing of the Princeton Lakes tab, and I think they're also fine with the closing of the Atlantic Station tab, but I don't think they're fine with the closure of the East Side tab. So I think it's really just a conversation that needs to be had. And frankly, again, before we start taking actions, we ought to talk to our partners on the front end.
Okay. Well, if the time limitations, there's no time limitation that was put forth in the resolution, so y'all can do that. And the resolution didn't close any of the TADs. It just said that we were going to stop paying any increment into it, based upon if there were no ongoing obligations that needed to be continued to be funded. So we're not shutting down the TADs. That's their purview if they wanted to close that down, correct? Okay. All right. So that was a discussion related to this thing. So there's no force majeure in terms of in that resolution on the 10 days. So if that's the request that we waive this 10-day, Commissioner Arrington, then I don't think there's any objection to that. There wasn't anything that's spelled out in the resolution either.
Yeah, I think as though. Thank you, Vice Chair. I think number one, and I know you have, this is really a hypothetical, rhetorical question, the midnight letters, right? I mean, this was done by Commissioner Morris on his way out at the last meeting. We've got a whole new board now. I think our new commissioners should have an opportunity to look at it and examine it and see if it's something. And I think the city's on board with closing a couple of them anyway. But either way, I'm fine either way.
Okay. All right. Well, so there's dispense of that. In terms of this particular resolution, just by way of just some brief background, there are 15 to 19 TADs. There are 19 TADs. We participate in 15. There's roughly, I think, about $42 million in dollars that if they weren't going into this, would be coming into the Fulton County General Fund. That's not all the funds that the TADs receive. That's Fulton County government's participation. We are, in many of these cases, and particularly of the ones in the city of Atlanta, we're a larger participant than the city is, right, in terms of a percentage going in. There are a number of these TADs, two of the ones of which we took action on to say, hey, if there aren't any continuing obligations, we want to stop paying our increment and have that start to inure back to us for our own purposes. Those two were Princeton Lakes and the East Side TAD, so we're waiting to confirm that information back. Some of these TADs, in addition to potentially not having any ongoing obligations, also may have a substantive fund balance that may sit there and be in residual at the point in time in which it does close. And at that point in time in which it does close, those funds that were there would be, reverted back to the individual parties proportionately with their, whatever their contribution was. What this resolution would say, does, is at the point in time where our increment stops, then the value of that increment at that point in time would move into this capital reserve fund. And then any excess at the time of a closing, our proportion would revert into this capital reserve fund. And the purpose of that is to start to build, funds to deal with these significant capital projects that we know that are before us. We all know that we've got to, at some point in time, we'll be getting this, a final feasibility study on the jail. We know it's going to cost a new jail or modified jail or whatever it is going to cost a substantive amount of money, upwards of $100 million in interest expense a year. So while we haven't prescribed a funding mechanism for it, we sure as day need to start figuring out a way to begin to establish, kind of some form of funding and seed money for that. Two of these, we could start to see increments as early as this year from those two TADs. And then I think the Atlantic Station TAD closes at the end of 2024, I believe, right? And that's one of the largest one in terms of our increments. So that build could become a substantive fund that would allow us to meet some of those capital needs at the point in time that we begin, construction. So that's the purpose of this particular resolution, is to start to create this, reserve fund for purposes of, these major capital programs that we're going to have.
Okay. I said I second this, Madam Vice Clerk. I need to, what do I do now? Second. Yeah, second. How do I do this? I'm trying to second.
Somebody already.
Me.
You're in there.
I did?
already.
Oh, okay. Where is that?
You can't, when you do it, you can't see
Oh, I can't see it.
lets you be able to withdraw it, so you know you
No, it's not even on.
No,
Okay.
he just,
All right, let's go.
his name on his screen.
You still want to be heard, Commissioner?
I just was wondering, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
All right, I just a couple things, because I was trying to read this and figure out where do the funds go right now, and how would they move through our system? Because I heard someone say the general fund, but then I did ask this question of Sharon, and can you respond to that?
Commissioner Hall, currently the tax increment is paid directly to the redevelopment agent. For the City of Atlanta, that would be Invest Atlanta. The tax commissioner collects the tax revenue, the portion that's attributed to the growth in that tax allocation district after the base year is submitted to the tax allocation district redevelopment agent directly, and the county receives its portion, and that's deposited into the general fund.
And so have we ever had funds returned to us before?
No, we've not had any TAD funds that have been returned to us. I take that back. There was a tax allocation district that the county itself created and served as the redevelopment agent that would have been in the area of Sandy Springs, but then they incorporated, and so once that happened, we closed that TAD down, and the monies were placed into the old special services district. Other than that, no other tax allocation district has closed or had any monies that have been returned to the county.
So in the last meeting, there was made reference that there was some account where we had money just sitting. Has someone confirmed that? Because when I asked about it, nobody could confirm where it was or who was holding it and how much it was.
The county isn't holding any tax allocation funds. We receive ours
Is
as a
Invest
portion.
Atlanta
So,
holding
Invest Atlanta.
any of the county's contributions?
Yeah, the Invest Atlanta receives the tax increment that comes from the county, that comes from the Atlanta, City of Atlanta, the Atlanta School Board, whoever has agreed to participate in each individual tax allocation district. So they are the holder of the funds. We did receive a copy of a report that was dated, I believe, November 30th, that had some financial information included in it. I don't know if we have an updated report through December.
And so the report said what? November 30th.
It gave a good financial breakdown across all 10 TADs within the City of Atlanta, especially those two elements that we were looking at per the resolution passed at the end of last year around outstanding bond debt, as well as any redevelopment obligations and funds necessary to fund those obligations. But more than just take this document for what it's worth, that's why we sent the letter and per the resolution to have Invest Atlanta actually confirm that information before we move forward with the county manager to withdraw our funding.
I'd like to see that if you can email it to me. Was it emailed to you?
Yeah, I'll do it right
Okay, thank you. And so how much does Invest Atlanta have on account that we're trying to get? Is there an amount that we're looking at trying to retrieve from them?
No, and again, it's really those TADs that are not performing. So the Beltline is a good example.
So
of
what's that amount?
Either the increment hasn't increased dramatically, so the funding is too small to actually support redevelopment activities, or there have been no.
So what's that amount?
I'm sorry, what?
What's that amount
For which?
that you're trying to get moved over utilizing this resolution?
Well, Commissioner Hall, if the county ends its participation in the east side and the Princeton Lake, in the east side TAD, the increment that has been going to that tax allocation district from the county has been 6.6 million. And for Princeton Lakes, it was most recently 1.2 million. So those are the annual increment pieces that are going to those tax allocation districts from the county. The amount, once the tax allocation district closes at the end of its 25 or 30-year term, the amount that would come back to the county would really depend on whatever residual is left in those funds at that point in time. But currently, the total amount of the increment between these two TADs is about 7.8 million on an annual basis.
Okay, so do you know what's left? Okay, so you said a lot. Let me break this down. So you said if we pull out of the East Side TAD and the Princeton Lake TAD, but I heard Commissioner Arrington say that Investor Land is not necessarily trying to close the East Side TAD. But if we pull out of both of those, do you know what the amount is that we would get back?
We would, on an annual basis, we would no longer be sending that tax increment. So for East Lake, that's 6.6 million. For Princeton Lakes, that's 1.2 million. Atlantic Station, you mentioned Atlantic Station.
I didn't say Atlantic Station, but are you saying Atlantic Station?
Well, I'm just, Commissioner Arrington mentioned Atlantic Station. The tax increment for Atlantic Station is 5.6 million on an annual basis. So those monies would, instead of, there are technically a general fund tax that are being collected. So instead of being collected and remitted to the tax allocation district, they would be remitted to the county. And then in this case, Commissioner Ellis's resolution would have those funds then dedicated to a capital improvement fund for facilities.
Okay, and so is this resolution going to make it where we have to vote on when we want to pull out of a TAD? Because what I've heard so far from Commissioner Arrington is that he has been told that Invested Land is not trying to close the East Side TAD. But we keep saying here that we're going to get our funding back from the East Side TAD. So I really don't want to impact a TAD negatively by pulling money out when they're still trying to use it to do the work.
Commissioner Hall, the action that the board took back in December was to cease the county's participation in the East Lake TAD and the Princeton Lake TAD, and to direct the staff, as Samir indicated, to confirm there were no additional outstanding bond obligations or continued redevelopment costs. So that's where we're at. The resolution that's before the board today would just establish how those resources will be used in the future when they are returned to the county.
I'm so glad you said that, because during that last board meeting, it was presented as if Invest Atlanta was shutting those TADs down anyway, and now we have Commissioner Arrington say that they don't want to shut down the East Side TAD. So, yeah, I believe I voted no on that to begin with, because there was no confirmation as to what Invest Atlanta really was going to do. So I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Barrett.
Just for clarification, the resolution that you are proposing, Vice Chair Ellis, is not about any specific TAD closing. It is solely saying when they shut down, that funding will go for capital projects instead of to the general fund, correct?
Correct.
And so I honestly am not quite sure what Commissioner Arrington's add-on item really is about. So, and I don't know procedurally where we are now, because we sort of put them both on the floor at the same time. I'm inclined to support Vice Chair Ellis on this, because to me that's just about us saving for the big ticket issue items that we know are coming, like the jail and public health and all of that. So That to me makes complete sense. And honestly, given that Commissioner Arrington is not here at the moment, it would make sense to me to hold his item for further
was just for
conversation.
discussion.
Yeah, but to go ahead and move forward on a vote on this one.
All right, Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard again?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that Madam CFO just said that this is related to the East Side TAD and the Princeton Lake TAD. So it is related to TADs. And it's based on the vote that was taken at the last meeting because they were saying that they were closing down the East Side TAD and the Princeton Lake TAD.
Right, but I mean, just to respond, I hear what you're saying, but I think this resolution doesn't specify that any one TAD should or should not close. It just says if and when a TAD closes, the funds will go into this capital projects.
All right, let's vote, please.
Vote is open. Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam.
22-0083, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 101, Article 2, Division 1 of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances related to budgetary controls for members of the Board of Commissioners by reducing the travel conference budget for members of the Board of Commissioners and for other purposes. Sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to hold this till we have opportunity for full board to be here to discuss it.
All right.
Out of respect for Commissioner
Without
Arrington.
objection, we'll hold. Continue.
Page 8, under Commissioners' Full Board Appointments, 23-0053, Administrative Committee of the Fulton County Defined Contribution Plan. Chairman Pitts and Vice Chair Ellis has nominated Commissioner Abdul Rahman for a full board appointment to replace Commissioner Morris to a term ending December 31st, 2023.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Page 9, 23-0054, Atlanta Beltline Incorporated Board of Directors. Chairman Pitts and Vice Chairman Ellis has nominated Commissioner Hall for a full board appointment to replace Commissioner Morris to a term ending July 12, 2026.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Page 10, 23-0055, Atlanta Fulton Water Resources Commission. Chairman Pitts and Vice Chair Ellis has nominated Commissioner Thorne to replace Commissioner Hausman for a full board appointment.
All right, cast your vote, please. The motion is to approve.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 23-0056, Audit Committee. Vice Chairman Ellis nominates Chairman Pitts for a full board appointment to replace Commissioner Ellis to a term ending December 31st, 2024.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Page 11, 23-0057, Board of Trustees of the Fulton County Employees Retirement System. Chairman Pitts nominates Commissioner Barrett for a full board appointment to replace Commissioner Morris to a term ending December 31st, 2023.
As my designee. Motion is to approve.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 23-0058, Fulton County Facilities Corporation. Chairman Pitts and Vice Chairman Ellis nominate Commissioner Barrett for a full board appointment to replace Commissioner Morris to a term ending November 3rd, 2023.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Page 12, 23-0059, Invest Atlanta, Atlanta Development Authority. Chairman Pitts and Vice Chair Ellis nominates Commissioner Barrett as Fulton County's appointee to the Atlanta Development Authority, doing business as Invest Atlanta, to an unexpired term ending April 1st, 2023.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 23-0060, Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust. Chairman Pitts and Vice Chairman Ellis nominate Commissioner Thorne as the chairman's designee to a full board appointment to replace Commissioner Morris. Chairman Pitts and Vice Chairman Ellis nominate Commissioner Hall to a full board appointment to replace Commissioner Hausman to a term ending December 31st, 2023.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
Motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Record Commissioner Hall is voting yes.
Oh, the vote. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the item number.
Next.
I believe that is it. No more items. That's it?
That's it? No
No more
further
items.
business today? All right. No further items to come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you so much.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.